Nothing prepares you for the end of the world. Not even a grandfather with an 80-foot bunker and a food stock that could have lasted 10 years. Not even if that grandfather taught you everything he knew about survival and the wilderness. What good was a bunker and food stock when you were ripped away from the world you had always known? What good was wilderness training on plants you might never come across again, on landscapes and climates that would soon be completely unfamiliar, on animals and dangers that would read like children's bedtime stories? Honestly, Gray wasn't sure what he had expected the end of the world to look like. He had always thought his grandfather had a few screws loose, though he loved the old man. But if he had had an idea, it certainly wouldn't have been like this. The streaming lights, the robots that stripped him of all his clothes and practically scraped off a layer of his skin with their sponges and towels. And then came that pompous host's voice, a bobbing head and a floating microphone belting out incoherent words over a roaring crowd. He, if that hovering head could have been called that, hyped up the audience as though they were at a normal sporting event instead of the end of life as Gray had known it. Gray could have sworn it was all a joke, a sick dream, maybe some elaborate prank pulled off by a reality TV studio with way too large a budget and execs with dick for brains. But the first and last blade to his gut had woken him up to the reality. This wasn't a joke. This wasn't a prank. This wasn't a dream. He had really been transported into an intergalactic reality TV show, and his death was the entertainment. You have died. Better luck next time. Oh wait, there won't be a next time. Toodaloo. Gray shot up, his eyes opening wide. He breathed heavy, pressing a palm to his chest, and then quickly to his stomach. What the hell, F you? Ow! He had still been in the middle of trying to find the knife wound in his belly when his arms and legs were splayed apart. Mechanical arms rushed him from the sides, two of them holding scissors and the others carrying sponges and steel wool that would have been better suited for cast iron pans than human skin. His clothes were torn apart, his favorite jeans, his lucky pair of underwear, too. He thought for a moment that they'd yank his junk as well to add trauma to injury, only to realize he had had these thoughts before. Déjà vu? Gray's eyes opened wide, the realization hitting him. Was this another sick joke? Did this reality TV show make him experience this over and over again? Were they just going to repurpose his life as an extra until they were satisfied? The idea that he had come back to life didn't sink in the way it should have for Gray. There was no elation, no happiness, just a deep, existential dread. That was until they tightly wound that stupid floral suit on him again, with the puffy collar that looked like it belonged on a rich middle-aged lady from Midtown more than a 16-year-old like him. Then came a mechanical arm with a huge white glove on it that slapped him on the ass so hard he flew all the way up and through the hole in the ceiling. Before he could fall back down, a circular platform perfectly formed to the hole caught him, seamlessly blending into the stage's floor with a puff of smoke. Gray squinted on instinct. Sure enough, those beaming lights came again. Then that voice. Welcome one. Welcome all. The lights were so bright that Gray couldn't quite see how large the crowd or even the stage was. He could vaguely see a few shadows to his side, but he had no idea how far it stretched out. The first time he had been here, though, he remembered the floating head saying, I know you've all been anticipating it. Well, here we are. The 3021st Genesis games are here. This time, we have a special sponsor you've all been anticipating. The Munlay have been waiting on the sidelines for the great honor for so very long. Whether they will be granted a seat in the Genesis Council will be decided on how well received our 3021st season is. You all know what that means. We'll have all the stops this season. No more of the usual slop. No more cutting corners. They've even paid for me, the great Udon. Smite the Great to host after a 37-season hiatus. Smite the Great. Smite the Great. Smite the Great. The roars of the crowd shook Gray's eardrums, his expression sinking as a new realization hit him. We're not going to wait. We're starting off with a bang. I told you the Munlay were pulling out all the stops, and I wasn't lying. This year we have. A drum roll that almost shook Gray off his feet echoed through the stadium. A cracked world. The crowd fell into a sweeping silence before they erupted again. Feet stomped their seats, and through the blaring lights, Gray managed to catch sight of something and duck as a bra twice the size of his body flew overhead. That's right, ladies and gentlemen. The Munlei have broken the embryonic shell of a world and released them into intergalactic stardom before their due time. We have only had such an event 3 times in 30-20 seasons, and this season will be the 4th. These unpredictable little nutcrackers will give us some much-needed entertainment as the games gear up. Will they crash and burn? Will they swim and flourish? Only time will tell. I do have some favorites, though. I'll have to let you in on some of my little secrets as time goes on. For now, let's begin. Welcome your contestants. The roar of the crowd shook the stadium again as Gray dropped back down through the floor. The clothes he had been wearing quickly ripped from him. Or, rather, they were almost ripped from him. Just like last time, one of the mechanical arms ran into the other, leaving him with no pants and a floral suit jacket with a puffy, fur-lined, pink collar. The mechanical arms scattered. Scan in progress. Please select your weapon. Gray hardly registered the words that floated in front of him. He was now sure. His life hadn't been repurposed, he had been sent back in time. Otherwise, why would all the introductions be the same? Why would the mechanical arms collide against each other at the same angles, flashing with the same sparks, leaving cuts in his clothing with the same jagged edges? But what good was another attempt when he had barely lived half a day on his first attempt? Scan in progress. Please select your weapon. The words flashed in front of Gray again as though refusing to be forgotten. A young man standing in a daze probably wasn't good television. Gray ran a hand through his hair, his palm coming back with thick beads of gel and a smell that he thought was good, but was a bit overwhelming. It was as close to an alien perfume as one could get, carrying a metallic edge to it that almost reminded him of blades and alcohol, with undertones of exotic fruit. Fuck me. Gray looked for a place to wipe his palm but could only settle on this damned floral suit. What do I do? What do I do? The room he was in was just a circular wall of white and silver, so narrow that if he stretched his arms out and tilted a bit, he could just barely touch the walls with the tips of his fingers. As for the weapons themselves, they were visible but they weren't tangible. Instead of summoning every weapon, probably as some sort of cost-cutting measure, the sponsors or the Munlei, as that floating dick referred to them as, formed projections of the available weapons instead. The longer he took, the more of them vanished. Weapon not selected. Please select your weapon. Gray cursed again, his hand phasing through the spear he tried to take. It was also the weapon he had first chosen before, too. He figured that since he only had experience shooting guns and not the bows and arrows in stock here, his best bet for keeping distance and protecting himself was a polearm weapon. But in about 3 or so hours from now, he'd find out that because he was still wearing this damned floral suit, well, at least the upper half of it, he didn't have the electronic nodes attached to his body that he needed to interact with the holographic weapons floating around him. Everyone was supposed to be given one of those sci-fi looking, skin-tight black suits with electrical circuits running through the fabric. Those circuits formed a connection with their nervous system, allowing their touch to transfer into the interface of the virtual world projected here. But because Gray's mechanical arms had malfunctioned and failed to disrobe and clothe him properly, he was completely out of luck. Without that suit, Gray was like a poor bastard trying to wake up his phone screen with thick gloves on. Nothing here could register his touch at all. And worst yet, in the outside world it was the same. He hadn't been able to accept loot boxes, interact with those floating information booths, or even enter the safe rooms. He couldn't even register himself at checkpoints. That only changed after he ran across a dead body. But that young girl's suit didn't fit more than a bit of his arm. And, because he had been forced to strip her just so he could finally give himself a small chance to live, Gray's fist clenched, his confused and dazed state becoming rage. Those bastards! He had always known that reality TV producers bent the truth, using editing and special effects to sway the audience toward tales that were probably more stirring and aggravating than what actually happened. But what they did to him, they painted him out as some sort of sick monster. Then the audience began to interact and vote, sending him into more and more dangerous situations until, a knife in the gut. Gray pressed a palm to his stomach, his jaw clenching so hard veins popped along it. Weapon not selected. Please select your weapon. Countdown starting. Time remaining. 00:00:00:29. Gray just stood there, not frantically swiping at weapons, not yelling to try and get those soulless producers to help him. Just standing there. He had already tried all of that. They wouldn't listen to him. It was useless. All he could feel was fury. But it was so all-consuming and flagrant that he couldn't even seem to think straight. Time is up. You have not chosen a weapon. Achievement unlocked. The idiot weaponless madman. Description. You've taken an unconventional, albeit foolish route. Not selecting a weapon is truly a feat of stupidity. Though maybe you were just in a daze. Oh well. Here's your reward. +1 strength. Error. The system tried to interface with Gray's body and failed. The world warped around him and Gray stumbled forward, catching himself before he collapsed. A new world appeared around him. One that buried him in some sort of underground cave with jagged gray walls and low ceilings. A cool humidity hung in the air, the mustiness overlaid by the stink of sweat. The sound of chattering teeth and an odd rubbing followed it. Gray forced himself to snap back to reality. Move! Guard! We have a problem. In a control room of floating screens, creatures of all shapes and sizes zipped around, trying to manage thousands of contestants at once. And this was just a single control room of tens of thousands more. An octopus creature with dozens of tentacles tapping at just as many screens at once was the one who roared out, one of its tentacles zooming in on a screen that reflected a young man in nothing but his boxers and a half-torn floral suit. Up above the control room, a man with deathly gray skin sat on what looked to be the true command center. He looked very human even with how sickly his skin was and the apparent baldness, except for the band cut out around his forehead, all the way to the back of his skull. This band of flesh revealed his brain beneath, making the top of his skull look like an afterthought he had capped on. His brain juices flowed without dripping, veins of silvery gray pulsing to the naked eye. If the Great Udon had been there to commentate, he would have certainly used this opportunity to warmly introduce this associate producer not just for his rank and importance, but also the fact he was of the sponsor's lineage. Associate Producer Guard was of the Munlay, as were every single ranked producer overseeing the 3021st season. I've already noticed. The cost to fix it wouldn't be worth it. Just let him die naturally. Gotcha. The octopus tentacle pressed on Gray's screen and minimized it to the size of the others, a violet and green fluorescent light pulsing beneath its slippery skin. The whole matter was little more than an afterthought to them. Gray went in the same direction he had gone in before. Pulling on his collar, he ripped at a small tear left by the mechanical arms and managed to yank the looping fur line from around his neck. He wrapped one end of the loop around his fist and mirrored it with the other end before reaching the end of a forked hallway and immediately turning left. The chittering of a small goblin reached Gray's ears, but he was already upon it before it could turn around to face him. He wrapped the fluorescent pink fur collar around the goblin's neck and slammed a foot into its back in one fluid movement. The goblin was driven into the ground as Gray's biceps flexed. Veins popped along his forearms and jaw until a sick cracking sound echoed out. Unwrapping his weapon from the goblin's neck, he kept it away from his nose, wanting nothing to do with the new juices that coated it now. He took a glance at the small wooden spear the goblin was holding and shook his head. Last time he had taken it, that thing lasted one battle. Not only was the workmanship so shoddy that a single attack at the wrong angle had snapped it in two, but the blade wasn't even all that sharp, and its length was so short it was more of a short spear than a real one. He was better off picking up a heavy rock and slamming it into his next enemy's skull than trying to use that spear. But the goblin village that was nearby might be helpful. If Gray remembered correctly, this series of tunnels forked a few times. There were probably 3 groups of enemies between here and there. In the distance from here, he could see a shimmering door not too far away. Last time he had gone to it, only to find that it was a safe room he couldn't enter. The other direction was the direction of the goblin village. It had taken him the entirety of the first 3 hours to clear that village despite it only having a dozen and a half or so of these weak little creatures. It was right after that he found the corpse of the young woman, and that was what led to the chaos that unfolded after. Hesitating for a moment, Gray chose to go toward the safe room one more time. Who knew, maybe he would get lucky and something had changed. It wasn't long before he stood in front of a steel-framed door. It didn't have a handle or any obvious way to open it up. But when Gray entered its proximity, a fluttering holographic signboard that read, "Safe Room," appeared above it. Gray reached forward, pushing at the door, but nothing budged or shook. It was the same as last time. The safe door didn't react to him at all. When he got here the first time, he naively thought he needed to reach some sort of threshold first. He had put everything into clearing the goblin village, hoping that would be the achievement he needed. The end result was as one might imagine. Gray took a step back and exhaled. All right, there was too much he didn't know. Why had he gone back in time? Was it because of a mechanism of this show? In that case, was he screwed no matter what? Or was it something else? He hadn't run into any special items on his first run. He had practically been barehanded the whole time. The fact he survived so long was already a miracle. But that meant it was all the more likely that this was a part of the show. Did these aliens have time machine technology? If that was the case, how could one even expect to fight back against these people? Gray clenched his fists. Fighting back and the unfairness of it all had driven him during his first go. But what good was his emotion when it had ended with a knife in his gut anyway? What good was fighting back when his enemies had godlike powers? Sometimes you've got to piss on your own grave, right, Gramps? Gray muttered the words to himself. It was his granddad's favorite saying. If the old man had been dragged into the same mess, Gray was sure he'd go out with his middle fingers to the sky. With a reach down, Gray pulled his boxer's leg to the side and whipped it out. Tilting his head back, he sighed and released a long, satisfying stream right onto the safe door. He wasn't much of a talker. Who gave a damn about metaphors? For all he knew, this was going to be the best fuck you he got, so he was taking it. Warning. Obscene gesture detected. This is your first warning. On the second, penalties will be applied. Gray laughed and then laughed some more. Go fuck yourselves. He wiggled his member about until he was nice and dry, slipped it back in, and then patted it for good measure. He held up his middle fingers to the empty air even as the sound of movement from a distance caught his attention. Gray turned his head to find a duo of goblins rushing him, their pockmarked tongues hanging from their mouths as they dashed low to the ground. One of them held a bone dagger in their hand, the other held a spear. He turned to face them. The stench of his piss somehow still far better than whatever foul fumes these little bastards were giving off. Gray grinned. Come on then, you little shits. He shot forward, his fur-lined collar already tightly wound over his fists. The distance closed fast, and just as they were about to clash, Gray leapt up, clearing them both in a single go. He dashed around the corner he had just come from, coming to a stop and waiting just 2 breaths before they raced around the corner toward him. He punted one right in the head, the force so hard its skull splattered against the opposite wall. The latter was forced to slow by its companion, and that was just enough for Gray to get his fur-lined collar around its neck. He tightened it, veins writhing beneath the back of his hands as he swung with all his might. The goblin slammed against the jagged point of a wall, its body crumbling like a bag of bones. Gray picked up the bone dagger, drawing it across the throats of both goblins for extra measure. The dagger was more difficult to use in battle than a spear, but because of its smaller size, its durability was more reliable. It dulled quickly, but it would be decent for a few fights. He weighed it in his right hand and then continued forward in the opposite direction of the safe room. He had taken 3 hours to clear the goblin village before. He wanted to see if he could make that faster. Slowing up a bit, he peeked around a corner and saw the village ahead. The ceilings in this network of tunnels were quite low. The start of the village area began to change that. The 2 goblins he had just killed were the first line of defense. They had probably heard his laughing and then come for him. But there were still 2 others ahead. The region around the corner started to open up a bit. The tunnels became wider and the ceilings started to slope upward. If Gray continued down this path here, he'd run into another set of guards. Then, further beyond them, there would be a final set who guarded a tall, wiry fence that screeched against the gray stone when it opened up. What was interesting about that foyer, though, was that there were 2 other entrances to it. Before, Gray hadn't known that. So when he fought the last set of guards the first time, they received reinforcements. He had been forced to run and play a game of cat and mouse that took up the large bulk of the time. These goblins were ugly, annoying, and smelly, but that was about it. Most had the strength of human children that were about 8 to 10 years old at most. So long as he didn't get surrounded or overwhelmed by their number, he could easily pick them off, even if they were in groups of 2. It was when their numbers were at 3 or more that he started to have problems. We're not doing that again. There's another path. First I'll deal with this first set of guards, then wrap around to deal with the others. Only then will I go for the gate. Gray got to work. He had spent hours running around these tunnels trying to preserve his life before. He was more than familiar with them, and goblins weren't exactly the sharpest tools in the shed. They couldn't have lived in complex tunnel networks to begin with. It didn't even take him half an hour before he was creeping toward the front door, eyeing the guards at the wiry gates. They were a bit better equipped than the other goblins, each one wearing a leather-fitted armor over their torsos. Though it was the sort of leather that was worn and wrinkled, like one you might find in the back seat of the minivan of a mom of 6 children. One of them had a pair of bone axes on his back, and the other held a similar pair in hand. The latter one was also a half-head taller than the other goblins Gray had come across until now, a long infected scar running from its left eye to the opposite side of its jaw. The first time Gray had killed these 2, it hadn't been like this, and certainly not in such an open space. He had managed to take them on one by one using hit-and-run tactics. This felt different and definitely more dangerous. His fur-lined collar was still in his hands, wrapped around both of his fists. But now he had one dagger in each hand as well. Going to have to be good enough. But let's see if they're as stupid as I think they are first. Gray punted a rock with his foot. About the only thing he was supposed to be wearing right now that he actually had were his shoes, a pair of streamlined, sleek black soles and fabric that perfectly wrapped around his toes and ankles. They didn't exactly have shocking defenses or anything, but they were about as good as any steel-toed boots Gray had come across back on Earth. He imagined the rest of the fabric had defenses about as good, a realization that had only made him more pissed back then. But what good was it to keep harping on it? The rock rebounded hard and heavy across an opposite tunnel, and both goblins immediately looked over. Gray watched as their expressions changed, and then they looked toward one another. They began to chirp as though they were deciding something, and to Gray's amusement, they did as he hoped and separated, the larger of the 2 bouncing his shoulders and flexing his wrists as he rushed over. Gray silently watched him vanish, and the instant he couldn't catch sight of the larger goblin anymore, he dashed forward. Time was of the essence because these little bastards loved making a ridiculous amount of noise. The goblin was so distracted that it didn't even notice Gray until he was within 3 meters. Its head snapped toward him and it reached for the double axes on its back. Thinking quick, Gray threw one of his daggers at it. It flew end over end, its pommel driving right into the forehead of the green little beast. They make it look so easy in the movies, Gray cursed, but he didn't stop. His dagger might have failed to land blade first, but the goblin hadn't known that would happen. Its immediate reaction was to try and fail to dodge, giving Gray just enough time to leap forward and punt the goblin's jaw into orbit. The green beast was taken off its feet a few inches before collapsing to the ground, where it never got a chance to stand back up. Gray's second dagger drove down from above and right through its neck. Without missing a beat, he turned it over and replaced his daggers with the 2 axes, standing quickly to face the larger goblin that was already on its way back. Gray sank into a low stance as the large goblin charged him. He knew from experience that this goblin was a lot stronger than the others, but not by an unmanageable amount. Caution was the name of the game, but he couldn't lose his aggression. And he would have to finish this before the ones left on the inside realized what was happening. The last of the distance was closed, and the large goblin raised one of its axes, cutting down hard and fast. Gray chose to dodge out of the way instead of meeting it head-on, tracking it with a movement of his eyes, already long ready for the swing of the second. That unsurprisingly came, slashing toward him with just as much ferocity. The sound of the wind being split ground into his ears with a harsh whistle, enough to make one's body chill. However, Gray's first dodge had been to the goblin's outside shoulder. His grandfather's survival tips weren't the only things ground into him, but he had spent his fair share of time on a rugby field and in dingy mixed martial arts gyms. He didn't lack aggression, and his feel for catching opponents off balance was uncanny. It was the reason he had survived so long the first time at such a disadvantage. And it would be the reason he took this overgrown goblin's head. Gray took a step back, and the large goblin overswung, its arms crossing as it tried to catch him with the blade of its axe. To its credit, it was already recovering quickly. Unfortunately for it, while it was taller than most goblins, it still barely reached Gray's chest. The reach advantage was egregious. Gray slashed down with his new axe, focusing all the strength he had into the single blow. It was either he take an arm or he smash a hole through the floor. He couldn't see his own face right now, but his cheeks tore with a wild grin, his deep brown eyes flashing with menace. Gee! The large goblin tried to roll away, but it was a fraction too slow, a large gash gushing from its tricep. It bore down to its bone, chipping into it. Bang! Gray's axe slammed into the ground, the reverberating impact nearly breaking his wrist. But from his expression, one would have never guessed that he was in any pain at all. He let the axe go, letting it rebound into the air as he cornered the wounded goblin. As far as he was concerned, they had both lost a weapon. The large goblin screeched, one of its arms hanging limply to its side. It weakly loosened its grip on its axe, one of them falling to the ground along with a stream of dripping blood. Gray slowly circled it, his body still low to the ground. His knees were crouched, his quads bulging with reserved power. Just as the large goblin was lulled into a slow cadence, Gray rapidly shifted to one side, the explosive lateral movement leading him to the large goblin's wounded side. The latter scrambled, trying to protect itself with its one remaining good arm, but Gray closed in the distance on its weak side. Just when it seemed he would hyperfocus on one half of the goblin, the fur-lined collar that linked his hands took center stage. He leapt back, tracking the arc of the large goblin's axe and trapping it within the loop. He pulled back, yanking the goblin off its feet and grabbing control of the axe with his hands. Gray didn't hesitate to let go of his own weapon, choosing firm control over the goblin's instead as he drove a knee right into the creature's nuts. The large goblin yelped and screeched even more than when its arm had been gashed, but Gray didn't show the slightest hint of mercy. The moment he felt its grip on its weapon loosen, he took full control of it. Raising it high above his head, he swung down with all his might, holding the axe with both arms. Poochie! The creature felt two pains in quick succession, each one blended into a single death. First, the back of its head rebounded against the ground, and then came the blade from above, splitting its skull in two. Bang! Gray swung so hard he cut into the ground again, the reverberating impact causing him to stumble back. Blood gushed and coated his face and his fur-lined collar, his heaving breath echoing in the undertones of the noise. Come on! Gray roared, his blood pumping through his veins. He exhaled a heavy breath and looked toward the wiry gate. It was formed of crisscrossing barbed wire and rusted steel. It had definitely seen better days, or maybe not, considering its likely crafters. The barbed wire was so thickly packed that it looked like someone was trying to recreate steel wool on a large scale. It made it impossible to see what was happening on the inside. But Gray already knew what to find. He had killed 9 goblins until now. The one he had fought was already the strongest one. That gate didn't have anything behind it but women and children. They also numbered 9 total. The trouble was that they had smoke bombs and 3 actual bombs. He was also fairly sure there were other traps. Luckily for Gray, he had thought the smoke bombs they threw the first time were the actual bombs, so he had run away with all his might. By the time they realized they had made a mistake and threw the actual bombs, he was too far away for it to affect him. And, because of the way they threw them, they ruined their other traps. They really weren't the sharpest tools in the shed. However, now Gray had an extra advantage. He knew how long it took for the smoke bombs and real bombs to blow, and he knew what they looked like. Reaching forward, he swung the gates open, their violent screeching making his skin crawl. All hell broke loose. The screeching of the wiry gates hardly kept up with the screeching of the female goblins. Gray had hardly opened the gates when the first smoke bomb was launched at him. He ducked and let it roll overhead, surging into the encampment, if it could be called that. The location was dingy and broken, a series of crate boxes and dilapidated tents forming the entire village. Calling it an encampment was probably still more accurate than calling it a village, though. This place looked exactly like how Gray thought a defensive line back in World War I might have looked. Definitely a smoke bomb. The smoke bombs were black and circular, looking as though they had been welded together with curved metal pieces by the worst welder in the history of welding. The actual bombs were easy to make out because they were pipe bombs shaped into cylinders. Even if they were moving through the air much faster, Gray would still be able to tell, let alone the fact they were thrown with the speed of the average child. Gray held an axe in one hand, catching the smoke bomb with the other. He was about to chuck it when he thought of something. If he recalled correctly, these smoke bombs always exploded the moment they hit the ground. It was the pipe bombs that were on a timer, meaning if he caught them softly enough. Gray charged, placing the smoke bomb down on a crate he passed by and grinning when it didn't explode. The female goblins screeched, realizing things weren't working after he caught a second one with the same ease. Here it comes. A pipe bomb was launched through the air, and Gray's heart basically pumped out of his chest. He was a madman. Yes, the fuck I am. He had already died once. Who gave a damn? He jumped into the air, catching the pipe bomb out of the skies. He landed on the ground. 1 Mississippi. 2. Gray took a heavy step forward and launched it, his arm whipping through the air. The pipe bomb soared. Boom! A wall of hot air slapped against him as he covered his face with his arms. Boom! Boom! Another set of 2 explosions went off, a chain reaction larger than Gray was expecting hitting him in waves. Damn it! Gray was rocked off his feet and he went flying backward. He hit the ground hard, coughing between his groans. It seemed he hadn't taken everything into account after all. Luckily, he hadn't been hit with any shrapnel, but a dense wave of smoke was wafting out. That wasn't just the residue from the bombs, but the chain reaction of the smoke bombs as well. He clicked his tongue. Those could have been useful. Maybe the one I set aside survived? He didn't move, lying on the ground right there and lifting his axe up. Fuck you. Did he know who he was cursing? Nope. Did it matter? Also nope. Come on. Get up. Gray pushed himself up, ignoring his scrapes and bruises as he pushed through the sea of smoke. He couldn't see much even when he squinted. One smoke bomb hadn't been all that bad, but so many layered made it hard to see, and especially hard to breathe. He covered his mouth with his floral suit, wading through the mess. I think I missed it. Either that or it's gone. He had been looking for the smoke bomb he left behind. Could come in handy in the future, but maybe the wave of air knocked it off the crate and triggered it. Gray realized he had indeed walked too far. He was going to go back and check when he paused. At the end here there was a door. The encampment was basically a large domed location of the underground cave system. There was one entrance and that was the wiry gate. But at the other end, there was a large wooden door. Back during his first go he had, of course, noticed this door, but he hadn't been able to open it. Plus, he was eager to use the safe room. After hours of running around and escaping for his life, he was as tired as could be. He was hoping that clearing this goblin encampment would have been enough to get the safe room to acknowledge him. When he returned, though, he found the corpse of that girl. Then he got the idea to try and use her suit to see if the safe room would acknowledge him with it. Unfortunately, the suit didn't fit him, so it didn't work properly. Some functions he hadn't had before opened up, but most of them were still inaccessible. By the time he returned here, the doors had been opened, and there was nothing inside but a path to another space through what looked like an altar. He had assumed that this was because he finally had a piece of an interface suit he could use. But now he wasn't so sure. As for the reason why, that was because the explosion just now had blown a crack into the doors. To the credit of these large wooden double doors, they still stood tall. but a piece of them had been blown in just enough that a sliver of a crack allowed Gray to see beyond it. There was another goblin. It stood there as though a computer in sleep mode, its head lowered. Its hands rested on a large rusted blade, its breathing even. Gray's eyes sharpened as he began to piece something together. The girl. This boss goblin. I see. There must have been someone else or another group here. This group was probably responsible for that girl's death. And while he was running around dealing with all this, they were taking advantage from the back. But why was it that he hadn't run into any of them? The fucking safe room. Gray ground his teeth, but before he could make a decision about what to do, the shifting of something caught his attention. Someone's coming? Fuck. I can't see a damn thing. It's too dangerous, Fitz. Going in there's a death trap. You heard that explosion. There's no way anything survived that. A duo of young men looked out from around the corner of the wiry gate's doorway, trying to peek inside but seeing nothing but walls of smoke. Just behind them a young girl stood. She was probably no older than Gray himself, but she had a quiet disposition that made her seem even younger than she was. She didn't seem to want to interject, remaining silent even as Fitz started to strong-arm Ray into going forward. If we don't take risks, we're all going to die. You heard that floating head, we're in a game show right now. There's probably fan voting and sponsors involved. If we stay on the sidelines for everything, we're going to be left behind. We all saw those corpses. There are either other people here, or these goblins are fighting amongst themselves. Either way, if we wait too long, someone else might take the chance that should be ours. Ray grit his teeth. Let's do it. Fitz grinned. You go. I'll cover you from the back. Ray froze again. What? I'm the archer. How are you going to cover me if I'm the one who goes? And May here's just a girl. You can't expect her to go instead of you, right? The hesitation on Ray's face was palpable, but the mention of May seemed to have injected him with adrenaline. He couldn't refute any of Fitz's logic either, so it seemed he had no choice. Giving himself a slap on the face, he gripped his sword hard, regretting for the dozenth time this last hour alone that he had chosen a weapon so heavy. He had thought a greatsword was badass. Who wouldn't want a weapon 3/4 their own height? Unfortunately, his wrists and shoulders didn't agree, but it was all he had now. Ray began to make his way forward, holding his greatsword out, hoping it would skewer anything he came across long before it could take his head. On the other side of the smoke, Gray couldn't hear what was happening. The sound he heard was Ray's sword piercing one of the crates through, and, in his panic, causing even more noise trying to pull it out. What do I do? Gray frowned. The encampment was large, but the quality of the smoke bombs was poor. In another few minutes, even if the air wasn't completely clear, it would be possible to see well enough that there wouldn't be many places to hide. He had also seen a room like the one the goblin boss was hiding in before, so he knew that it was a valuable room. Defeating that goblin meant a lot of rewards and loot boxes. The trouble was that even if Gray did clear that room himself, he couldn't interface with any of the rewards that were given. At best, he'd be able to benefit from the armor and weapon the goblin was wielding. Unlike the shoddy weapons of the common mobs, the bosses had much better quality items. These starter bosses would have weapons about equal to that of the starter weapons given to the participants, and that was beneficial to Gray, who had obviously gotten nothing. But he could also receive a reward like that just for sitting on the sidelines and waiting for these people to tire themselves out. Should he, though? Killing these goblins was one thing. Killing fellow humans was another. Though it was true they had killed that girl, for all Gray knew, she had tried to stab one of them in the back first. It wasn't like an innocent face immediately meant you were innocent. Gray couldn't remember the last time he was so indecisive. Damn it. What if I'm stuck here if I'm the one to clear the boss room? When Gray stumbled onto this place before, it had opened up to a new, much larger area. There had been far more participants there. If this region was like a tutorial zone, the location on the other side was where the real game map opened up. But he had a feeling that if he made the choice to kill these people and then take their things, he might not ever be able to leave this tutorial zone. This is just fantastic. Realizing the real problem now, Gray knew it wasn't worth it to take aggressive action. He suppressed his annoyance and slowly made his way to one side, curving around the room in hopes of avoiding these people. Ray continued to walk forward slowly, the earlier panic having left his cheeks flushed with embarrassment. But it also helped him relax a bit. He had made so much noise, yet nothing had come to attack him. That probably meant that Fitz was right. That explosion probably took out everyone. He turned back to give Fitz a glance, only to notice that he couldn't make out Fitz at all. The latter had retreated the moment he heard the noise and was currently pressing a palm to his chest. Damn! That idiot! Fitz cursed beneath his breath before settling down. He realized the same thing Ray had and felt more confident walking forward. Gray came to a stop when he felt the opening of the gates, slipping outside. He exhaled a breath, thinking he was free and clear, when he suddenly froze. Slowly, he looked to the side to find a familiar young woman staring at him with both her palms clasped over her mouth. Gray could only watch in slow motion as the spear she held slowly fell to the ground. Inwardly, he groaned, but he was already running. The last time he had seen this girl, she had an arrow sticking out of her eye socket. He wanted absolutely nothing to do with that. A clang echoed through the silence, and both Ray and Fitz, who hadn't made it very far, looked back at the same time. Gray booked it, blitzing down the hallways. He took one turn after another until he came to a stop in a small nook, heaving for breath. He was very familiar with this nook. During his first run, he had noticed that the curve of the cave walls naturally concentrated sound toward his location. When he needed a rest, this was his go-to spot, and he could easily hear even the most minor of sounds coming his way. It also wasn't in the direct path of the safe room or the goblin encampment. He figured because he had spent so much time here the first time, that was the real reason he didn't run into the others. This sucks. Gray softly hit the back of his head against the walls, curling his body up as his breath came to a slow. The stench wafting from him hit him all at once. It wasn't his body, but rather the blood and various globs of goblin saliva he had ended up caking his fur-lined collar with. But as much as it sucked, he couldn't get rid of it. I guess the only thing to do now is just sit and wait. Stuck with his own thoughts, the adrenaline leaving his body in a steady tide, the weight of it all fell on him. The sound of something approaching made him perk up for a moment, but then the sound faded away and he was left alone once again. Gray closed his eyes. His breathing became rhythmic. Maybe it took a madman to sleep in a place like this, but he had already accepted the role. What happened? What happened? Ray rushed out to find Fitz and May standing near one another, but there wasn't any danger in sight. His heart was beating out of his chest and he seemed ready to skewer a rock if he had to. There was someone here. He left that way. May pointed. But I think. May blushed as though she didn't want to say the words. She already had to explain once that Gray looked like a pervert running around in feminine clothing and little more than his boxers. She didn't want to have to do it again. Luckily, Fitz interjected. There was someone else, but it was just one person, and he ran away. He's probably afraid of our numbers, so that's good. Ray frowned. Shouldn't we try to add him to the team? The more numbers, the better, right? The three of them hadn't come together in the first place. They had ended up meeting in the safe room and chose to form a team for safety and convenience. It made sense to add one more if it helped out. But Fitz shook his head. May said this guy was running around in his underwear. He's clearly got a few screws loose. There's nothing worse than a stupid teammate. We're better off without him. Oh look, the smoke's clearing. What did you find at the end? At the end? Ray's brows jumped as though he remembered his job. Right, there was a wooden door with a crack in it. There's this goblin in there that looks like it's sleeping on its feet. A goblin? Sleeping on its feet? Is it an encampment boss? The introduction in the safe room said we'd have to beat it to leave the tutorial. I think it should be. Ray nodded. Good chance. Looks like that madman dealt with the encampment for us. Now all we need to do is fight the boss and leave here. If we move fast, we can be among the first and get rewarded like the introduction mentioned. There was a reward for clearing the tutorial world faster than others. Fitz didn't know exactly how they were stacking up, But considering they had only just finished the introduction in the safe room, they had to be doing pretty good, right? The fact there were cracks in the boss door was another advantage. They could scan the landscape and make a plan before going in. This chance was practically served up on a silver platter for them. Let's do it. An eagerness flashed in Fitz's eyes. Gray opened his eyes. He hadn't gone to sleep, he only rested a bit. He didn't know if it was a trick of his mind, but he didn't feel the same fatigue now that he usually felt after a hard workout. Was it because it wasn't as hard as he thought? Or was it something else? Pushing himself up and out of the nook, he landed on the ground softly. Let's go see if they're done fighting the boss then. It was a bit depressing he couldn't take advantage of his own hard work, but he knew that he had made the smarter decision. Not only did they have the numbers advantage, and the archer he really didn't want to deal with, but they had those interface suits. He had almost forgotten, but after he failed to pick a weapon, that mechanical voice had tried to give him +1 to his strength. That ultimately failed, but that meant that the people around him were gaining boosts to their physical fitness that he wasn't. They would already be stronger than goblins at their baseline, and this would only make them even stronger. Don't let me catch a hold of you bastards. Gray gritted his teeth. If he ever laid hands on the engineer that put together the mechanical arms that were supposed to dress him, he'd make sure to give them the time of their lives. Well, damn. Gray's feet came to a stop as he turned a corner, his lip twitching. He was just about to walk down the corridor the safe room was in. From the nook, he had to go through here to make it back to the encampment and out of this tutorial zone. But he ended up seeing something he hadn't expected to see, though maybe he should have. A familiar young girl lay dead in front of the safe room, her body oozing with blood. The only difference was that the arrow had cut into her throat, snipping an artery before snapping against the ground. Different loop, same outcome. Gray didn't move for a long while. Honestly, he didn't feel much right now. He had been spammed with enough live death videos from his friends that witnessing it in real life for the first time didn't shake him maybe as much as it should have. Honestly, he hadn't really hesitated to kill his first goblin either. Though that might be easier to swallow since they weren't human. The real reason he wasn't moving was because he already knew he was screwed. There was no getting out of it. He needed her suit. Although it wouldn't allow him to enter the safe room or open loot boxes, the suit had helped him to do one very important thing. Register. Gray had to close his eyes just to keep calm thinking about it. Once you left this tutorial zone, you would enter the main map. This main map was actually just one iteration of thousands more, but for this beginning phase of the game, you would be stuck there. There was a ranking system formed of players who managed to leave the tutorial zone, and the first zone-wide event was making it to one of these markers and registering. Once that was completed, your name, level, and feats would all be synchronized with your zone. If you failed to successfully do this within the time given, you would be executed. Back then, Gray had really thought he was screwed. He had tried to use the girl's suit several times by that point, but failed every time. By some miracle, this one thing worked out for him. And honestly, he was skeptical about whether this was really a coincidence or not. But what choice did he have? Gray stepped forward, his expression hard to read as he unzipped the young woman's interface suit. He pulled her arms out, pulled it down beneath her waist, then down her legs. Standing to his full height, he didn't look back as he turned away, but something in his eyes was particularly stormy. He squeezed his hand and forearm into a sleeve, tossing his fur-lined collar to the side. Then he wrapped both leg sleeves around his other fist. Slipped into the back of his boxers was the head of a broken arrow. Finally, he gripped his two bone axes in hand. Associate Producer Guard Control Room. A familiar octopus creature fiddled with several screens at once. Suddenly remembering something, its bulbous eyes shifted, landing on Gray's screen and double-tapping at it. There was a flicker of what seemed to be confusion on its expression before its tentacle moved in a counterclockwise motion. The scenes rewound, jumping in 10-second increments at a time dozens of times in the span of a single second. Yet, the octopus creature seemed more than capable of keeping up with it all. It fell into its thoughts for a moment, then formed a long press. A sticky note option popped up, and it furiously wrote out a few comments. An animation played out and the sticky note formed into a virtual envelope. The octopus thought for a while again and then tapped at the screen. The envelope turned from white to yellow. But then after some more thought, it turned a more fluorescent shade. With one more tap, it turned into an even brighter shade on top of that. The octopus hesitated. This zone is a bit lax on characters. It tapped the envelope once more and the color shifted from yellow to a pale pink. Finally, it sent it out. Associate Producer Guard was quickly shifting through a large number of virtual envelopes, the vast majority of them white. Only a few were pale yellow. Just as he was about to click on one of them, a pale pink envelope shot up to the top. "Oh!" He clicked and several scenes passed by. After a while, he nodded. "Good. Cauldron, move forward with a villain plotline." "Understood. What should we do about the lack of Nexus suit?" "Lean into the pervert aspect. Stitch together something that makes it look like he prefers to wear less clothes or women's clothing." "No problem. Keep me informed on how it goes. If he survives the registration, we can put him up for a story credit." Cauldron the octopus creature smiled brightly. If he could get put in charge of a story credit, that would be huge for his career. An associate producer only had 3 to use per arc. They were invaluable. In a game show where there were billions of participants, there was only so much they could show on the screen, even if many of their viewers were godlike existences. A story credit was basically a producer's ticket to forcing one of their storylines to be one of the main storylines. The more viewers and money a story credit generated, the more an associate producer benefited. The runtime of the Genesis games was a huge part of the economy of countless galaxies. Having a popular story credit couldn't be snubbed. If Cauldron did well, he had a chance to be noted as one of the assistant producers. Maybe in a future season, he could become an associate producer himself. Suddenly, he was very interested in Gray's storyline. Gray stood in the middle of the goblin boss room. Up ahead, the floor had opened up to a set of stairs that led below. The room itself looked like it had been through a decent battle, but it didn't look as though they had struggled all that much. He took a step down and the world warped around him. When his vision cleared, he found himself in a bubble that floated through white space. He saw a sea of other bubbles around him. "Congratulations. You are the 113,472nd contestant to successfully make it beyond the tutorial zone. Last time I was in the tens of millions. Seems I was faster this time. Since they rank it like this, is there a reward for being higher ranked?" Gray shook his head. If he thought about it, it would just make him more angry. "You have been assigned to Zone 234. Gray's bubble popped and he appeared in a city square. All around him, confused people looked around. But unlike on the stage, these people were grouped together. Clearly, some of them were already familiar with one another. Many of these people caught Gray out of the crowd. He was the only one wearing a Nexus suit around his fists instead of on his body like he should have. Unfortunately, because so many people were looking at him, he didn't notice the shock that flashed in Fitz's eyes for a short moment before it vanished. As for Ray, who was still by the ladder's side, his gaze was too focused on the ground to notice anything at all. Breaking news. The moment Gray saw the flashing lights and billboard of words that appeared above his head, he turned tail and ran. Gray jumped a little, pushing out of the way of 2 men standing side by side. They shouted in rage, nearly falling to the ground because of his actions, but he didn't even look back as he ducked behind the first building he could. Speed, he needed more speed. And more importantly than that, he needed to get out of the line of sight of anyone present. Last time, he had idiotically stood right in the center as that message played. If not for the fact that most people were still adjusting to new life and were hesitant to kill fellow humans, especially with an audience, he would have lost his life 10 times over. Gray grit his teeth. "Don't let me catch you." At this point, rage was the only thing fueling his next step. Breaking news. In the city square, the words still floated above. While some were stunned by Gray's actions, they just thought him to be some sort of madman with a few screws loose. They were far more interested in paying attention to whatever this was than finding out about the state of a stranger. The sign broke apart and the floating head that was Great Udon appeared, a wide grin on his face. This was the first time the participants were seeing him without the obnoxious lighting and sensory overload, so they were only now getting a good look. And quite frankly, Great Udon, or Smite the Great as his loyal fans loved to call him, looked more like an animated mask than he did a living being. His skin had undertones of a thick, leathery, forest gray. Straight-line tattoos of gold formed a perfect symmetrical pattern that looked either like warrior's paint or some ancient runic symbols. Either way, when Gray saw the projection from over a building's rooftop, confusion colored his features. Last time, Great Udon hadn't appeared. First, they had explained the next round, and then they showed a compilation of great feats before ending with him. Gray could remember how his heart sank. They played the video of him stripping the clothes off of the young woman, stitching together clips like he had some sort of disrobing fetish. He hadn't even tried to explain. People were stupid even in times of peace, let alone when they were ripped out from their lives and thrust into a world that overturned everything they had once known. But this had a far more sinister feel to it. Great Udon's nickname pinged through his mind and Gray picked up the pace, running even faster. What he hadn't known was that this change was all his fault. There was only a single main host, so there were only so many places he could appear at once, and he was very selective. Before, Gray had taken much longer to clear the tutorial zone, so Great Udon had been busy with something else. Also, his storyline wasn't as important if he wasn't seen as decently strong in Great Udon's eyes, so the celebrity host never made the effort. Now, though, he made time. Great Udon sighed. Congratulations to those of you who have made it this far. I can tell you that you are among the top percentage of candidates. I am proud of you all, but with talent always comes the naked underbelly of the world, the cruel and savage, those that take advantage of the weak in their time of need. Today, I can tell you that the challenge set out before you is quite tough. You will need to leave the city and head out to find the unexplored shrines, lighting them up and officially registering. Only this way can you return to the city and not be eliminated by the fog of chaos. The shrines will be the central hubs of your next challenges, and the fog of chaos is, well, just assume it to be a fog of poison that will kill you on contact. None of you have the strength to resist it. However, matters of personal success and survival can only fuel you so much. Today, I have a truly tragic tale to bring you. One that pulls at my heartstrings and fills me with an undying fury all the same. Great Udon sighed, shaking his large floating head and looking to the side as a projection appeared. Images of a young girl shimmering into being. What the fuck? Gray cursed. He made the mistake of looking over his shoulder and nearly erupted. This was completely different from last time. That time they only showed stuff from the tutorial zone, but Great Udon had somehow gotten pictures from what looked like the young woman's social media. No, it was even worse than that. Some of the images looked like they weren't even personally recorded at all. Maybe he shouldn't even be surprised. If these people had time machines, who knew what they could do? Mommy, I want to be a ballerina when I grow up. Really, May? A kind older woman smiled, picking up a little girl in her arms. That's a nice dream. Yes, but I want to be a firefighter too. Is that okay? The older woman was stunned for a second and then laughed a genuine laugh. You want to do both? Yes. Why's that? I really want to help people. But I also like to dance. I can't decide. The older woman beamed as though the little girl in her arms was the proudest achievement in her life. Of course you can do both, May. You can do whatever you put your mind to. Mommy believes in you. The words "Mommy believes in you" echoed with a hollowness that pressed into the heart. Hearing the name May, whether it was Fitz or Ray, both of them were entirely frozen in place, their faces paling until they saw the clip that played next. This young woman entered these games so full of life and spirit. All she wanted to do was help people. But now, an arrow zipped through the air on the screen, slicing her throat. The one who fired it wasn't in the line of sight at all. But it then cut to Gray pulling her suit off of her and then trying to fit it onto himself. The Great Udon didn't say anything for a long while, letting the silence hang before his floating head began to vibrate. Fire spurted from his eyes and he roared in rage. He deserves death. There was a basal sort of violence in Great Udon's voice, as though a general standing leading the charge toward a sea of blood. Those that heard him felt their heart surge, their pores opening up and their sweat forming small beads that quickly evaporated into a steam. Every one of them thought that they were rightly outraged. Not a single one of them had noticed slight tweaks and electric pulses running through their Nexus suits. None except Gray. Gray cut through one building after another, catching odd glimpses of people or creatures, looking at him from within their stores. Their expressions were hard to read given the distance, but any oddities Gray picked up were quickly forgotten by the echo of Great Udon's voice. A gloominess radiated from his eyes. He honestly couldn't remember a point in his life where he had ever been so frustrated. Everything in this world was designed to piss him off. A jolt ran through Gray's hand, and then retreated. It pulsed again, and it somewhat reminded Gray of watching a cat try to squeeze through a small space. The pulses kept trying, but it wasn't quite compatible with his body. No, it's just not quite lining up properly. Gray shifted the position of the black sleeve over his arm just as it pulsed again. Not quite. One more time. He shifted again. Then came the pulse. This time, a connection formed and Gray felt his heart rate accelerate. He began to sweat more profusely, and the anger he felt from earlier nearly came out in a shout. However, when he pumped his arms to take another stride, that feeling vanished as the fabric shifted out of the perfect alignment. A realization hit Gray. Those fucking bastards. They were using the Nexus suits to control emotions too? Gray skidded to a stop as he hit a dead end. Fuck! He turned back and ran the other way, then took another turn and a gate appeared before him. Gray hit his full stride, bursting out into a full-on sprint. There were a pair of guards at the door, dressed in plate armor and wielding spears with blade heads larger than even the heads of the knights that wielded them. They shifted in their positions and looked toward the running Gray as though NPCs in perfect sync with one another. A bad feeling shot through Gray like a bolt of lightning and he pumped his arms faster, sprinting with everything he had. His form broke down, his legs overextending themselves as his arms flung wildly to the side. But it practically felt like he was stuck in a running loop, swimming through a quagmire in the depths of his dreams. The gate doors began to slowly close and Gray couldn't even believe what he was seeing. He wasn't going to make it. The distance was too far. There was just no way. Boom! The heavy doors came to a close and Gray slammed into them several seconds later. He wasn't even close. His fists pounded against the walls, but it didn't even begin to budge. Each door must have weighed several tons. Gray leapt back, his head looking from side to side. The knights were still staring at him, but it was like they didn't care enough to make a personal move at all. Or maybe they felt it was unnecessary. Not having the time to care about them either, Gray's line of sight finally landed on an outpost. There had to be some sort of hidden mechanism room that controlled the gates opening and closing, right? There. He sprinted to the side, practically brushing shoulders with one of the knights. He found a hidden doorway and grabbed the knob with both hands, yanking hard. It didn't budge either. Not like this, damn it! Gray roared in his mind, but his face had an expression of deathly cold on it. He was absolutely furious and he was channeling it into whatever he could think of. But internally, a clock was ticking away, and every second he wasted, every heavy breath he heaved out, he felt like he had less and less of those remaining. Fuck! Cauldron chucked his headset against a wall. He had forgotten about that mechanism. What a waste. The Great Udon was the perfect host for a show like this. The race he hailed from had very few members remaining, but their special quirks and abilities, well, it could safely be said that there was no better host for the Genesis games. The problem was that he was too self-important and almost always stepped over the line. There was a reason he hadn't been invited to host in so long, and that certainly wasn't because his fee was so extravagant. He brought in so many fans that money could be easily recouped. This time, while it wasn't entirely Great Udon's fault, it might as well have been. Now Cauldron's chances of overseeing a main storyline were being pissed away right in front of him. Zone 234 City. A young man held up a spear that radiated a white gold light. Around his neck, a chain and amulet danced, flooding outward. Joaquin, is this really the best use of that item? It was so valuable. A much smaller young man tried to speak, but Joaquin's glance made him shut up completely. Joaquin led what was little more than an enraged mob toward a gray, who was just standing in the middle of the cobblestone road. The latter held 2 axes in his hands, a line of black fabric connecting his 2 hands. Gray's gaze was focused to the ground, the only real sign other than the fact he was standing that he was even alive being his heavy breath. Even now, he hadn't quite caught it. To the very end, he had tried to find a way, even climbing the walls, but in the end it all ended in failure. Near the back of the mob, Fitz and Ray followed, the latter with his eyes avoiding all eye contact, and the former blending into the crowd with a feigned fury on his expression. That girl didn't deserve what you did to her. Joaquin spoke in a low voice and Gray finally looked up. Shut the hell up. Gray moved, erupting like a man with not a single thing to lose. What did it feel like to fight against a sea of enemies? Gray hadn't known before either. They made it look so valiant in the movies. The hero would take down one enemy after another, and then suffer an arrow from afar. He would grit his teeth, ripping it out and growling at his enemies as he took down more. He'd suffer more and more wounds until he had sweat too much, bled too much, given too much, and then the light in his eyes would dim. Maybe he'd have one more burst left in him. Or maybe he would die right there, standing on his feet, dozens of arrows in his body and not a single scar on his back. In real life, it wasn't like that at all. Even when you were fighting people who weren't all that familiar with battle, it seemed, you'd first run into a wall of lined spears. You'd try to make a path through, but these people weren't extras on a movie set. They were enraged bastards who wanted to protect their own lives too. They would push back and you'd find yourself skewered through from 6 sides at once. What was left of your inner organs becoming a lumpy smoothie even the most ardent of kale-loving stay-at-home moms wouldn't be able to stomach. It was also very heroic, indeed. Well, at least I still have my impeccable sense of humor. Gray thought to himself as 6 spears stuck out from his body, the light in his eyes slowly starting to dim. In those last moments, though, he heard the distinct sound of footsteps. Then he barely caught sight of them. His head was ripped up and he saw the face of a handsome young man he didn't recognize. He had olive skin and dirty blonde hair that made him look like some sort of Roman demigod. But that wasn't what annoyed Gray. It was that self-righteous look, the sort politicians that would stop at the municipal level had. All that ambition, and yet lacking the skill or structure to get to the next level. A little intelligent but not enough. A little skilled but too arrogant to maximize it. He had seen too many of these people. That girl didn't deserve what you did to her. Joaquin repeated. I may have used my reward as the first to arrive in the city, but it was well worth it to deal with a scumbag like you. Gray didn't even have the strength to keep his head up. Even his body was being supported by the weapons running through him. But luckily for him, Joaquin was doing the heavy lifting. With the last bit of energy he had, Gray spit, a gob of blood and loogie landing smack dab in the middle of Joaquin's nose. For a moment there was silence. Joaquin didn't react violently, he hardly seemed to react at all. He stared into Gray's dimming eyes and then raised his white gold spear. It was the last thing Gray saw. You have died. Better luck next time. Oh wait, there won't be a next time. Toodaloo. Gray shot up, his eyes opening wide. He breathed heavily, pressing a palm to his chest, and then quickly to his neck. What the hell, F you? Ow! His eyes suddenly opened wide, the déjà vu hitting him even fiercer than the first time. Everything felt like it was happening in a wild blur, and then he was suddenly standing in a familiar tunnel once again. Gray stared ahead blankly, a subtle wind brushing against the fur-lined collar and tickling his jaw and cheek. The sensation woke him up just the slightest bit and he snapped out of his daze. What is going on? Did they send him back in time again? But why? Something wasn't adding up. If they just wanted to repurpose him as an extra, why did they keep putting him into the same storyline? And why would they try and kill him off so easily? This time, he had died even faster than the first time because the gates closed. Last time that hadn't happened. Whoever that pompous bastard was who killed him seemed to have implied that it was because of a treasure of his. Something he got for being the first to arrive at the city? Did that treasure allow him to control the guards or something? Why would you give something so broken to a contestant? Gray couldn't let something like that end up in someone else's hands. But how would he clear this place fast enough so that didn't happen? What am I doing? Gray paused, shaking his head and sighing. He was already thinking about how to play the game better, but should he? He felt like he was trapped on a hamster wheel. Gray closed his eyes. You're not gonna quit after just 2 times, right? He clenched his fists so hard he nearly drew blood. Taking deep breaths, he slowly settled himself down until he came to a conclusion. Keep going. No matter what, keep going. Sometimes you just have to piss on your own grave. Gray turned around. Rather than coming the same way he had come before, he rounded the back, finding a familiar nook and then sitting in it. He waited, his ears twitching continuously as he tried to pay attention to every little sound. Slowly, he peeled his fur-lined collar off, wrapping it around his wrists. Then he heard it. Footsteps. They were incredibly soft, and they didn't come with the same chittering that would have come from the goblins. Gray crouched on his toes. The nook was open and wasn't very large. If the one approaching took a wide enough angle, they'd be able to see him from at least 2 or 3 meters away, so he had to be ready. He pressed his back toward the direction they were coming, counting the steps silently in his head. Bang! Gray shot out the moment he saw a shadow, his fist colliding against the head of a man. Ray wasn't expecting something like this at all. His sword was long and heavy. Pointed out in front of him, he didn't have the space or momentum to swing it toward Gray. His head was spinning by the time he hit the floor, but Gray's fists just kept coming. There was no attempt to take Ray's weapon at all. Instead, Gray wailed on him from above, no amount of blood that coated his fists or face seemingly capable of making him stop. Every ounce of rage and frustration flooded downward. Gray didn't even notice when Ray stopped moving. It was only when his breath became a hollow, harsh wind, blowing practically like a jet engine in the echo-focused tunnels, that he snapped himself awake. Ray's face was a mess. Whatever distinct features he had once had were left in a pool of flesh, blood, and bone, nearly flattened into a pancake of gore. Maybe Gray should have felt horrified by what he had done, but his eyes had a lifeless carelessness to them that reflected the sight of a man who had already faced death twice. He couldn't seem to find the guilt within him. He stood to his feet, taking the longsword, felt very heavy on his wrist, lacking any sort of agility at all. But somehow it still felt lighter than he thought it would or should. He pierced it to the ground by the side and unzipped Ray's Nexus suit, slipping it onto his wrist. Gray stood at around 6 feet 2 inches. Ray was probably closer to average height, being around 5 feet 9 inches to 5 feet 10 inches or so. Gray's forearms also seemed to be much beefier than Ray's as well, probably from a lifetime of helping his grandfather out on the range. Even so, it all fit much better than May's had. So he could only hope that that would make things easier on him with the safe room as well. Without much hesitation, he abandoned the fur-lined collar. The Nexus suits were much sturdier and much longer. They were the superior control option. Quickly, he headed down the tunnel, not looking back a single time. He slipped toward the direction he had come from and found a familiar fork in the road. To his surprise, the goblin he usually killed here had an arrow stuck in its gut. It seemed that Fitz had come right through here already. Gray turned toward the safe room and hurried over to it. He touched the door, hoping that something would click. But another fail. He grit his teeth. He really didn't know what was wrong. This one fit much better than the last. Though he hadn't even tried to slip the entire thing on, it fit enough of his forearm that some of those nodes should be firing. Wait, those nodes? Why did I have that thought just now? That was when Gray remembered that back when Grey Dudon was manipulating emotions through the Nexus suit, he had managed to arrange May's suit just perfectly enough that he felt the electrical signals influence him. Gray tried putting his hand on the safe room door again. He closed his eyes, really trying to feel the pulses out. Why the hell can't I feel anything? Bang! He slammed his fist against the door, but the moment he did, a ripple slammed back. His arm whipped in the opposite direction, and his shoulder was nearly torn out from its socket. Warning. Any attempt to destroy Genesis game property will be met with punishment. This is your first warning. On the second, penalties will be applied. Gray winced. He definitely felt like he tore something just now, and he didn't even know what to take his frustration out on. He had just killed a man, and it hardly dimmed the fire in him at all. Deep inside, he knew the answer. There was only one way for him to be satisfied, and killing random bastards, even if they had been partially responsible for the death of an innocent woman, wasn't going to satisfy him at all. Only one way. Gray was about to move when he heard the sound of footsteps. He turned to find a young woman frozen as she walked around a corner. She seemed shaken. She hugged her spear to her body as though it would warm her up, but the tip still glistening with blood wasn't doing her any favors. May. Fitz had likely gotten to the safe room first. May was the second. Ray would have been the third if he didn't get killed by Gray, that is. Please don't hurt me. Her voice was barely a whisper. Gray didn't even have the capacity to comfort her. Open the door, he said bluntly. Open the door? May seemed to have tensed her entire body to not take a step back. She didn't want to offend Gray at all. She had no idea who he was. But his face was covered in blood, and he wore nothing but a pair of boxers and a floral suit that seemed to be missing something. Gray pointed his sword to the safe room door. Hurry up. May jumped and then hurried over with shaky steps. Or maybe she thought she was hurrying. In reality, it was taking every ounce of Gray's own patience to not drag her over. Eventually, she made it to the door and pressed a palm to it. There was a glow and then she vanished. Figures. Gray didn't even get a chance to slip in after her. The door itself didn't even open, it just directly teleported her in. Fucking alien technology. The chittering of goblins swarmed toward Gray. He took a breath, closed his eyes, and then opened them again. If they were going to give him a million chances, he swore that even if it took until the 1,000,001st, he would make them pay. Gray roared and swung the sword wildly, swinging it out with a violence that came from the very depths of his soul. The goblins were torn in two, their shoddy spears splintering and their bodies being severed at the waist. He swung so hard the blade clanged against the cave wall, nearly breaking his wrist on impact. The twang of pain from his shoulder was far worse, though. It felt like little by little they were eating away at pieces of him. Gray unzipped his pants and pissed over the goblin corpses, emptying his bladder out right in the middle of the hallway. Warning. Obscene gesture detected. This is your first warning. On the second, penalties will be applied. Come on, you overgrown piece of shit, Gray growled between his teeth. He held the long sword with both hands, circling a familiar large goblin with slow steps. Not too far away, the second of the two goblin guards was gurgling up its own blood, slowly dying on the ground. It had almost dodged Gray's attack earlier, but almost wasn't enough. The large goblin suddenly lunged, and Gray reacted swiftly, raising his long sword and cutting down. Crossing its twin axes above its head, the large goblin met the attack head-on, sparks flying as it rushed to close the distance. Shit! Gray hadn't run into any goblins strong enough to do that. But by this point, his shoulder was being more than just a small nagging problem, and he was tired from swinging this thing around everywhere. The power he had used just now was probably not as much as usual. The large goblin quickly closed the distance. Gray suddenly kicked out, but the large goblin was ready. A pulsing light Gray had never seen came from its leather armor, and Gray's heel felt like it was slamming against a steel wall. If not for the feat of the Nexus suit on his soul, he might have even broken his ankle. He stumbled back, losing his balance. The action weakened his downward pressure, and suddenly the large goblin was free to release one of its axes, swinging down at Gray's leg. There's no way. Not like this. How ironic. He had made it the furthest in his first life. He got 2 more chances after that and somehow managed to perform worse every time. No! Gray didn't make a sound, but it practically felt to him like his heart was growling. He let go of his long sword entirely. That weapon wasn't doing anything but getting in his way. His arms unfurled and Ray's Nexus suit flashed, expanding. Chi! The blade of the axe cut into it first and then slammed against the side of Gray's thigh. Pain was little more than a tonic to Gray. It flooded his veins, and his brown eyes practically glowed in response. With the buffer of the Nexus suit between the axe and his leg, his flesh didn't suffer more than a shallow cut. He caught the blunt end of the axe in a palm, yanking it forward. The large goblin had been about to swing its second axe, but now it was suddenly lifted off its feet, its balance thrown completely off. It was turned to the side and crashed along the ground, skidding to a stop quickly as it tried to hop back up to its feet. But that was when it found a wall of black headed right for its face. The Nexus suit. Gray had given up on it, throwing it at the large goblin's face for cover. The large goblin quickly smacked it to the side with one of its axes, only to find the glittering tip of a long sword thrusting right at it. It tried to block, but sprawled onto the ground. It didn't have the leverage to use its second axe. It tried to use the first, but as large as it was for a goblin, how could it block an attack Gray had put his full body weight behind? Gray roared, thrusting with all his might. It almost looked to an outside observer like he was falling forward, and that was exactly what he was doing. All or nothing. He bet everything he had on this attack. Poochie. The long sword broke through the large goblin's block. So much power charged behind it that it hardly diverted at all, running right through the center of its chest. Gray stumbled back, huffing for breath. "Come on!" he roared, clenching his fists. Sweat beaded down his face, hardly distinguishable from his blood. It matted his hair much the same, but this time he didn't take a break, looking toward the wiry gates. He had more to do. Boom! Gray dove for cover, the clanging of the wiry gates nearly clipping him on the way out. He rolled to disperse the impact, having long abandoned the longsword before he rushed in. Gasping for breath, he ground to a stop. He looked up at the ceiling, an odd light in his eyes. "Get up. We don't have time." He rolled to his side, then up to his feet. Blood leaked from his arm, tears and rips all too obvious through his floral suit. Somehow, he had ended up more injured this time than the first, despite having a real weapon for once. Well, he knew the reason. That long sword sucked. It was unwieldy, heavy, and hard to control. He didn't have any skill with it, so he had suffered more than once whenever he failed to kill with a single strike. He didn't even consider taking it into the boss room, choosing to steal the double axes of the large goblin instead. But when Gray finally got to the door, he stared blankly at it. This time, he had aimed for the door on purpose, hoping that the blast would be more concentrated and open the door enough that he could slide through a crack or something. But the door was perfectly smooth. There wasn't even a hairline crack on it, let alone the crack that had been there before. What the hell? He had been so sure. But this didn't make any sense at all. Before, the blast had been scattered and unconcentrated. How could that blast cause a crack? But this one not even leave a dent. No, this doesn't make any sense. Something is wrong. No, there has to be either a specific vulnerability in the door, or there's something in here that was able to harm the door. Gray turned around. Looking for a vulnerability in the door wouldn't get him anywhere. If there was one, it was small, and he wouldn't find it by running his fingers over the wood like an idiot. But if there was an object that had been sent flying during the last explosion that was capable of causing that damage, it would be somewhere in this room. It has to be near here, probably. Where did I throw it the first time? Closer to here? Fuck. But I threw it further back this time, so it might have gotten blasted nearer the gate in the opposite direction. Gray knew that he was on a time crunch, so he was trying to narrow down the search. Any moment now, that archer could show up here, and clearly he wasn't shy about killing people. The encampment wasn't exactly huge, but there was debris, rubble, and what remained of the goblins everywhere. It wasn't exactly the easiest place to search, especially when it was for something he had already missed twice already. The blast had managed to rock even Gray off his feet. He probably weighed nearing 200 pounds due to his height and muscle density. But if the object wasn't obvious, it probably wasn't all that large. He was probably looking for something relatively small and quite dense. But he wasn't sure. If all it took was something dense and heavy to crack the door, then why wouldn't an explosion do anything to it? As much as it made sense for what he was looking for to be small and dense, It might very well be as light as a feather but have some sort of special property that could ignore the defenses of the door. Anything was possible. These people could send him back in time. Who was to say where their technological limits lay? Gray knocked over crates and rummaged around with his hands and feet alike. Visibility still wasn't all that high due to the smoke bomb, but an unintended consequence of her sending the bomb sailing much further this time was that the blast had blown the smoke away and out of the gates. Right about now, the tunnels were being flooded with quickly diluting smoke. If he was lucky, that might delay Fitz. Gray came to a stop at the center of the encampment. He ran his hand through his hair out of habit, cursing when a familiar annoying fragrance and gel coated his hand. He wiped it away on Ray's Nexus suit, or rather, he tried to. The material was odd. Though it didn't feel slippery to the touch, it was very dust and stain resistant. The gel seemed more interested in staying on his palm than it did transferring over to the suit. Gray ended up wiping it on his floral suit instead, but it wasn't exactly the best napkin either, made of a silk-like material. The small actions were starting to build up an annoyance in his heart that nearly sent him over the edge. He took a deep breath and exhaled. He wasn't even sure if any of what he was looking for was actually here or not. He was just speculating. For all he knew, it was a fluke that caused the door to crack the first time. Come on. We're running out of time. Gray slipped Ray's suit sleeve back over his hand, tightening it around his wrist. As he made a move to wrap it around his other fist and maybe prepare for another round of battle, he felt a weird tingling in his first arm. At first, he thought the problem with his shoulder was starting to show up downstream, but the sensation didn't feel like pain. While it did feel like it was firing from his nerves, it felt like it had a different source. An external one. What is that? Gray ripped the suit off as he felt a sudden jolt of pain. But before he could think about why this was happening, his eyes widened as he focused on something. His wrist and a bit of his forearm were covered in the gel from his hair. Because of the material of his suit, he hadn't been able to wipe all of it off. So when he slipped the sleeve of the suit back over his hand, the inside mesh had pushed some of the gel back and over his skin. The gel! Gray had once gone to a doctor's appointment with his grandfather. The old man had needed an ultrasound to check up on his health, and before it began, the nurse had squeezed out a nice glob of gel onto the old man's belly before rubbing it in with the instrument's tip. From his understanding, that gel was used to make sure the sound waves were traveling well between the instrument and the body. Was something similar happening here? Did the gel help the Nexus suit not need to line up with nodes as perfectly as they would normally have to? But it felt so painful just now. Gray felt like had he not quickly ripped it off, he would have suffered severe burns. There was no way it was supposed to feel like that, right? Gray looked toward the boss door and then rushed toward it. He dropped the axes he had stolen from the dead large goblin, slid a hand through his hair, and then slipped the arm of the suit back on. The moment he felt the first tingle, he pressed a hand to the door. Nothing happened. Gray took a deep breath, being forced to regulate his emotions again. But then, click. Gray felt a surge through his arm and he screamed. It felt like an electrical fire had ravaged his arm. He collapsed to a knee, his eyes blazing with pulsing veins. The smell of sizzling, burning flesh reached his nose, his skin looking as though bolts of lightning were crawling beneath its surface. Jagged lines of scorched flesh tore a path upward, reaching up his neck and across his chest before he barely managed to rip the Nexus suit off once again. Boss battle. Gray Temult vs. Last Goblin Swordsman. Description: the last Goblin Swordsman carries the forgotten pride of a fallen race. Once an honored being with royal blood running through their veins and the flames of warlords rampaging in their hearts, the goblins have fallen far. No longer are they seen as generals, but are instead savages and barbarians. Only the last Goblin Swordsman remembers. Congratulations, Genesis candidate. You have triggered a rare tutorial instance. Good luck and don't die. Smiley face. Gray found himself rushed into the room, brushed in by a strong gust of wind. Boom! The doors slammed heavily behind him, and the sensory overload of it all probably should have made him jump or feel somewhat startled. But that wasn't what happened. Instead, all he could feel was the burning coming from his arm. No, it wasn't focused on his arm anymore. It felt like half his body had been scorched in flames. And as he was there on his knees, barely able to see beyond the blurriness, he felt it. Steam rose out from the corners of the last goblin's lips, its rusted sword slightly shifting from its pinned position in the ground. "Get up!" Gray bit his tongue so hard he cut through half of it. Blood spurted down his chin, but his vision finally seemed to clear enough to see the shifting boss in front of him. He grabbed one of his axes from the ground, trying to do the same with the other hand. Every movement of the latter felt like his skin had turned to paper like leather, somehow stiff and unaccommodating, and yet tearing at the slightest bit of pressure. Blood poured down his arm, and yet he stood nonetheless. Gray's eyes reflected a manic light as the last goblin's head finally rose to meet his own, orbs of flickering green flames flashing. A pulse of emerald flames shot out from the last goblin's feet, and Gray was forced to jump over the ring of fire, landing on his feet. His instinct told him to rush forward, but his brain fired warnings at him no less violently than the pain running up his arm and across his body. Sheeing. The sound of an unsheathing sword echoed as the last goblin raised its weapon. Its body shook and it leaned forward before sinking into a stance. One foot lunged forward, the other pulled back perpendicular to the first. It sank so low in its attack stance it almost looked like a spring ready to burst. But the way it held its sword, the rusted edge glimmering in the dim lights, filled Gray with a sense of heaviness and dread, one he met with a roar. Gray's brain was overridden by instinct as he charged forward, two battle axes in hand. If he was gonna die, he wasn't gonna do it cowering in a corner. All the bumps and bruises, all the cuts and gashes, all the burns and flesh wounds, they seemed to become a tonic flooding through his veins. His brown eyes sparked with red, his hair whipping back as he surged. And then the last goblin suddenly moved. Fast. The sword thrust across the remaining distance between them, and Gray collapsed to the ground to dodge. The weapon barely passed overhead, just missing his scalp and taking several strands of his hair with it. There wasn't even a chance to attack at the last goblin's legs. Its sword was heavy, but it had a swiftness and grace in using it that was beyond anything Gray had managed with Ray's. It seamlessly transitioned from a thrust to a downward slash. Gray had landed on his back and could only block what was coming from above. Bang! A wave of déjà vu hit him, but this time it wasn't a blast from a previous life. Not long ago he had been blocked just like this by the large goblin. The difference was that that goblin had been on its feet, but him? He was sprawled out on his back against an opponent far more skilled than him. Gray seemed to awaken from his madness. What was he trying to do? Throw his life away? He didn't stand a chance against a creature like this. The last goblin's face was eerily placid, so calm and unbothered it didn't even look like it was struggling to hold up against Gray's strength. It slowly pressed down, its blade pushing past Gray's guard and getting closer and closer to his neck. No chance. No chance. The words echoed in Gray's ears as though they were being whispered by a demon. Fuck you. The words came out in an incoherent growl. Gray kicked out, but the last goblin calmly checked his stomp. His leg rammed into the creature's shin and nearly broke on impact. But the light of madness in Gray's eyes had returned with full-fledged chaos. He used the shift in the last goblin's posture to roll out from the side it had suddenly become weaker from, directly abandoning his axes. He lunged and rolled, picking up Ray's Nexus suit. When he had been blown in, the axes he had originally dropped had been brought in with him, and the Nexus suit was no different. Without the slightest hesitation, he turned to face the last goblin, which had already closed the distance. But rather than trying to mount some sort of defense, Gray had turned the suit inside out. Gee! Gray tried to dodge again at the last moment, but this time it didn't work. The last goblin had already become used to his tactics, its skill unlike anything Gray had ever faced before. It predicted his movements, thrusting through where he would be instead of where he was. The blade tore through Gray's stomach and out of his back, its jagged, rusted edges scraping against his inner organs until the hilt pressed against the flesh of his belly. Gray sputtered, the blood flooding down his chin growing thicker and darker. Hey! He chuckled. If I'm going down, I'm taking you with me. Gray slapped the last goblin across the face with a palmful of gel. Taking a step forward, he wrapped it up in a bear hug, pressing the Nexus suit in between the two of them. The last goblin frowned, seemingly not understanding the situation. But then came the searing pain. It began to scream, its head tilting back as it tried to shake Gray off. The canines of its maw flashed, and it even bit right into Gray's shoulder in a last-ditch attempt. But the madness in Gray's eyes was insatiable as the burning ran through him as well. Sometimes you just had to piss on your own grave. Cauldron tapped on a familiar screen. Not long ago, he had pointed out the problem with Gray to his associate producer. But Guard hadn't cared all that much and had ordered to just let Gray die naturally. However, something odd happened. Cauldron swiped several times and formed a light pink envelope once again. He furiously scribbled in some notes and then sent it off to Guard. A rare instance had been triggered. He would need to hear his associate producer's opinion on how they should edit this. This might only happen a few dozen times across the several million tutorial zones they had, so the audience would be very interested in it. It wasn't long before the light pink envelope made it to the top of Guard's notifications, and he clicked on it. The last goblin swordsman? Quite rare. I believe this has only happened once before. Rare instances referred to any divergent path the Genesis games took that had a less than 5% chance of occurring. In tutorial zones, these were often harder to trigger precisely because they were designed to be controlled environments. But goblins were an especially weak starting position. All tutorial zones were outfitted with weak creatures, but some had poorer lore than others. While the playing field was artificially kept even, there would always be some differences. Kobolds, for example, especially the lizard ones, had some draconic blood within them. They were much closer to their more powerful ancestors. Goblins, by comparison, were impossibly far away from their warring ancestors. They were only about as strong as the children of most races, and they needed the fewest adjustments in the tutorial zone. If not for the fact that the audience would get bored of watching every tutorial zone fight the same exact creature, it would have been more cost-effective to use goblins in them all. This was all to say that the Genesis games rarely allowed the ancestral line of the goblin race to awaken precisely because they were so weak, it took something quite involved to stimulate it. Associate producer Guard chose to rewind Gray's journey and see if he could find what had triggered the rare instance. But to his surprise, he couldn't find it. By the time he concluded there was no obvious path, Gray was already clinging to the last goblin, heaving his last as he was being burned to a crisp. It seemed it didn't matter what Gray had triggered. Then, it would end here anyway. Gray's breath came out in a broken, shallow wheeze. He couldn't see his body right now, but he bet the burns that took on the form of lightning streaks had probably covered him whole. He couldn't even begin to move a single inch, and his eyes were fused shut. Their lids melted into one another. Some part of him had hoped that once the damage to his body reached a certain point, he would shut down, or maybe his nerves would just stop functioning properly, but nope. It was like his body was insistent on him feeling every little aspect of it until he breathed his last. The blurry flash of notifications formed in front of his eyes despite their current state, as though they too had been burned into him. But he couldn't focus enough to read them, or find the will or care to. What did it matter? A creaking caught Gray's attention. A rush of wind swept out as the heavy twin set of wooden doors were pulled open, but that sensory overload was quickly swallowed by the scream of a woman. He recognized that scream. That was the same scream he had heard when they replayed her death back then. "Shut up! Shut up!" A harsh whisper echoed quickly after. Gray had never heard this voice before, but in all likelihood, this was the very same Archer he had been trying to avoid all this time. Not that that mattered anymore. A silence fell for several moments, but then they began to inch forward. Even while trying to be quiet, they didn't do a very good job of it. Gray's ears were probably little more than a molten mess of his own flesh, and he could still hear them. "These are..." Fitz spoke again softly, seemingly realizing that there was no immediate danger. "Rewards, right? These are rewards." "Whoa!" May didn't respond. She couldn't take her eyes off of the burnt pile. Gray didn't know it, but he had all but welded himself to the last goblin. They didn't even really look human right now. They were just a pile of brown and black, their blood having turned a rusted shade of red. Is that an epic loot box? There's no way. The safe zone overseer said that's only a 1 in 10,000 drop, no. Fitz was practically whispering as though he was speaking to himself. Gray, of course, couldn't say anything in reply. It wasn't like he could open loot boxes anyway. He had come across several uncommon ones, only to be forced to walk away. Now someone else was benefiting from his death. All he could feel was fury. There was a shift in the pile and Fitz jumped back, letting out a little yelp. What the hell? What the hell? Pong. Gray felt something hit the last goblin fused on top of him. It quivered against their bodies, but it didn't manage to hurt him. It didn't take a genius for him to know that it was an arrow. If he could have, he would have been gritting his teeth. Hadn't this bastard had enough? Pong. A second arrow hit, this one ripping right through his arm. Gray shuddered, the fresh shot of pain forcing his mind into clarity. Enraged, his mouth opened. His lips ripping apart as the flesh that had melted together was unhinged by his jaw. Don't let me. Pong! An arrow pierced right into his skull and he never got the chance to finish his words. You have died. Better luck next time. Oh wait, there won't be a next time. Toodaloo. Gray stood over Ray's corpse, his eyes hard to read. It didn't have the same vacancy or rage it had the last time he did this, but the blood dripping from his knuckles like waterfalls painted a completely different picture. He had a focus to him that was hard even for him to describe. How many times had it been now? 3? 4? It had happened few enough times that he should know the exact number. Logically, anyway. But facing your own death again and again wasn't logical in the first place. Gray clenched his fists, and the blood began to flow faster. The change made it obvious that it wasn't just Ray's blood alone that was dripping. Come on. Focus. Bending down, Gray made a move to pull Ray's sword from his palm, so that he could strip him of his Nexus suit once again. But when he picked up the sword, he felt an odd jolt through his body that woke him up. Gray let go of the sword on instinct, scrambling back. His head nearly hit the opposite wall, his breathing coming erratically and uncontrolled. It took him several seconds before he paled, realizing that he had overreacted. For a moment, he thought he was facing that very same burning flame again. The feeling of being burnt alive wasn't something he wanted to experience ever again. It was like every inch of you was alive and screaming, every cell begging to be released and let go from the torment. The jolt from just now was similar to what happened with the gel and Nexus suit before, but it wasn't the same. Gray grabbed at his chest, his fist bunching up his floral suit and fur-lined collar as though he was trying to tear through them both. He shouldn't be like this. He shouldn't be feeling this. He wanted to be angry, but it felt like he had already been angry for so long. Where had it gotten him? How many people begged for a second chance in life? And how would those people react when they only fell shorter and shorter with every attempt? It was pathetic. He hadn't even made it as far as his first shot at all of this yet. Gray sat there for a while. You're doing a great job throwing yourself a pity party. Get the fuck up. Gray pushed himself up, slamming a fist against a wall. More blood trickled down and he took a deep breath. I swear I'll find a way. He kicked Ray's hand out of the way again, reached down and picked up the sword. Another jolt ran through him, but this time he reacted the opposite way, squeezing down on the sword hilt so hard he half deluded himself into thinking he'd crush it. Why does it feel so light? Gray had always felt the need to hold this sword with two hands before, and the hilt was certainly large enough to warrant it. But now it almost felt like he was holding a thin, light fencing sword. He swung the blade, and he felt it sing through the air. The sword came to an abrupt stop, and Gray pointed it outward. What was that? The sword wasn't really singing. It couldn't have been. But for some reason, Gray heard a melody in his ears as though the blade was reacting to him. That didn't make sense, though. He swung it again, but this time more loosely. The sound disappeared. He swung it once more, this time letting the blade guide him. The song returned to his ears. Really? Gray stood in silence for a long while before he grinned wildly. Let's go test this out, then. Gray stood across from a familiar large goblin, his feet gliding around it. Somehow, his stance felt more even and balanced than ever before. The large goblin lunged at him. Part of Gray was expecting a decent battle of several exchanges, but he felt his eyes flash and his body reacted on instinct. He thrust the blade forward, and it whistled through the air, piercing right between the brows of the large goblin. The creature convulsed a single time before collapsing to the ground, its twin axes never managing to reach Gray. Holy shit! There was no mistaking it. Between now and the moments after Gray killed Ray, it had only been 3 to 4 minutes or so. In that time, he had spent most of his efforts traveling. Until now, not a single one of the goblins he faced had lasted more than a single exchange. Gray turned his eyes toward the wiry gates. Let's see if we can do something a little crazy. Then, he had saved so much time that he had much more of a buffer between when Fitz and May would finish the safe zone introduction and get here. First, he bent down and picked up one of the large goblin's axes. But to his surprise, he felt a jolt run through him when he did that as well. Gray subconsciously swung the axe through the air. It was with his offhand, and yet he felt the same familiar singing in his ears. It's not just with the sword? Gray's grin grew wider. This was perfect. Bang! He kicked open the wiry gates, and the screeching of the female and child goblins reached his ears. But he didn't pause his actions, taking a step forward and throwing the axe. The axe arched through the air, a beautiful melody playing in Gray's ears. Of course, if others could hear it, they would think he was insane. There was nothing beautiful about this melody at all. It was the thrumming of drums and the howls of blaring horns. Poochie. The instant one of the female goblins peeked out from behind a crate, its head was split in two by the axe. Gray picked up the large goblin's second axe with a hook of his foot, kicking it up with a laughter that filled the hallways. He caught it and then threw it with the same violent heave and fluid motion, the sound of flesh and bone splitting harmonizing with his melody. If he killed all of these goblins before they could blow everything up, there was no way that item would be able to continue hiding from him. The feeling of controlling a weapon, truly controlling it, was more magical than Gray would have ever thought. Honestly, he didn't really understand what was happening to him. But what he did know was that every time he made a move, the war drums made his blood boil. It was like he had his own personal background hype music bouncing around in his skull, and he couldn't have been more here for it. He went from accidentally bopping goblins in the head with a failed attempt at a knife throw to splitting their skulls with a toss of an axe from a dozen meters away. The difference was like night and day, and it was only after he finished killing the last of the encampment goblins that he took a pause. Should he really be happy about this? Something or someone had made a huge change to his body, and he wasn't even aware of how or why it happened. If he had to guess, he would have thought that it was related to the last goblin swordsman. But he had died after that battle. Shouldn't everything have reset? If I can bring back my memories, why can't I bring back other things? Or, the realization hit Gray, and he could practically feel his neurons firing. Obviously, he couldn't bring back physical items. But his memories were just firing sequences of his neurons. Were they not? Gray wasn't exactly a scientist, but even he knew that. Maybe so long as it was a change to his neural network, he would be able to keep it no matter how many times he died. And what could this sudden fighting prowess be other than a change to that? He didn't feel like he had grown substantially stronger physically. Though the sword felt lighter in his hand, it was more like he knew how to better fire certain muscles to stabilize it. The reason all of these battles were so much easier was purely because his reflexes and skill with weapons had taken a massive leap forward. There was no one here to confirm or deny Gray's suspicions, so he began his search instead. Carefully, he went around all the crates. When he didn't find anything on the floor or in the tents, he paused. The crates, then. Gray nodded to himself and then pulled an axe out of the head of one of the female goblins. Then, using its blade like a lever, he began to pry the crates open one by one. He mostly found piles of scrap metal and what looked like dysfunctional warheads. None of these things still worked. Otherwise, when Gray blew up the area before, he would have been blown to smithereens as well. There were enough dead explosives here that, had they been active, they could have probably blown a bite out of a mountain. The goblins must have been scavenging for parts and built the smoke bombs and pipe bombs they did have from these materials. Unfortunately, Gray was no engineer or explosive tech. These materials were useless to him as well. He had been taking a gap year before college when all this happened. His grandfather wanted him to just take over the range, believing college was a useless waste. But Gray kind of wanted to experience college life even if it meant having a useless degree. Either way, the best he could do was fix up old rundown trucks and tractors. Though he had always been quite good at that. Still, an engine was one thing. This was above his pay grade. Still nothing. Before I start really digging into the weeds, maybe I should just check their bodies? I'm an idiot. That's probably the first thing I should have checked. Gray was still just speculating on the existence of the item he was looking for. For all he knew, it didn't exist at all. In fact, he might have already come across it and just didn't recognize it as something special. In that case, Gray knew that he would have to just cut his losses if things didn't go the way he hoped. If he didn't find anything obvious, there was no point in continuing to search because odds were, if it was an obscure item he couldn't even recognize as special, he wouldn't be able to make any use of it anyway. Alright, I'll check the corpses and if I don't find anything, I'll go fight the boss. When it dies, the timer for this tutorial zone should be up. Then I can go back and use the gel to finally see what's going on in the safe zone. Though Gray didn't want to get burned again, at this point what other choice did he have? Nothing here. Nope, nothing here either. Gray hardly flinched as he sifted through the corpses. There wasn't much on them to see anyway. The male goblins had only worn loose skirts, and the women wore much the same. They didn't even cover their chests. It was because of this that Gray hadn't thought to even check them. What was there to check? Gray's eyes narrowed as he stopped over the corpse of a child goblin. Even compared to the others, it was much smaller, maybe only 3 feet tall at most, give or take a few inches. But it wasn't just because of its size Gray had assumed it was a child. Its tongue had far fewer pockmarks than its fellow goblins, and its features were smoother. The hallmarks of youth. The child goblin wasn't nearly as worn by age. Gray had still not hesitated to split its chest in two with an axe, though. He didn't know where these goblins were spawned from, or if they had been ripped from their world just like he had. But what he did know was that it was either him or them, and he would always pick himself. The question he was asking himself right now, though, wasn't about morality. It was a question of why a little goblin like this one had such a shiny ring on its finger. Gray squatted down and touched it. A familiar jolt ran right through his body and down his spine. Gray blinked. That jolt wasn't from the ring, it was the feeling he got every time he picked up a weapon in the last 10 minutes since he had been brought back to the start of this tutorial zone. Something within him, whatever it was, registered this ring as something he should be able to wield. Interesting. Gray peeled the ring off the child goblin's finger and put it on. It didn't fit onto any of his larger fingers, but luckily it just barely managed to fit onto his pinky. The moment it did, the ring resized itself and Gray felt a prick. Ow, what the hell? 1 second he was thinking if he should start his pimping career now that he had a pinky ring, and the next it felt like a dozen tiny needles had pinched right through his skin down to the bone. A strong suction force came from Gray's pinky, and it felt like all the blood in his body was going to be drained away. Maybe by now he should have been panicking, but he only sighed. Well, on the bright side, at least I found it. Just when Gray was about to reconcile with the fact he was moments from dying another gruesome death, the suction force stopped, and then reversed. Requirements met. Welcome, Prometheus. A flashing screen appeared before Gray for the first time outside of the opening ceremony of the Genesis games. Prometheus. Gray blinked. Enter introduction phase? Yes. No. Introduction phase? Is that a tutorial? Is it asking me to take one? After a moment, Gray shrugged. What did he have to lose, exactly? From his perspective, this was an item probably left behind by the producers of the Genesis games, a rare instance. If he could gain access to their system through this ring instead of through the Nexus suit, that would be a huge advantage. How do I click yes? Gray didn't even get to finish the thought before the world warped around him. Name? Gray Temelt. Frame? Prometheus. Pending quests 1. Stamina? 10 out of 10. Sync rate. Not applicable. Energy reserve. Not applicable. STR. 10 SPD 10. Dex. 10 int. 10. End. 10 per 10. Harmonic stats. Not applicable. Free stat points 0. Abilities. Body. Resistances. Not applicable. Combat. Not applicable. Enhancements. Not applicable. Mind. Resistances. Not applicable. Combat. Not applicable. Enhancements. Not applicable. Ability detected. Modifying status screen. You have awakened the mind enhancement ability, Goblin Warlord Spirit, to level 1. Goblin Warlord Spirit? So it was because of the last goblin? Wait, is this a screen everyone can see? Or is it unique to this ring? And why are all my stats 10? What does that even mean? Who the hell is Prometheus? And what's a sync rate? Also a pending quest? When did I get one of those? Gray only had more questions after seeing this screen. Obviously, he knew who Prometheus was from a mythological standpoint, but they couldn't be referring to the same person, right? It seemed like in this context they had just picked out a name that sounded cool. But sounding cool wasn't helping Gray out right now. A flash of the screen threw his thoughts off. Operation, Spark Flame. Quest rank, Common. Mission type, Technician. Loops remaining 1. Objective, Craft a Titan frame. Description. Your Prometheus spirit has been sparked, but it lacks a vessel. Without a vessel, your Prometheus spirit will inevitably flame out and die along with it. Successfully craft a frame for your Prometheus spirit. Reward. Complete introduction phase. Punishment. Flame extinguishment. What the fuck? Gray was baffled. Craft a Titan frame? What the hell was that? And where would he even start with something like that? Loops remaining? What does that mean? And what's a Prometheus spirit? He wanted to curse up a storm. He needed information in order to complete whatever the hell this quest thing was. But he couldn't get that information until he completed the quest. Which sadistic bastard crafted this thing? Gray took a breath to curse again when his breath became a gurgle. He hacked and coughed, a spike of pain ripping right through his throat. Cauldron, the assistant producer, raised an eyebrow as he stared at Gray's screen. He had seen a lot of stuff in his day, but he had never seen a candidate freeze in place for such a long time. Granted, this candidate had blazed through the tutorial zone, so maybe they were overconfident in themselves. But Cauldron still found it to be idiotic. If he just put in a little more effort, he would be among the first to finish. He only had the boss left to go, but he was just standing there. What is that ring? Cauldron thought with a frown. He clicked on a few screens and pulled up an inventory list. The price of running the Genesis games was steep, so every item was listed and documented. For tax purposes, of course. However, when Cauldron made it to the bottom of the list of items allocated for that tutorial zone and didn't find the ring, his eyes widened. A Genesis item. This is huge. Cauldron's skin practically bubbled over, rapidly changing color with his emotions as he tapped at another screen. The only types of items that wouldn't be listed were those that were born from the Genesis battlefield itself. Such items couldn't even be called rare instances, they were known as Genesis instances. When they appeared, they changed the entire landscape of the game itself. But they were also huge ticket items. Cauldron skipped right over all the yellow and pink envelopes. He skipped over the red and violet ones as well and went right to a deathly black. He didn't want to waste any time and only wrote 2 words. Genesis item. No! Cauldron had only just completed the action of sending when Fitz appeared at the entrance of the encampment, raising his bow and loosing an arrow right at Gray's back. Gray choked, his eyes finally regaining some clarity as he raised a hand to his throat. He struggled to look back toward Fitz, barely managing to make eye contact with the man. But Fitz had already notched another arrow, loosing once more. This one pierced right between Gray's brows and the world went black. You have died. Better luck next time. Oh wait, there won't be a next time. Toodaloo. Loops remaining 0. Fuck. Gray slammed a fist against the cave wall, gritting his teeth hard. He couldn't believe that he had died in such a stupid way, and this time he had no one to blame but himself. In his defense, he hadn't been aware of his surroundings at all. It had felt like his body was transported to a completely new place, so he hadn't realized that he was still standing right where he had picked up the ring from. By the time he noticed, he already had an arrow in his throat. But maybe what triggered him more than his own stupidity was that even though this ring had followed him back this time, he still hadn't been able to pick out a weapon. His hand phased right through it like it did every time. The dreams he had of this ring standing in for the Nexus suit had been dashed. Gray took a breath and forced himself to calm down. Loops remaining, 0. The words flashed before him and he knew for a fact he hadn't dreamt it up. The punishment is flame extinguishment. Is it referring to Prometheus? The fact this item was mentioning loops at all made Gray realize that the reason for his revivals was probably related to it. In that case, if it was saying he had 0 loops left, then that meant he couldn't die again no matter what. Gray had a feeling that it was more complicated than that, but unless he got the complete introduction phase as a reward and this damn thing gave him the information he needed, all he could do was guess. Safe zone tutorial. I need it. Pivoting on his foot, Gray dashed away. Less than a minute later, Gray was bending over Ray's corpse and pulling his body out of his Nexus suit. Then, he turned and rushed away to the safe room, conveniently taking along the latter's long sword. When he made it to the safe room door, he ran a hand through his hair to slather some gel on it and grit his teeth. I hate all you sons of bitches, Gray cursed in his mind before quickly sliding the sleeve of the Nexus suit over his gel-covered hand. At first the jolt was subtle, but then it quickly began to burn. As fast as he could, Gray pressed a palm to the door. Open, damn it. There was a soft click and Gray was forcefully teleported in. He stumbled, but just barely managed to catch himself. Even so, the first thing he did wasn't look around. He hurriedly ripped the Nexus suit off of him, grinding his teeth in pain. But an entire arm of his looked as though his flesh was burning in patterns of bolts of lightning. One part of Gray thought that this would be a really cool tattoo back on Earth. Another part wanted to slice his arm off at the shoulder to escape the pain. Gray took deep, whistling breaths trying to soothe the pain, and only then did he finally manage to look up and find the face of a bastard he wanted to pound in more than anything else right now. Well, maybe that sanctimonious Holy Knight-esque bastard was still number 1. But only this guy was in close proximity right now. Fitz. The safe room looked almost like a bar would, except rather than having moody lights and warm wood undertones, everything was flashing in stainless steel. It was like a barmet hospital sort of ambience that made Gray feel a bit weird. At the bar itself, Fitz sat on one of the stainless steel stools, and across from him was a thing Gray could only describe as a giant frog with a double chin for its double chin. The giant frog stood like a human. In fact, other than being quite a bit fatter than any human could manage, it did mostly fit the bill of their race. The only real difference was the fact its head and neck were swallowed up by frog-like features. Fitz was looking over at Gray and was placed on his immediate guard. But he still tried to smile and greet Gray, though Gray was looking at the barkeep frog. Hey you! Are you the information wizard around here? The barkeep blinked, its eyes alternating between horizontal and vertical eyelids. It had been about to welcome Gray, but it didn't expect something like this. Usually it had to spend some time settling in the people who came here and calming them down. He was one part information wizard and another part therapist, apparently. Ah yes, the barkeep croaked. I am Barkeep G, your guide for the tutorial zone 1132 to 234. Pleasure to be at your service. There's a reward for how fast you can clear this tutorial zone, right? Like a game. Yes, this is correct, the barkeep croaked. He was a bit confused about how Gray knew this, but it wasn't that large of a leap to make if someone realized that they were trapped in such a game-like world. Alright, then I need some speed and quickness from you. There was a flash and a petite young woman appeared by Gray's side. Young sir, this is not how this works. When the tutorial is active, all timers are frozen. There is no need to rush or worry. Gray raised an eyebrow. Really? Then why is it that these two always disappeared for so long? Unless it was the case that they stayed for a period of time even after the tutorial? Well, they had looked like they came out as a team, so maybe they had taken their time to flesh out some rules about their cooperation. That would make sense. Alright, then before any of that, do you have replacement gear for me? One that fits, Apologies, young sir. Replacement Nexus suits must be bought, and they cost a pretty penny. It is unlikely you would be able to afford such a thing for a long while. Fuck! Gray realized he hated everything about this world. After cursing up a storm, Gray decided not to care anymore and hurried to activate the tutorial. He didn't have time to waste. The last time he had made it to the city, he had died because of something absolutely ridiculous. Somehow, that arrogant Holy Knight bastard had managed to control the city and close the gates before he could escape. He didn't know how that happened, but if he had to guess, it was probably related to the fact that bastard was either the first or among the first to finish. As such, he got a reward he decided to waste on Gray for whatever reason. Though Gray was cursing the man as stupid, he knew why Joaquin had done it. That was a man who liked control, to be the center of attention, to lead. He saw an opportunity to use Gray's death to become extremely popular, so he had taken it. Nothing more, nothing less. Whatever it was, Gray couldn't allow him to finish first. Even when he was in the tutorial, he didn't slow down. These people had screwed him over more than once before. He couldn't trust anything they said. But he also couldn't afford to skip out on the tutorial either. He had to clear this pending quest no matter what, but he didn't even know where to start. He was hoping that this tutorial would have some information about frames or Prometheus or maybe loops. Gray stood in a white room and a screen appeared before him. It had 3 main categories. The first was rules. He wasted not a single ounce of time on that. The second was labeled common inquiries. He clicked through and found information about loot boxes, treasures, the divisions of monsters and challenges, etc. The ranking of most things fell between common up to epic and legendary, but the introduction also seemed to imply that there were higher level things out there. Then the system made a stupid joke about him not having the chance at any of them. Gray didn't care, swiping through it all before he got to something that made him stop. Nexus suits. That was what the frog dude called them, right? Gray clicked through, and the first few lines confirmed what he had already come to know. The Nexus suit is a mesh of fibers designed to externalize one's neural network. Formed to the specifications of its wearer, it allows active interaction with the Genesis game user interface, and forms a bridge that can allow the body to grow and evolve through stat gain and various other means of ability progression. It was as he speculated. Without the suit, he couldn't even improve his stats. He thought that the ring might change things, but after it failed to get him a weapon, he wasn't so sure anymore. Let's see, what else does it say? Blah. Blah. User maintenance. Blah. Gray was about to skip over some more stuff when he stopped and went back to the user maintenance page. Proper maintenance of the Nexus suit is the responsibility of the driver. Under heavy usage, the nodes will weaken and loosen, its positions shifting over time until the sync rate weakens. Sync rate. Those were the 2 words that caught Gray's attention, because it was the very same pair of words on his Prometheus status screen. Could it be that the frame he needed to build was a Nexus suit? Right now, his sync rate read, not applicable. So, presumably, whatever item the ring needed to interact with to give out a reading didn't exist yet. But it also says that my energy reserve is not applicable. But this Nexus suit introduction doesn't say anything about energy or a reserve. Warning. It is very rare for the bodies of 2 individuals to be perfectly compatible with one another, even if the 2 are a pair of identical twins or have very similar body types. Attempting to use the Nexus suit of another will end in failure or a poor sync. Backlash from forcing the issue can cause great damage to the nerves and body. Well, I guess that means I'm screwed. Fantastic. Gray didn't even have the energy to be angry right now, but he was sure something else would piss him off soon enough. Wait, it said that similar body types don't matter. His eyes continued to dart back and forth until he found the line that he was looking for. In the worst-case scenario, a situation where the Nexus suit of another must be used, it is best to check first if someone has a compatible sync. Though without an expert eye, such a thing is impossible. The best way for a layman to check would be to assess if the Nexus suit reacts to your neural network without bridge substances. Without bridge substances, the gel. Gray's pupils constricted into pinholes as he recalled the feeling of May's suit. That day he had definitely felt a jolt, and his hair gel hadn't been involved at all. No way. Gray rejected the idea. He needed to live this time, and getting himself cornered as the guy who liked to strip and wear the clothes of naked women was not going to help. The risks outweighed the reward. Gray grit his teeth. But without a Nexus suit that he could use to interact, even if he did run into the items or information he needed about frames and how to build frames, how would he get them? Fuck! Gray cursed again for the millionth time since this loop began. He forced himself to take a breath. Out of habit, he almost ran his hand through his hair again, but he managed to refrain this time. Either way, he wasn't going to be killing an innocent woman just for the sake of it. She would at least have to attack him first. Gray rapidly skimmed through the rest of everything before he finally got to the third category. It was simply named Paths. HM. The first category described the status screen. For the most part, it was identical to his own. It was just missing the frame section, as well as sync rate and energy reserve. This part also explained the stats and what each of them meant. But it was something else that caught Gray's attention. It was a category listed as Technician. If he recalled correctly, his pending quest screen had said, Mission Type, Technician. Technician? The listing was slotted under what the tutorial called Non-Combat Specialists. The overall subcategory was listed as Paths, and it seemed it was there to try and introduce candidates and players to various methods of succeeding during the Genesis games. It seemed that not everyone had to become some field general or warlord. Gray quickly read over the introduction, and his expression only became uglier and uglier as he did so. The problem wasn't entirely being a technician itself. Honestly, the introduction sounded a lot like being a mechanic, and he had always loved working on cars. The problem was that this wasn't a Mustang or some old beat-up Ferrari. It was alien technology that was intertwined with biology. Gray's understanding of biology started and ended at knowing he had to wrap his little junior up if he wanted to avoid the chance of it falling off. How the hell was he supposed to do any of this? Damn it! Damn it! Damn it! He cursed furiously. Gray was in a rush, and the agitation was only making his fuse shorter. He took deep breaths before he finally managed to soothe his heart just a bit. A technician, according to this thing, was a crafter of sorts. But they were focused on the integration of technology with its users. For whatever reason, the introduction spoke of it like it was an entry-level position, as though becoming a technician was just putting your foot in the door toward a path that led to something much larger. However, it didn't mention what this much larger something was. All it gave was a vague introduction, and then it tagged a map of a city. Pinned down what looked like 3 locations one could go to in the city to learn how to be a technician, but the problem was that these places didn't open up until you were acknowledged by the city first. And in order to be acknowledged by the city, you needed to first complete your registration. Somehow, Gray needed to do all that while hoping the producers of this death game didn't randomly decide to target him again. But could he even register? Gray had registered before. The process was much longer than just opening the safe room door, and even that had nearly burnt him to a crisp. But that had been with May's Nexus suit. If what he had learned about these suits was true, then it probably wouldn't work with Ray's. However, how could he stupidly put himself in a situation where he would end up being public enemy number 1 again? Gray was about to start cursing again when he stopped himself, gritting his teeth hard. Stop bitching. Let's go. He still didn't know what he was going to do, but he knew that it would start with being faster. If he could get first place in his finish timer, then maybe the reward might give him what he needed. Gray was about to leave when one last thing caught his attention. Rare instances. Curiosity got the best of him, and he clicked through and saw a list of things that could count. It also explained how rare instances were among the matters that interested the audience the most, and triggering them was the best way to grow a fanbase interest and maybe even earn sponsors later on. Gray shook his head. He wasn't going to be a dancing monkey for these people. If he wasn't pissing them off, he was doing something wrong. However, Before he closed it down, he saw one other thing. Genesis instances. Not listed amongst the inventory? Wait, how could something the hosts didn't put into the game appear? Compared to rare instances, Genesis instances were like steroids for your popularity. In fact, those with Genesis instances were more likely to survive because the producers would bend the rules to keep them alive for as long as possible. Gray felt like there was a big matter here that he didn't understand. Were the Genesis games not artificially created by the people running it? Unfortunately, there was no answer here. After finding what he needed, Gray didn't waste any more time on the tutorial. He had learned his lesson already and didn't trust a single damn thing these people said. It was also why he didn't bother reading the rules. Who cared about rules when they just broke them whenever they felt like it anyway? His best chance was to adapt, and adapt faster than anyone else, and piss off a few people, both figuratively and literally. Gray left the tutorial. Hello, please have a seat. I now have to introduce you to the safe room shop. Gray ignored the barkeep and directly left. When his vision cleared from the teleportation, he heard a familiar chittering and swung Ray's long sword on instinct. Two heads flew, the slice so clean the leaking of their blood was delayed for at least a second or two. Bending down, Gray snagged their daggers and stuffed them into the line of his boxers. Since he could throw with more accuracy now thanks to the mental enhancement, he might as well take advantage. Speed was the name of the game. Gray burst into an all-out sprint, his hair and his floral suit whipping in the wind. Planting a foot, he rounded a corner hard as he pulled a knife from his waist. A jolt ran through his arm and up his body, a separate spike of pain coming from his burnt arm in response. But he grit through it. I can't throw it from this far out. Gray somehow innately knew that if he did, it would veer off course and he would fail. The dagger wasn't balanced enough. But by the time he finished his thoughts, he could. Chi. The dagger rocketed out of his palm, spinning end over end just as a goblin turned to face him. It didn't get a chance to react before it had a hilt sticking out of its eye socket. Gray swept by its companions, taking its head off with his long sword and sprinting right by. Gray took a deep breath, taking his time to catch his breath. He thought that he was in pretty good shape, but this felt different from sparring or working out. There was something about live combat that really ate into your reserves. But he still had quite the grin on his face right now. He had managed to clear the encampment without a single explosion once again. After he felt like he had regained enough of his breath, he bent down and arranged the smoke and pipe bombs that were left. There were 3 total pipe bombs. He set the smoke bombs aside, deciding that using them wasn't going to be worthwhile. Perfect. Gray stood to his full height and grit his teeth. Then, he ran a hand through his hair and slicked it through with gel. Quickly, he slipped the sleeve of Ray's Nexus suit on and pressed a palm to the door. Hurry up. The spike of pain came faster than before, and the click of the doorway that quickly followed was like the holy chime of heaven's bell to Gray's ears. The instant he heard it, he ripped it off and started the timer on the pipe bombs even as the door swung open. 1 Mississippi. A rush of wind kicked Gray in, and the doors slammed shut behind him. The bombs went flying forward, tumbling across the ground. Boss battle. Gray Temult vs. Last Goblin Swordsman. Description. The Last Goblin Swordsman carries the forgotten pride of a fallen race. Once an honored being with royal blood running through their veins and the flames of warlords rampaging in their hearts, the goblins have fallen far. No longer are they seen as generals, but are instead savages and barbarians. Only the last goblin swordsman remembers. Congratulations, Genesis candidate. You have triggered a rare tutorial instance. Good luck and don't die. Smiley face. Boom, boom, boom. Gray crashed against the doors. He had curled up into a ball, protecting himself in a fetal position. The room hadn't been large to begin with, so there was only so much he could do to hide from the chaos. However, it was a risk he felt he was comfortable with taking. Victory. Gray Temult. Even covered in smoke and soot, Gray couldn't help but grin ear to ear. Coughing, he slowly peeked out from his arms. The room began to clear, and Gray's eyes landed on what remained of the last goblin. It had lost a leg, and its chest was blasted open like a blooming flower. Its corpse was blown across the room, sinking to the ground as though a puppet that had lost its strings. Gray had no idea if his goblin warlord spirit would be enough to defeat the very boss creature he had gotten it from. The best-case scenario would be that they were about equal in strength, and Gray couldn't take that risk. So he had settled on this plan instead. It seemed a little bit of luck was finally smiling down on him. Shimmering lights began to form over the last goblin's corpse. They took the shape of cubes of light before they solidified into hovering boxes. 3 of them, to be specific. 2 of them were a dull bronze, but the third one had a silvery hue to it with just the slightest undertones of an orangey yellow. From Gray's understanding, common boxes were a dull gray, uncommon ones were a dull bronze, and rare boxes had that silvery hue. But the undertones of orangey yellow suggested an epic loot box. It must be that, amongst rare loot boxes, this one was particularly good. Uncommon loot boxes should have been the highest level rewards available in a tutorial zone, so this must be the benefit of defeating a rare instance boss. The ground rumbled, and an entrance opened up, but Gray didn't move. The timer for completion should have stopped now that the boss was dead. Was he 100% sure that was true and he wouldn't get screwed over again? No. But he also knew that he couldn't rush this decision. His left arm wasn't very far away from becoming useless. He couldn't just keep using the gel. Soon enough, he wouldn't have any nerves left, and he wouldn't even be able to move his arm at all, even if he didn't burn to a crisp. He had seen people open up loot boxes from afar before. They had the same stupid long animation sequences that they did in the video games he had played, and all the while he had to maintain contact. By now, his dilemma was obvious. Should he even make the attempt? Gray grit his teeth. He really didn't want others to benefit from his hard work, especially not that archer bastard. Fitz was not only the reason he had been screwed over so often, he had even personally killed him during the last loop, and the one before. If it was up to Gray, he'd find the time to stick his foot up the bastard's ass. I can't. As much as it pissed Gray off, he knew he couldn't take them. That was because he needed to use the Nexus suit for something else very soon. Why had he been in such a rush? Wasn't it so that he could take the reward that Joaquin had? He was hoping that whatever reward Joaquin had that allowed him to manipulate the city could be useful to him. And how would he benefit from that reward if he couldn't even accept it? That reward should be for placement and speed in completing the tutorial zone, so it would be given during the announcement of his placement. Gray took a breath. He had to gamble. He was speculating on a lot of things right now, but unless he was right about at least most of them, he was dead anyway. What did it matter? He had died so many times already. Gray walked right by the loot boxes and down the stairs. Congratulations. You are the 113th contestant to successfully make it beyond the tutorial zone. Gray was shaken when he saw the results. Had he been too slow? There was no way. How could he have been faster than that? Did the barkeep lie? You have been assigned to zone 234. You are the first. You have been granted a one-time use reward. City Edict. To Gray's surprise, he didn't have to communicate with the system at all. For once, the item formed all on its own and landed right in his palm. He hardly noticed that he had been spawned into a familiar city square. This time, however, Gray was completely alone. There was no one else around at all. Item: Edict of Zone 234. Description: a command token of the City Lord, given to a player with great potential. Use this item and break any single rule of the city without consequence. Uses: 1. Though the description called it a token, it was a golden scroll that landed in Gray's hand. Somehow, it felt heavier than it should have. Gray stared at it for a long while before he grinned. He knew exactly what to use this on. Without the slightest bit of hesitation, he raised the edict up and allowed it to unfurl. I would like to be registered. A glow descended from above. A complex seal that seemed to take the form of a chimera of various creatures fused into one appeared. It descended and stamped down. Slowly, the light vanished, as did the scroll. The latter crumbled into motes of light until nothing was left at all. What a fucking idiot! Cauldron had been watching Gray with great interest. This candidate was fast, suspiciously so. He also had skill that was also quite odd for a world that had been broken out of its embryo so early. Of course, there were plenty of skilled warriors of Earth, but Gray seemed to have an extra something that could only come from mental enhancements. Compared to body abilities, or even mental reinforcements and resistances, mental enhancements were many times more difficult to receive. It should be another several days before the very best of Earth started to receive some of them. Unfortunately, only an executive producer could pull up a player's status page. Associate producer guard could on special occasion, but it would require using some tokens that would be far more valuable in their back pockets for the time being. However, after seeing Gray use such a valuable item on registering, Cauldron was glad he hadn't bothered to send an envelope yet. Their number one player was a fool. He could have used that item on literally anything else. Someone smart would have waited for just the right opportunity. The right timing could have easily made you the king of the zone. Maybe there's some potential in using this in the blooper reels. I'll send something over to guard. He's an idiot and he's strong. He could be a good heel for this season. Not much interesting has happened in this zone yet. Cauldron typed out some stuff and sent it in as a pale yellow envelope. Though he was so distracted he didn't notice just yet that Gray had immediately started to run. Gray didn't know that he had gotten some attention again, but right now he couldn't be worried about it. He was recalling the map he had seen in the tutorial and racing as fast as he could toward one of the technician profession hubs. It would have taken forever to go around the city on his own. Luckily, he had had the forethought to remember this ahead of time. About 2 minutes later, he slid to a stop in front of a small shop. It was quite comical, actually. It was slid in between two large brick facade homes. But the shop itself was very small and had gears, metals, and various parts hanging from the outside. Hello! Gray pushed aside the heavy velvet curtains that were probably supposed to act as a door. The smell of heavy oils and burning metal hit his nose, but it was the sparks that flew and the darkness that overwhelmed his senses more. He squinted, trying to see up ahead. Who's there? The sound of clanging and then someone falling over echoed before the dark shop started blasting out hazard lights. It felt to Gray like he was staring into the headlights of an idiot with their high beams on. Gray reacted like a cat with his tail stepped on, immediately retreating out of the shop. Maybe he had been through too many deaths, but he'd rather get out of the way now and ask questions later. He held onto Ray's long sword tightly, his heart beating out of his chest. But slowly, the lights faded from the shop and the head of a small gnome peeked out of the curtain. The gnome had rough gray skin and was barely 1.5 meters tall, if that. He had rings for both his large nostrils and a set of 3 earrings that hung from both of his long, sharp ears. However, his most standout feature was the fact his jaw was formed of mechanical parts, the gears grinding and sparking as it unhinged. You, what do you want? Gray recovered quickly. I want to learn from you. I want to become a technician. Sorry, kid. You have to be registered first. The gnome stopped speaking and then looked Gray up and down. Odd. That's not supposed to happen so fast. Gray's eyes lit up. This was great. However, just as he was about to take a step forward, the gnome spoke again. Where is your Nexus suit? You'll need it to trigger the quest. If you succeed, you can join my tutelage. If not, you'll have to find someone else. You only receive 2 chances to try, so make sure that you are ready. Gray's heart sank to rock bottom, but he grit his teeth and ran his hand through his hair one last time. I'm ready. The gnome frowned, looking at Gray's hand, then toward the Nexus suit that was bunched up in his free hand. I wouldn't advise you do that. You'll die before the process is over. That gel you're using isn't designed to be used like that. Its resistance is too high. Its chemical structure won't allow pulses to pass properly, so you'll cook yourself from the inside out. Gray grit his teeth, but in the end he took a sharp breath and exhaled. There were still 2 other shops. Maybe their process was different. He would try them first. He didn't bother to ask about the right gel to use. Even if he managed to learn about it, something he doubted the gnome would be allowed to tell him given the fact he wasn't an official student under its tutelage. He had nothing to trade for it because he couldn't accept any rewards without a Nexus suit. And even then, the right gel would also come with side effects. Without a word, Gray turned and bolted away. He wanted to get this figured out before too many people made it through the tutorial. There were too many variables when others were involved. On his way, he'd have to cross back over the city square. But that was fine. It would also give him a good chance to see if there were any new people coming in and how fast they were coming. Then he could know about how long he'd have before Great Udon potentially came by again. What Gray didn't expect was to hear the sound of a whistling arrow just as he was about to cross over the city square again. He didn't have time to stop and he was already rounding a corner. But the arrow wasn't for him. Gray came to a stop, half speechless, half shocked. What shitty luck did a person have to end up like this every time? May fell slowly as the light faded from her eyes, the shock still very much painted on her face. Fitz made a move toward her body, but suddenly froze and whipped his gaze over toward Gray. Well shit, Gray thought to himself. Fitz stopped and faced him, drawing another arrow. Clearly, he didn't want anyone to know he was responsible for this. Gray immediately started backing away, trying to keep an eye on Fitz. Half of him wanted to turn tail right this moment, but he had seen Fitz's handiwork several times already. Aside from one loop where he just barely nicked May's throat and she bled out, all the others had fatal shots right to the head and neck where the arrow very clearly struck true. The only people who would pick a bow and arrow entering a deathmatch like this one were either idiots who thought too much of themselves, or people who were quite used to using one back on Earth. Fitz was very obviously the latter. That meant the only chance Gray had. Shit, dodge! Gray screamed at himself as though it would help. Luckily, it did. He dove, not to the arrow flying into the skies, but instead timing it to the release of Fitz's fingers. Taking the opportunity, he rolled back up to his feet as the arrow clanged by, rebounding against a distant cobblestone. Panic lit Fitz's eyes as he realized he missed. He rushed to load another, but Gray had already vanished behind a building. Gray hadn't come very far out from the line of them in the first place. He hadn't had far to go in order to disappear from Fitz's line of sight. Shit! Fuck! Fitz ran a hand through his hair in panic, taking one step toward Gray, then another back toward May. He couldn't seem to decide who he should be going after or what he should be doing. In the end, he gritted his teeth and rushed back toward May. He yanked the arrow from her eye socket. Then he ran the arrow's blade tip across her neck. He was doing his best to make it look like anything but an arrow killed her. During the last loops, he had left it be, half because he was in a panic that he had killed someone, and another half because of Ray and the fact they would be leaving a tutorial zone no one else should be able to return to anyway. But now, it was clear to him that anyone that came to Zone 234 would be spawned right here, and the last thing he wanted was for a bunch of people to be judging him out of the corner of their eyes, or wondering why it was he killed her. He scrambled to put the bloody arrow back in his quiver, and then pulled on something around May's neck. Greed lit his eyes when he suddenly heard a rush of footsteps behind him. Fitz's head whipped back to find Gray rushing him in an all-out sprint. His eyes couldn't help but go wide. How insane did you have to be to rush into an open space against someone with the clear long-ranged advantage? Almost anyone would have avoided Fitz for the foreseeable future, but Gray had actually decided to come back. Fitz panicked and rushed to pull out a new arrow, but his palms were slick with blood and his dexterity was shot. Gray was already within 10 meters by the time Fitz had finally managed to pull one out and was rushing to knock it. He was so used to competition firing when he got a chance to take a breath and loose his arrow. In fact, in competitions, compound bows were set on random timers to release when the archer wasn't anticipating it so as to remove any chance of focusing on anything other than aiming. This was a completely different situation, and this bow also wasn't the same compound bow he was used to. It took far more strength to draw, and the knocks for the arrows were far less forgiving. By the time he was finally firing, Gray was only 3 meters away, but it was enough. 3 meters might as well have been an ocean's breadth. And now, Fitz didn't have to worry about aiming perfectly. Gray was too close. The arrow was released with a twang, and it seemed to reach Gray's chest instantly. There was a wild look in Gray's eyes. A tinge of red colored them, a madness flooding his blood as adrenaline pumped through his arms. He knew he was insane, and inwardly, he was kicking himself for having chosen the more reliable longsword over the less durable double axes. The sword might have been just a starter weapon, but it was sturdy and well built. But because he had made that choice, he didn't have anything he could reliably throw at Fitz. But he needed to do this. He had to do this. He could only bet on one thing, hope for one thing. That for once, Fitz would aim for his chest. Gray's lips spread in a wild grin the moment he saw it. Chi. Ray's Nexus suit unfurled and formed a net between Gray's arms. The arrow instantly ripped through the first layer, and then the second, piercing into Gray's chest. Son of a bitch, Gray wheezed out. But not before he closed in the final distance with a last lunge, swinging Ray's sword down in a wild arc. Fitz's head flew into the skies, his eyes wide with shock. All his life, he had only been concerned with one thing: hitting the target. He never considered what happened after that because it would normally mean that things were already over, whether that be the competition he was participating in, or the lives of the game he hunted. But what he didn't realize in the heat of the moment was that by failing to target Gray's head, even if he had hit something vital, Gray's sword would reach him no matter what. Huffing for breath, Gray roared. Every time he did something that made his blood pump, he could never help himself. Whether he was snowboarding down a death slope or beating someone bloody in an MMA match, it fueled him like no other. Come on! Gray ripped the arrow out of his chest. As he had expected, the Nexus suit was very sturdy. The fact a similar material covered his feet had helped him several times already now. Unfortunately, the starter weapons were also made of very good, sturdy material as well. It was the reason Gray had chosen to stick with the longsword for now, but it was also the reason they were good enough to rip through the sturdy Nexus suit anyway. Gray didn't know how many arrows Fitz got, but regardless, the ones that Fitz started with were of great quality. Luckily, the Nexus suit was still good enough to block enough of the momentum that the end result was just a flesh wound. Gray had to thank that old rusted bench and barbell set his gramps got him for his 12th birthday. Otherwise, he might have nicked some bone. Though Gray was a bit of a madman, so he had used it for probably 3 times as many leg days as he ever had upper body days. It was just like his granddad had always said. The difference between real men and wusses was how far they dared to take a squat set to failure. Something is wrong with this. Gray looked at Ray's suit and could just feel that something was off. The feeling he got from touching it felt different, which was odd, because he didn't think that he had ever gotten any particular feeling from it before. Let's move. This isn't exactly the best look. Gray could see the mess that was May's corpse right now, and he didn't want to get caught with his pants down hanging around here. Am I really going to do this again? He knew what road he was heading down. Could very well end the very same way it always had. But May was the only suit he knew to have some compatibility with him. While he could hope that Fitz was the same, he didn't have time to check one and then come back if it didn't work out. By then, other people could be spawning in. And then what would he do? Gray took a breath. If they want me to be a menace, I'll be a menace. Gray unzipped his pants and pissed all over Fitz's corpse. Fuck you, you piece of shit. This bastard had killed him twice, and it was because he always killed May that he kept falling into the same trap again and again. He deserved what was coming to him. Wagging his member around with one hand, Gray pointed a middle finger to the sky. When he was done, he picked up Ray's longsword and made a move to disrobe Fitz. Once he finished that, he moved on to May. Gray finished peeling the Nexus suit off of May and was about to leave when he paused. By now, this wasn't the first time he had pulled the clothes off of this poor girl, so he knew that that necklace hadn't been there any of the other times. A flash of realization overcame Gray as he quickly took it off of her. I need to go. Gray dashed away. Just as he was vanishing around a corner, another light descended as a trio of individuals appeared in the square. Who's that? Joaquin's head turned toward the vanishing shadow of Gray, but all he caught was the tail of what looked like a blade vanishing around the corner. A scream shook him from his thoughts. The only woman in their group pointed toward the corpses in horror. One of them was decapitated, and the other was badly mutilated. May's body looked like someone had taken a blade continuously to her face and neck area. She was completely unrecognizable. Joaquin slapped a palm over her mouth, silencing her. Be quiet, he hissed into her ear. We don't know if there are other threats here or not. What are you doing? The young woman collapsed into a sob on Joaquin's chest. There was a flash of annoyance on Joaquin's face, but he ultimately pressed it down. At this point, he felt that she was too useful. Gray exhaled the breath he was holding only after he had managed to snake through another 3 intersections. He had sensed a change in the city square just as he was leaving, so he was fairly certain that he was just barely on time. Couldn't be helped. He needed to prove a point and he was hauling too many things. He wasn't sure if it was a mistake, but he had taken Fitz's bow and arrow. The reason he wasn't sure was because he hadn't felt the same familiar jolt when he touched it as when he touched other weapons. It seemed that his Goblin Warlord Spirit mental enhancement wasn't useful on long-ranged weapons. But it lets me throw things, though. Is it maybe not high level enough? Gray had no idea how he even managed to get this mental enhancement in the first place, let alone how to level it up. He could only assume something about melting his flesh together with the last goblin had caused it, but that was completely his own headcanon. What he did know for sure, though, was that without a Nexus suit, he probably wasn't going to be leveling up anything, at least not until he could complete the introduction for the ring on his pinky finger. And for that, he needed May's Nexus suit. It was a risk he had to take no matter what. So long as he was inside of the technician's shop, other players wouldn't be able to enter without being registered. If he could manage to finish and figure out how to build the vessel Prometheus needed before they returned from registering, he would have more options then. And even if he didn't, he would have more options for protecting himself. No matter what, Gray felt like this was the right choice. He skidded to a stop in front of the gnome's shop once again, looking like a hoarder hauling his wares over both shoulders. Come on, this has to work. What are you doing here, kid? We've been over this already. Gray didn't waste any words, dumping everything on his back to the ground, including his long sword. The only thing that was left in his hand was Fitz's Nexus suit. This will work, right? The gnome seemed about to answer, but then its lips were tightly sealed. What? Gray frowned. Just now it looked like the gnome's lips had been pressed together by a pair of fingers, but there was obviously no one here, unless there was some invisible bastard skulking around. Gray looked around, but he didn't feel or spot anything. Stop looking. There's no one here, the gnome said. Whatever you need to figure out is going to have to be done yourself. Another pillar of light came from the distance, and Gray knew that a new set of people had arrived. He had to hurry up before the other foot fell. Okay. Gray focused himself. He dropped Fitz's Nexus suit and picked up May's, pulling it over his forearm, squeezing it on. He decided that there was no time to waste on Fitz's. Logically, there should still be several hours more before everyone had arrived, and there would be a chance to make an announcement about him. But he wasn't taking any chances. Who knew what these bastards might try to do? Whoever arrived first would be amongst the most powerful people of the zone, considering how fast they cleared the tutorial zone. If they were the ones who came after him, his odds of survival were slim. Where is that feeling? It's not coming? Focus, Gray. He took a deep breath and then took a step back. His adrenaline was still running high, and he hadn't even caught his breath from sprinting all the way here. Now he was trying to do something that presumably required focus and contact, but his mind was scattered and his skin was flooded with his own sweat, and the blood that was running down his chest from an arrow he had conveniently forgotten had only just skewered him. For a long while, Gray just stood there, letting the anxiety of it all sink into his bones. He closed his eyes and focused on his breath. This wasn't the first time Gray had been forced to deal with his nerves. Ironically enough, the problem wasn't nervousness. He just got so amped up sometimes he wanted to just run through walls. But he had learned early on that his instinct and what was right were two different things. In MMA, the chess match was just as important as the grit and determination. If he went in guns blazing all the time, his opponents would just pick him apart if the skill level was even remotely comparable. So, before every match, he had to stand outside the cage just like this, letting everything flush away. He hadn't gotten a chance to do this since the very first loop, but ironically enough, that was the loop he had made it the furthest in. Since then, the weight of death, the constant unfairness of it all, and one challenge after another had begun leading him by the nose instead of the other way around. Controlled madness. That was what he needed right now. It was also that controlled madness that gave him a 0.900 win rate in amateur MMA bouts. In fact, before Earth was sent here for intergalactic entertainment, he had been on an 8-match winning streak. That was all this was. Just a new match. A longer one with more moves and less time to rest. But a match nonetheless. Gray's eyes snapped open and a red glow flashed for a moment that made the gnome's finger twitch. But once again, it was restricted by something invisible. This time, though, Gray was too focused to notice it. He exhaled one more breath, pulling on his memories until he recalled what had happened the last time he felt a response from May's Nexus suit. He shifted it incrementally, turning the seams and tugging on the fabric. Slowly, a subtle feeling he hadn't been aware of before became stronger and stronger. I felt it before. After the arrow pierced through that guy I pummeled suit, the feeling disappeared. But it's a feeling that's always been there. It's just so subtle that it's easy to miss. Gray finally understood. When the arrow broke through Ray's suit, it had broken the mesh that was meant to communicate with one's neuronal network. Somehow, Gray had felt the difference immediately, but he couldn't quite put his finger on what had changed. Now, he focused on that subtle feeling until it grew to the point he felt like something had snapped into place. There it is. Gray looked up to the gnome. Hurry up. Let me give it a shot. He didn't dare to move his arm more than a few inches a second. He had to keep the fabric exactly like this. But even without the final results, he knew he had succeeded. Cauldron watched this sequence of events from his perch. Honestly, there wasn't anything else interesting to watch right now. He found himself coming back to Gray continuously. His tentacles flashed about, but he had started and stopped writing up an envelope to send to guard several times already. But he didn't even know what to write. Gray would really be the perfect heel. His personality was just right. He was a madman, and the audience would love to hate him. Gray would also certainly gain his own fanatic fanbase of madmen and women with a propensity to fall in love with serial killers. But Cauldron was still hesitant. The value Gray was showing right now was too good to allow him to flame out too easily. If they put too much pressure on him, he'd die early on, and then what would they do? But then Cauldron's eyes landed on Joaquin. He was certainly an anomaly, and he had triggered a very rare instance himself. If not for Gray, he would have certainly finished first. Cauldron's silky wet skin began to rapidly change color as an idea came to mind. He grinned, his eyes landing on the girl crying her eyes out in Joaquin's arms. Congratulations. You have been accepted under the tutelage of Glob the technician. Gray blinked when he saw the notification. Didn't you say there's a test? Where's the test? You passed it already, Glob said. I did? What did I do? Being a technician requires a special sixth sense. Not a lot of people can get a feel for it, and you've already surpassed the minimum threshold. Sixth sense. Wait, hold on. Glob fell into his thoughts, stroking his mechanical jaw. Right. We were given a briefing on your world, Earth, right? Stupid name, by the way. Gray did his best not to roll his eyes. He couldn't read a single fantasy book where the main character got Isekai that didn't make fun of Earth's name. Could we get over it, please? Anyway, it's like soul or quantum entanglement something genetics. You get it, right? Gray's lip twitched. What the hell is any of that supposed to mean? Whatever. You don't need to know. It's called cyberstate. Now that's a stupid fucking name, Gray grumbled. Glob laughed uproariously and more than a little bit abruptly. Alright, come in. I've only got a certain number of credits for how long I can teach you. What use you make of it will depend on yourself. Gray didn't even know what to say. Had he picked right? What kind of teaching was he going to get from this guy? Minutes later, Gray was sitting in front of what looked like grid paper cut out from similar material to what one would see a keyboard mat made from, though thicker. It looked like the sort of thing a watchmaker would piece together small parts on, but far more substantial and sturdy. Gray's finger tapped on it continuously as he waited for Glob to come back. Felt like he was wasting time here. Finally, Glob peeked out from behind a second set of curtains, walking forward and then letting a bunch of parts tumble out of his arms. Honestly, it looked like he had just gutted the engine of a car. let alone the oils that were coating everything. There were various pipes and fixtures, and something Gray could have sworn was an exhaust. The first thing you need to learn is how to collaborate with the cyberstate to quickly identify parts, what they do, and what is currently wrong with them. Once you succeed in this, the Genesis system will automatically grant you the technician profession, and you'll be able to interface with it directly. This will be like having a handy assistant no matter where you go. But that would require a Nexus suit, wouldn't it? No. That is what this cyber mat is for. The Nexus suits use the same material, but they're more so designed to allow for direct upgrades to the body. Its use for communicating with the cyberstate is more secondary. A cyber mat is different. It can even project the cyberstate out into the real world, allowing you to draw maps, diagrams, and blueprints with your mind that can be seen by others or used as references to complete your parts. Gray's foot began to tap at the ground. He found himself getting impatient. He couldn't find an easy way to tie all of this into building a vessel for Prometheus. He felt like he was missing something. Would the first quest with a reward of just an introduction really be so complicated? Wasn't there a limit to how badly he could be screwed over? Time out. Gray formed a T with his hands. I don't have the time for this. You yourself said I only have a limited few credits, right? Can I decide what you teach me? Yes, but I wouldn't advise it. I want to decide, Gray said firmly. What do you know about frames? I want to build one. Glob blinked. Frames? As in mech frames? It's impossible for me to teach you something like that. That's beyond the scope of a technician. Only mech engineers can build frames, and if you were one, then you'd be able to build your own method of interfacing with the Genesis system and wouldn't need a Nexus suit in the first place. Gray's heart sank to rock bottom. He had bet everything on this. There was no way it could end this way. Wait. I don't need a full mech frame. I just need a vessel. Gray ended what should have been a statement with a question mark. He didn't even know what he was saying or if there was any difference at all. Glob didn't reply, and for a long while, Gray thought he was really fucked this time. Felt like he was constantly spinning his wheels. He hadn't even gone as far as his first life yet, and every step he tried to take felt like it came with 3 back. It was like he was better off not reincarnating in the first place. Gray was trying to rein in his desire to crash out when he noticed something odd about Glob. He was just standing there, frozen. It felt like that invisible person was playing God again. Wait! Gray hurriedly stood and pulled on May's suit again. He shifted it and tightened it until he could get nice coverage over his forearm. In his rush, he stumbled a bit and touched the cyber mat. To his surprise, a jolt ran through his body, and his ability to see and feel the connections of his neural network to the suit was amplified several times over. He took advantage and locked May's Nexus suit into place. As expected, the moment he did, he got a notification. You have triggered a rare instance. Operation Second Wind of the Mechanical Jaw Lineage. Quest rank, Rare. Mission type, Retrieval. Objective, reclaim the ancestral tome of the Mechanical Jaw. Description. Glob the gnome is one of the last of his lineage, living out his days in the safety of the city and away from the fog of chaos. However, deep within him, a fire burns for the days his father, and his grandfather before him once told of. Outside the city limits, the ancestral tome of the Mechanical Jaw resides in the hands of the Wicked Forest Witch. Defeat the Wicked Forest Witch and retrieve the ancestral tome. Reward, Path of the Mechanical Jaw. Fuck me? Gray roared, finally losing his cool again. Gray waved a hand in front of Glob's face, but he received no response at all. It was like the gnome was frozen in time. After that didn't work, he pushed him, yanked on his jaw, even poked at his eyeball, but no matter what Gray tried, Glob had become like a glitch in the game. Frustration threatened to bubble over for Gray. It was always 1 step forward and 3 back. He thought he was so close to achieving something, anything, and now this happened. Something told him that if not for the weird situation with his Nexus suit, Glob probably wouldn't be frozen right now. It didn't make any sense at all for him to be stuck in such a limbo. In fact, if not for the problems with his Nexus suit, Glob would probably be giving him more details about this Wicked Forest Witch. Gray took a step back and forcefully exhaled. Those bastards watching him right now were probably getting quite a lot of fun out of this. Did they get off on watching him struggle? Maybe he'd be caught in some blooper reel on some viral short on whatever stupid social media aliens used. Gray pressed his hands down onto the thick grid mat in front of him, closing his eyes and taking deep breaths. All right, I don't have much time. Focus. Gray chose to pivot. He pulled over the deluge of stuff he had ripped from Fitz's and May's bodies before dumping them. It didn't look like there was much at all, but Gray only cared about one thing in the pile the most. The necklace. He held it up in his hands, but nothing happened. This wasn't a surprise. He already expected it. Usually, when one held an item that was within your Nexus suit's parameters to understand, an information box should appear. Gray obviously didn't have one, so he had never gotten a proper introduction until now. But he was sure that he could force the issue this time. He adjusted May's suit on his forearm and placed the necklace down on the mat. Then he focused. Soon he got exactly what he wanted. Rare item detected. Name, looping necklace. Gray felt a bout of emotion when he read the name, but he pressed it down. It was a good thing he did because the looping mentioned here didn't seem to have anything to do with what he was used to. Name, looping necklace. Rarity, rare. Accepted type, recursive. Restricted type, linear. Branching. Description. An auxiliary item of focus and precision. Reinforce muscle memory and smooth the transition of evolution. Abilities. Gain 1 additional stat point for every 10 received. Skill learning plus 100% up to level 20. Skill learning plus 50% up to level 40. Skill learning plus 10% beyond level 40. Gray blinked. He didn't understand what any of this meant. Well, that was an exaggeration. Sure, the name, rarity, and abilities were clear enough. But what was this about types? And the description was so vague. Type, wait. Is this type thing the reason why I can use May's Nexus suit but not the others? May also seemed to have a very reclusive and withdrawn personality. The idea that she would be the one to get the rare item from the loot box didn't make sense with the much more aggressive Fitz there. Sure, Fitz had also seemed a bit two-faced. But if he was going to kill May for the item anyway, it didn't make sense for him to let her wear it first. In that case, maybe due to the restriction on the item, Fitz couldn't use it. But if Fitz couldn't use it, why would he decide to kill May? Then, that was when Gray remembered that every other time he had found May's body, it had been right in front of the safe room. And right before he had left the safe room the last time, the barkeep had tried to tell him about a shop. Had Fitz wanted to sell the item in hopes of getting something that he could use? Then maybe he came here instead of going back to the shop like he did last time because he didn't want to run into me in the safe room. One after another, things clicked together, and Gray could finally make sense of the last few loops he was in. It wasn't until this loop that Fitz had run into Gray within the safe room. During the first few loops, he hadn't considered running into Gray while selling the necklace because of that. So this time, he came to Zone 234 first. When he saw that Gray wasn't in the city square, at least initially, he chose to kill May quickly and deal with the consequences later. The temptation of a rare item was too high, especially since this rare item had come from a loot box on the verge of becoming epic. But that left the elephant in the room. Can I use this necklace without a Nexus suit? Gray looked at the item. It was quite unisex, all things considered. It had a gold chain, but its pendant was a ruby prism drop. Well, maybe that was more feminine than Gray was giving it credit for. Realizing he had nothing to lose, Gray put it around his neck and immediately felt something. It was like electrical currents were rushing out to the tips of his fingers and then back. It looped once, then again, and then once more before finally settling down. Gray didn't see any notifications, but he checked his status page through his pinky ring regardless. When he saw the changes, he couldn't help but grin. Name, Gray Temult. Frame, Prometheus. Pending quests, 2. Stamina, 10 out of 10. Sync rate, not applicable. Energy reserve, not applicable. STR 11 SPD 11. Dex, 11 int, 11. End, 11 per, 11. Harmonic stats, not applicable. Free stat points 0. Abilities, body, resistances, not applicable. Combat, not applicable. Enhancements, not applicable. Mind, resistances, not applicable. Combat, not applicable. Enhancements, LV2 Goblin Warlord Spirit. All of his stats had gone up by 1. But most important, Goblin Warlord Spirit was now level 2. Gray settled down. He still wasn't sure what these types meant, but it seemed that he had a recursive neural network, whatever that meant. But what he was sure about was the fact he'd find out soon enough. Before that, though, Gray quickly went through the other items and found nothing but junk. It seemed that the other loot boxes hadn't had anything at all, had trash in them, or they were consumables that May and Fitz had already used. There was one thing, though. Name, basic quiver. Rarity, common. Accepted type, not applicable. Restricted type, not applicable. Description, holds arrows. Replenishes arrows. Obviously. Abilities. Produce 1 arrow every hour. Limited to 25 total. Repair 1 arrow every 10 minutes. Name, basic bow. Rarity, common. Accepted type, not applicable. Restricted type, not applicable. Description, fires arrows. Abilities, not applicable. The bow didn't have any additional abilities, though firing arrows themselves probably counted as much for one as anything else could have. Unfortunately, even though his Goblin Warlord Spirit was now level 2, he still didn't feel anything special from the bow when he touched it. He kind of wanted a crossbow. He would have been more confident in something like that since he had fired his fair share of guns on the range, and while hunting with his granddad. But nothing like that was going to be falling into his lap anytime soon. I'll need to hurry up and leave. In another few hours, everyone will be here probably. Maybe if I hurry, I can get back before that. Gray had no confidence whatsoever. He hadn't come across this witch in any of his other loops, so he wasn't even entirely sure where he was going. Luckily, when he shifted May's suit just right, he could get the blurry image of a map out of the corner of his eye. He assumed that that map would direct him to where he needed to go. Wait, I would be a fucking idiot to leave this place without trying to loot something. If this was a video game, Glob was clearly the NPC in charge of this place, and right now he was completely frozen. That said, Glob had also been controlled by an invisible force before, and if this was really like a video game, there would probably be areas of this place Gray couldn't enter with or without him being conscious. Gray tried to enter the back room, and unsurprisingly, a wall of air pushed him back. Warning. You have tried to enter a restricted area. This is your first warning. The second will result in penalties. This was the 3rd time Gray had received such a thing, but he was starting to wonder, if these people couldn't even give him stats, how could they apply penalties? He slotted this to the back of his mind, but didn't attempt to make it through to the back room again. It wasn't like he had the power to overwhelm whatever was blocking him. He went to the shelves, trying to pluck things off, but it was like they were all bolted down. The few things he could move were the items that Glob had already put before him, but they didn't seem to have any special properties themselves. And that was when Gray's eyes landed on Glob himself. Then he grinned as he saw the utility belt around the NPC's waist. Now that looks useful. Gray successfully unbuckled the belt and all the items on it mysteriously fell through the material, attaching to the floor as though through magnets. He tried to pick them up, but as expected, it was like they were bolted to the ground. The belt itself, though, shifted in Gray's palm and seemed to resize itself. Name, Jaws Utility Belt. Rarity, rare. Accepted type, not applicable. Restricted type, not applicable. Description. A belt fit for a man or a gnome. Store your tools on one hip and weapons on the other. Abilities. Twin restricted spaces of 1 cubic meter. Repair one item at a time of proper delineation in 3 minutes. Repair weapons instantly in weapon space if proper raw materials are made available in tool space. Cool. Gray put Ray's longsword, Fitz's bow and arrow, as well as May's spear in his weapon space. They seemed to fit, though May's spear had the hardest time. Gray had to adjust how he placed it until he ended up just barely fitting it into the longest diagonal. It took some doing and some focus. It seemed he wasn't going to be taking that weapon in and out quickly at all. As for his tool space, he chose to wrap up the mat and put it in along with all the other bits and gadgets Glob had brought out earlier. Maybe he would need them. Once he was done, he finally threw away the floral suit he had been wearing and pulled on Fitz's Nexus suit. The two of them were about the same height, but Fitz's bottoms almost refused to squeeze over Gray's quads until he just managed to stretch them enough. Gray shifted May's Nexus suit over his forearm, taking a peek at the blurry map before nodding. This would have to do. Let's hurry. There's no time to waste. Associate producer Guard nodded his head and swiped at a screen. This is a manageable storyline, and it might be able to play out before Zone 234 is up and ready for the registration round. Use a quest ticket. The message went right to Cauldron, whose tentacles began to snap and pop as though he had bones and was cracking them all one by one. This was the moment he had been waiting for. Joaquin finally managed to get Elaine to stop crying. Though it helped that a new batch of people had come and they had to spend time explaining that they were not the ones who killed May and Fitz. Unfortunately, that was easier said than done, and there was a healthy distance formed away from them, which left Joaquin all the more irritated. That was when his screen suddenly flashed with a notification. Operation Murderous Psychopath. Quest rank, Uncommon. Mission type, Mystery. Objective: find and kill the real murderer. Description: a murderous psychopath who likes to take advantage of and mutilate vulnerable women seems to be on the loose, and yet you are taking the fall for heinous acts you did not commit. Them's the breaks. Or are they? Find the one truly responsible and deal with them. Be careful in how you choose to progress. Rewards: Common Pass, Feature Presentation. Perfect Pass, City Edict. The notification flashed along Joaquin's screen, and suddenly all of his internal irritation was gone. A quest! He tuned everything out and scanned the crowd around him. Now, what was the best way to deal with this? It didn't take long for Joaquin to decide. He opened up his status screen and pressed on a pinging notification that he had long since read. The reward for first place upon entering the zone was the City Edict. However, places 2nd to 10th also received a reward. It just wasn't nearly as good. Item: useful hint. Description: a token to be used in the most ideal of circumstances. Not sure where to start or what to do. Trigger a hint to amplify your chances of success. Note: must be applied under a narrow scope. Uses 1. Joaquin hadn't been sure what a narrow scope was before, but now he knew. It had to be something like a quest or a specific task that needed to be completed. Soon, a new notification was flashing on his screen. Hint: your target is currently leaving the city. A feature presentation. That's what they spoke about in the tutorial, right? In the Genesis games, your biggest currency was your brand. The world was too dangerous, and without help from the producers and sponsors, you would quickly find yourself getting killed off. Not only did you have to be interesting enough for the producers to want to keep you around, but you also had to be likable to the audience, and that was often a very hard balance to strike. People loved heroes, but heroes who always did the right thing were also boring unless they had a villain to match their stories to. It seemed the producers wanted to give him his villain. Just killing this murderer would give him such a great reward. But to have a perfect clearance. Joaquin's mind started racing, and then his eyes landed on Elaine. Gray raced out of the city, feeling much lighter than usual. Other than the utility belt around his waist and the Nexus suit covering his legs and feet, he wasn't wearing anything else unless he counted May's suit, which he had half bundled up and half pulled over a forearm. It was quite freeing in a way. The temperature wasn't bad, not too hot, and certainly not too cold. It felt like he was going on any other run he ever had along the countryside. This time, there was no odd edict coming down to shut down the city gates. So he ran right by the guards with ease and out into a space that seemed half forest, half ruins. Gray was somewhat familiar with the outside of the city. In fact, he was far more familiar with it than he had been with the inside of the city. It could be said that he had spent by far the most amount of time out here. During the registration period, the outside of the city became incredibly active. This wasn't just due to the collapse of the fog of chaos around them, but also because each ruin region became like a forced battle. One had to hop from ruin to ruin, clearing monsters, before one could find a ruin that had a registration altar. Unfortunately, not only did those registration altars have cooldowns, but they could only be used by a single person at a time. Unsurprisingly, because Gray had been public enemy number one, he had to travel especially far away from the city before he could find one he could use. But by then, the monsters had grown so powerful he had ended up dying. As one might expect, moving through a forest of ruins like this, where every pit stop was another forced battle, would be a complete nightmare normally. Luckily, Gray had a map. He oriented himself and then moved forward. Soon, he had snaked by enough trees that he could see a toppled pillar in the not-too-far-off distance. Cobbled stone and collapsed marble formed what looked like a staged scene for a fallen society. There was a light mist in the air that seemed to be a warning of the fog of chaos that could settle in at any time. Gray cautiously moved forward, pulling out Ray's long sword. His connection to it felt more solid than ever before. This is the most efficient direction to go. Gray's gaze flashed with seriousness, the looping necklace dancing on his neck as though it sensed the change to his state as well. A prickling sensation ran through his body as Gray stepped onto the cobbled stone of the ruin. He gripped the hilt of the long sword with two hands as he felt a pulse of light radiate outward. Instance battle triggered. Lair of the Skrill. A head popped out from behind a fallen pillar. Hair that looked like it was formed of brown and black wiggling worms oozed with a foul smell down the creature's scalp. Its face, though, was hidden behind a black mask that came straight out of a horror movie as it roared out a battle cry. It leapt up from behind the pillar, its arms revving like engines as a pair of chainsaws buzzed to life on each forearm. Its mask cracked into a bloody grin that seemed as permanent as if it was chiseled into stone. It bent its knees and leapt at Gray, swinging down both its revving chainsaws at once. Damn! What the hell is this thing? Gray would be lying to himself if he tried to claim he didn't panic a bit. Who wouldn't when spinning, sparking saws of rotating metallic teeth were coming right for your head? A blade, a spear, heck, even an arrow flying from 50 feet away felt less imposing than whatever this was. To make matters worse, the Skrill had this wild, unbridled, impossible-to-predict movement pattern. It was like it would just as easily be happy with killing itself as it would killing Gray. Gray ducked and rolled. The chainsaws sparked against the ground, digging into the cobbled stone and leaving jagged, irregular streaks in their wake. Holy shit! Still working. Any hopes Gray had had that the Skrill would destroy its own chainsaws went out the window. He rolled back up to his feet, his grip on Ray's long sword tightening as he faced off against the creature again. But he found that he was forced to dodge again. And then again. Damn it! There's no space to attack. The Skrill was like an endless ball of volatile energy. It didn't hesitate. It didn't feel pain. Every time it missed and its chainsaws rebounded off a solid surface, it was already at it again. Shit! Gray dove behind a broken pillar, and the Skrill's chainsaws revved against it. Stone dust filled the air in a thick white powder, and before Gray knew it, the pillar was already tilting the rest of the way toward him. He was forced to roll away again, but his head slammed against a solid, invisible wall. There was a slight tingling sensation across the forearm May's Nexus suit was slipped onto, but the connection was so blurry he couldn't see what the notification said. Gray focused on getting back on his feet, pushing away from the invisible wall. He rolled on the ground like he was trying to stamp flames out, barely protecting his arm from another double-handed slam by the Skrill. His eyes widened as he made eye contact with the rotating blade. He was so close to them the sparks threatened to blind him. The sound of an engine revving and broken mechanical parts filled the air, and the chain came to a sudden stop, stuck directly into the ground. Chance! Gray didn't hesitate, rotating over and thrusting Ray's long sword with a hand right through the Skrill's ear sockets. The strike was so perfect it went in through one earlobe and out through the next, bisecting its skull. He yanked it out in one fluid motion, rolling away and back up to his feet. Damn, I'm tired. Gray heaved for breath. It took a lot to dodge like that. He didn't know what sort of stupid stamina that Skrill had, but they should definitely patch it. Remembering the odd feeling he had gotten from his arm earlier, Gray hurried to shift May's Nexus suit until he lined up the nodes just right. The notification made his lip twitch. Arena boundary crossed. Time to next Skrill appearance halved. Time remaining 3 seconds. Time remaining 2 seconds. Time remaining 1 second. Well shit. Scree. Another Skrill spawned from behind a pillar. It leapt over, thrusting its chainsaw into the pillar beneath it. The blades came to a sudden stop, and the Skrill leaned back. Gray was about to rush forward, thinking an opening had just come up, only for the chainsaw to rev again. The Skrill launched forward, arching through the air so fast it felt to Gray like it had basically teleported in front of him. Gray felt his life flash before his eyes. That sort of thing tended to happen to him a lot these days. I can't keep dodging. That singular thought shone through brighter than all the rest. It wasn't pride. Okay, maybe it was a little bit of pride. But Gray felt like this world kept pinging him around like he was some sort of pinball. Nothing felt in his control, and every time he thought he took a step forward, the next corner turn showed him that he had actually taken 3 back instead. There was only one thing he had that seemed to remain consistent. His memories. He wasn't sure what changes to his body he could keep if he died, or if this would really be his last death or not since his pending quest read 0 loops left. But what he did know was that his mind was the only thing he had. His memories, his thoughts, how he approached things, what he did or didn't understand. It wasn't this ring, not this necklace, not this sword. None of that mattered. The only distinguishing factor was him. He had to stop losing his cool. He had to stop running. If he couldn't control the one thing that he alone could manage, he'd never get any chance at revenge. All of his emotions came to a head. Gray dropped the long sword and his mind moved, pulling out May's spear from his weapon space. The moment he stopped panicking about dodging, the erratic, unpredictable movements of the Skrill became more than just that. They became a series of wild patterns with countless flaws and faults. Gray's spear shot forward. Where would the Skrill dodge when it was in the middle of the air? And how would its chainsaws reach him with the length of the spear? The butt of Gray's spear slammed right into the Skrill's chest. He felt its sternum break and collapse, its forward momentum coming to a sudden stop as it flopped downward. Chi! The spear spun in Gray's hand, and the blade sliced the Skrill's head clean off. Gray exhaled a breath, a crimson glow lighting his eyes. That felt good. Almost too good. He didn't roar like he usually did. Instead, he focused even more. When it was time to roar, he would. But right now, he had another Skrill coming. Time remaining 51 seconds. Gray took deep breaths and focused himself. If he was going to improve, he was going to need to really start understanding what exactly it meant to have the spirit of a goblin warlord. Name: Gray Temult. Frame: Prometheus. Pending quests: 2. Stamina: 6 out of 10. Sync rate: not applicable. Energy reserve: not applicable. STR 11 SPD 11. Dex 11 int 11. End 11 per 11. Harmonic stats: not applicable. Free stat points 0. Abilities: body. Resistances: not applicable. Combat: not applicable. Enhancements: not applicable. Mind. Resistances: not applicable. Combat: not applicable. Enhancements: LV3 Goblin Warlord Spirit. Gray heaved for breath, using the spear lodged between a Skrill's brows for support as he leaned over. He had somewhat felt it in the middle of that battle, but Goblin Warlord Spirit had progressed again. It was certainly because of the necklace, but he still didn't really understand. Before he had the looping necklace, Goblin Warlord Spirit hadn't budged at all. From his understanding, the looping necklace didn't give him the right to progress. It enhanced the speed of the progress he already had. Gray never cared much for school at all, though he had honors in skipping class. But even he knew that 0 multiplied by 1,000,000 was still 0. That was to say that, logically, he should still have zero progress even with the necklace. The easy answer was that maybe he was progressing before and just hadn't felt it. But Gray didn't buy it. Something else was going on, and he had a feeling that it was about this so-called accepted type, whatever that was. Gray sighed and looked over toward the floating loot box. There was one uncommon one floating just there beyond his reach. Come on. Have to keep going. Gray adjusted May's Nexus suit on his arm and reached forward, hoping it would work out. Surprisingly, it did. There was a click, then an animation. The loot box unwound itself first like a jigsaw puzzle, and then like water spiraling down a drain in metallic pieces of hardware. What was left behind was a mask, but it looked like it had the very same wiggling strands of discolored gray and black worms attached to it that the Skrill had, like some sort of eldritch horror of a wig. Name, Mask of the Skrill. Rarity, uncommon. Accepted type, branching. Restricted type, linear. Description: an auxiliary item designed to make your movements harder to track and difficult to predict. While you, yourself, are sure in your next actions, your enemies will receive a fear spike response that will make them doubt their own senses. Abilities, plus 10% DX. It took Gray a good minute or two before he finally managed to make out all the words in the description, but the result made him frown. Wasn't he a recursive type? Didn't that mean he couldn't use this? Did he even want to? It was kind of gross. Gray put it on anyway. There was a familiar pulse through his body, but he didn't quite feel any rejection. He moved around and didn't feel too different. But if there were a third party observing him now, it would feel to them as though his body was constantly ghosting, leaving streaking afterimages in the air despite not moving all that quickly at all. The mask looked like a skull mask. Not one made out of bone, but instead of a true skull, if that skull was a grade black, that is. To say Gray looked menacing at the moment was a true understatement. Well, it's not harming anything, I don't think, Gray said after a moment of standing with it. Worst case scenario, I can hide my face. If those producers can't show footage with my face, it'll be harder for them to turn everyone against me. Gray walked over, picked up Ray's long sword, and stored it away. He decided that he liked May's spear more for now, but he still did a quick check with Fitz's bow to see if he felt anything from it. Still no. If he could use a bow, it would be very helpful. Unfortunately, he'd have to let the idea rest for now. Let's move forward. Gray made his way forward and quickly reached the next section of runes. This place feels like a maze. He looked ahead, and there was a cobblestone path overgrown with grass and weeds. It was so thin that only one person could walk forward along it. To its left and right, the forest was growing thicker and shrubs were pushing forward as though they wanted to swallow up the path whole. However, to the side there was another path leading to another ruin. There were no walls in this place, but it functioned like a maze nonetheless between the heavy mass of trees. In fact, it was worse than a normal maze considering every corner and decision in direction he had to make came with another forced battle. None of this even mentioned how the fog here was only getting worse the further he went. Gray stepped into the ruin. Instance battle triggered. Lair of the Verksen. The sound of sharpening blades filled the air, and a praying mantis about 3/4 of Gray's size appeared. Its back limbs sprawled out almost like springs ready to erupt at any time, its front limbs looking like meticulously polished scythes. The blades reflected what little sunlight there was in the heavy fog. It lunged, its legs slapping against the ground. The scythes crisscrossed and slashed. Gray was already in a steady stance, his spear raised. Suddenly, his body moved on instinct. He raised his blade high and slashed down. His timing was perfect. Just as the scythes of the praying mantis crossed, he cut into the first. They smashed against one another, the slashing attack of the Verksen being interrupted by its own ingrown weapons. The two separated and Gray took a step back. The timing of the praying mantis attack was thrown off, its scythes slashing at nothing but air. And in that brief moment, an opening appeared at its chest. A wild grin spread across Gray's face. His spear moved like lightning as he thrust right into a gap in the creature's protective carapace, twisting and then slashing in a vicious motion. Green blood flew and splattered as the light in the Verksen's beady eyes dimmed. The feeling of controlling a battlefield was intoxicating. Gray felt like he was back in the octagon again. Using his arms, his legs, his grappling and wrestling skills. All of that was so familiar. Using swords and blades, various axes and bows, those were not. However, Gray's understanding of spacing, of footwork, of how to make a long distance feel like a short one, and a short distance feel like forever to go, those translated perfectly to this new world. And the moment he started to feel familiar with the weapons in his hand, that aspect of himself, that knowledge he had always had, bloomed. The result was a feedback loop between Goblin Warlord spirit, his own experience, and what felt like consistent pulses that came from the looping necklace. Every bit of mind-to-muscle reinforcement he did seem to count 10x more than it should have. The result? Gray cut through one region after the next. The moment he quieted the anxiety in his mind, he found that Goblin Warlord spirit was practically a cheat code. There didn't seem to be a battle he struggled with at all, and it just kept improving. From level 3 to 4 and then from 4 to 5. He was making true progress for the first time. The creatures didn't matter at all. From the Skrill, to octopi with blades on the ends of their tentacles, to this demi-giant creature formed entirely of garbage. That last one was definitely not fun, especially when it started spraying acidic garbage juice at his face. It had nearly melted a layer of his nose off. Luckily, he had had the mask. Gray wasn't the only one who noticed his improvement, though. This is weird. Cauldron frowned, his tentacle itching. He really wanted to use their tokens to check Gray's status screen. His speed of improvement didn't make any sense. If this kept up, he would outpace Joaquin by so much the storyline would end in a fizzle. But watching one guy dominate wasn't good television. Well, it can be for a short time. The problem was that there was no easy way to veer Gray away from this path. They had some control over the spawns of the Genesis games, but it required resources to force, and it wasn't worth it right now. Cauldron pulled up the file on the Wicked Forest which... Cauldron, I finally found it. Information on the necklace you were looking for. I had to cross-reference a few pendants available in the rare rarity pool, but I'm fairly sure it should be this one. Cauldron casually reached over to pluck a report out of the hands of his assistant Blob, half paying attention to the new information, and half trying to understand whether Gray would be going into a real challenge this time or not. His eyes suddenly went wide. Cauldron hurriedly stood, or rather half of his tentacles slammed into the ground, elevating him several meters at once. Bullshit! Cauldron scrambled to pull up information on the Skrill mask, and he was certain. The looping necklace had branching as a restricted type, but the Skrill mask had it as its accepted type. How the hell was Gray using both? Cauldron tapped at his screen, but soon, his shock was fading away into something much more sinister. A dual neural frame. That's impossible. Blob, bring me the data from this participant's waiting room. Now. My name is Gree, the blob said under its breath. It bobbed away, moving like a slime ball, expanding and contracting as it slid across the ground. Cauldron didn't hear its words at all, already flicking back to the screening of Gray's waiting room. He was already watching the replay of the glitching robot arms by the time Gree had vanished. He watched it again and then once more. His skin paled with every watch. He should have noticed this before. The arms didn't glitch. Gray's Nexus suit was heavier than it should have been. The robot arms were optimized to save on money, and the creation of the Nexus suits was automated and built on site. The precision was so great they only had a few grams of play. The material Nexus suits were made from meant that there was no substantial difference in weight between someone who was 4 foot tall versus 8 foot tall. However, if the neural type of the owner was an anomaly, the difference could become very apparent very quickly. Normally, it would be fine. But when there was a current running through the Nexus suit like the one that was used to test whether the suit would work or not, the difference in that weight could be in the dozens of kilograms. The pre-programmed arms didn't have an AI assistant built in like the higher-end ones would. So while they were working on a mapped flight path, they ended up slamming into each other. All of that said, a mistake wasn't the reason Cauldron was so pale. Associate producer Guard clearly hadn't noticed either. He could normally get away with just a slap on the wrist. The real problem was how the Genesis Council treated dual types. They were meant to be killed on sighting, especially one from a cracked world. If the Genesis Council found out they let one participate in the games because they cut corners to save on money, it was horrible. It was all horrible. As much as the Munlay might suffer for this, though, Associate Producer Guard would have the hammer fall the heaviest on him. And before it landed on Associate Producer Guard, it would certainly land on Cauldron's head. The little guy would always suffer the most. What do I do? What do I do? The obvious answer was to kill Gray swiftly and violently. But he didn't have the jurisdiction. There was a reason he had to send envelopes to Associate Producer Guard to make the final decision. But if he told Associate Producer Guard, he would suffer. But what if he didn't tell Associate Producer Guard? Suddenly, Gray's rapid improvement took on a completely different color. Cauldron trembled from head to toe. He didn't even notice when Blob came back. The slime ball was heaving for breath. It took it a lot of effort to move from one place to the next. Even more when it knew its boss wanted it all very quickly. But still, he made it in time, stretching out 2 bundles of slime into arms that held the report up for Cauldron to see. Snapping out of it, a tentacle reached over like a whip and snatched the report out of Gree's hands. In the same motion, it slapped the blob into a paste of nothingness. Gree died before he even understood what happened. Even in the hustle and bustle of everything, no one seemed to notice. Or more accurately, they didn't care. They probably had 3 slime assistant deaths a day. No one ever blinked an eye. For Cauldron, though, this meant something completely different. He couldn't allow anyone to have even an inkling of what he had just learned. Slowing his breathing, Cauldron forced himself to look normal and be calm. In this place, he was second in command behind Associate Producer Guard. Though there were many levers he couldn't pull, right now the best policy was patience. Gray was an idiot who had already almost died several times, and the quest that Joaquin had been given still needed time to play out. While Gray was a powerhouse, Joaquin was originally Cauldron's focus for a reason. He knew how to play the politician, but he had a sinister heart. He was the perfect character to center an arc on. But more important than that, Joaquin was by far the most talented in Zone 234. His stats started at almost 20, and since then, from Cauldron's estimates, he had awakened 2 body enhancements, a body combat method, and a mind combat method just from the tutorial alone. Gray's improvement was worrying, as was expected of something with dual types. But he didn't have a Nexus suit while Joaquin did. There's still a chance. Cauldron shifted his attention. He had to control what he could on the margins to make sure all of this blew over. However, much like Cauldron was paying attention to Gray, there was someone else paying attention to him. It seemed Cauldron had forgotten that while he was aiming for greater heights, so too were many others. Practically locked away in a cubicle, a woman of shocking beauty stood. The oddity, though, was that her lower body was that of a spider, her forehead lined with not just 1 extra pair of sleek red eyes, but 2. Sheikah was just a pencil pusher. She documented and filed, living in spreadsheets and self-optimized algorithms. It was there she noticed something odd. Gree accessed the database twice in quick succession using Assistant Producer Cauldron's credentials. This speed. Sheikah knew how slow slimes were, and Cauldron's office was the furthest from the data center aside from Associate Producer Guard himself. Yet, Gree had done it in half the time he would have normally. Oh! Sheikah flinched as Gree's name went gray, and she was tasked with logging a death certificate and taking him off the payroll. She also had to send a small stipend to his family. Under almost any other circumstances, the coincidental speed would have been something she ignored. But the immediate death afterward? Gray tumult? Waiting room information? Why would he be interested in that? Sheikah's gears started to churn. It should be here. Gray came to a stop, taking deep breaths. His stamina was starting to recover more and more slowly, but he wasn't sure what to do about it. He did his best to go into every battle instance with at least 8 out of 10 stamina, but that seemed to matter less and less the further he went. There was once, back before the last ruin he cleared, that he tried to wait until he got to September 10th, but it never ticked over from 8. It seemed that unless he got real rest for an extended period of time, there wasn't going to be a chance for him to reach any higher. Unfortunately, he didn't have time for that. Any moment now, the registration round would begin. It had been long enough. Gray wasn't even sure if he could make it back to the city in time at this rate. He had to press forward. Taking a breath, he pushed to the edge of the ruin. Immediately, he could tell it was different from the others. The trees were darker. There was no foliage, as though all greenery had been burnt from the branches and settled into the thick, ashy soot that covered the ground. Gray was sure there wasn't even a bit of natural soil in sight. The air just felt like a mix of thin sulfur and burning. In the middle of it all was a small cabin. Its door was probably 5.5 feet tall at most. If that broken black mess of thin wood panels could be called a door. All right, let's go. Gray confidently stepped forward, piercing his spear into the dirt and pulling the bow and an arrow from his weapon space. Did he know how to use one? Not even remotely. But the quest had called this thing a witch, and he'd be damned if he came out here to fight against a fire-spitting hag without a single long-range weapon to his name. He had fired the bow a couple of times on the way here, just enough to understand how to do it. If the target was big enough, maybe he'd be lucky enough to hit it. The doors creaked and Gray focused so much on it that he almost didn't notice the entire house shifting. Then it happened. Boom! Boom! A pair of arms broke the two windows on opposite sides of the cabin, slamming into the ground and sending soot and ash flying everywhere. What visibility there was before practically dimmed to nothing for just a moment before the two front windows of the cabin blazed with flames that lit up everything. Boss battle triggered. Wicked Forest Witch. It seems you've jumped the gun and went ahead and angered a region boss. Well, the early bird gets the worm. I mean, it can also get snagged by a fox on the way down too. But don't think about that too much. Good luck, young buck. Gray looked straight up as the house balanced on a pair of old wrinkled hands. Then it roared at him. You've got to be kidding me. The words came out from under Gray's breath. His fingers relaxed a little bit too much and the arrow he had knocked went flying, soaring right through the flapping door of the house-turned monster. It did about as much as one might expect, as in not a damn thing. But it seemed to infuriate the wicked forest witch nonetheless. The roar reached another pitch and Gray could swear the wind was just a few more kilometers an hour from knocking him right off his feet. Damn it! Gray tossed the bow to the side. It was completely useless to him and he didn't have the bandwidth to make sure it fit back into the weapon space properly. He pulled the spear out from the ground, holding it up as though it would give him some sort of help. It felt like the world blurred and in the next moment, he was coughing up a mouthful of blood. Bang! His back slammed against an invisible wall. His eyes bulged. His lungs felt as though they collapsed in his chest. All the air that had been in them flew from his lips and nose like a trio of projectiles. By the time he slid to the floor, he couldn't seem to breathe at all, his attempts coming out shallow and vapid. It was hard to tell whether he was having a panic attack or if he really couldn't take breaths that sounded any different from whistles. Shit! Gray just barely realized that he had been hit by one of the arms. But it had moved so fast he didn't see it. How could something be that big and that fast at the same time? It's coming. It's coming. The thought repeated in his mind again and again, but his eyes refused to see straight. He tried to stand to his feet only to stumble to the side. He barely managed to catch himself by piercing the ground with his spear again, but his knees buckled. At this point, he couldn't even sense the goblin spirit, let alone use it. Gray kept talking to himself, kept telling himself to get it together, that he didn't have much time before the wicked forest which closed in the rest of the distance, but nothing he said seemed to matter. And then the house fell right on top of him, swallowing him whole. Gray had every reason to think that he was dead, and that was what should have happened. But for once, he had a stroke of luck. When his eyes barely opened up, he found that he was hanging on by a thread, quite literally. His feet dangled above a raging flame below. In fact, the heat was part of what had woken him up in the first place. His hands were above his head, May's Nexus suit just barely holding on to. An arrow? Is that one I fired? Gray's body suddenly jerked downward. There was nothing like imminent death to wake someone right up. He immediately realized that he was about to slip toward the raging flames below. May's Nexus suit only worked when he slipped it onto his forearm, so that had thankfully saved him. But considering his current state, it was just on the verge of slipping off. Recovering quickly, Gray gripped it tight from both sides. Taking deep breaths, he immediately regretted. Fuck! Where the hell am I? That was when Gray realized that it wasn't a raging fire beneath him, at least not in the normal sense. It was a hotbed of coals. Above his head was the door to the cabin, and down below was a furnace that would have otherwise been quite cute and homey, but was instead threatening to take his life. It was a normal brick furnace, darkened by soot. But at the crown of it there was a beautiful ruby gem that sparkled in the red-gold hues. The house must have swallowed him whole and then tilted back to send him tumbling into the furnace. But the stupid arrow he fired earlier actually managed to save his life. Don't you fucking move! Gray growled at the arrow as though it could understand him. He had no idea where his spear had gone, but he assumed it had already been eaten up by the furnace. With a grunt, he heaved himself up. It was just a pull-up, all things considered. He could do a dozen before he fatigued. But the moment he was on the verge of gripping the arrow with a hand, the house shook. Shit! The arrow swayed and flexed. Gray's fingers just missed it and May's suit slipped. Move! 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 Gray kicked a foot at the floorboards just as the suit slipped, pushing off to one side away from the furnace. The house rolled and gravity felt like it flipped on its head. The diagonal Gray took became useless in an instant. He was falling right back toward the furnace, his eyes opened wide. Not like this. Gray gritted his teeth, slapping a palm against his weapon space and pulling out Ray's long sword. With a roar, he pierced it right into the floorboards of the cabin, curling his feet up and away from the raging furnace. The flames danced and rose, licking at his feet. If not for the foot protection of the only part of his Nexus suit actually properly fitted to him, he would already be burning alive. But that feeling of security and safety didn't last long. The heat was unbearable. Soon, the fabric would start melting right into his skin. It can't go on like this. Bang! The door to the cabin slammed closed and the windows pulled their shutters tight. The cackle of an old woman filled the air. Come. Come, my pretty. First of all, phrasing. Second of all, I'm not into saga tits. And third, fuck you. Gray received a screech in reply and the cabin shook wildly. It felt like the gravity pressing down on him increased, and then the floorboard he had pierced his sword into began to vibrate. Shit! The sword was pushed out and Gray found himself falling right into the flames. Fuck me. Gray pulled on every fiber of his being to fight against his instinct to curl into a ball and die. As his feet and lower body fell into the flames, he swung down on the edge of where he had seen the furnace to be with all his might. From an outsider's perspective, it looked as though he had given up on saving his own life for the sake of doling out a worthless, small bit of pain to a creature that wouldn't even feel it. But Gray knew better. The gravity inside the cabin kept shifting. At first he thought it was just the cabin just moving in relation to itself. After all, the cabin itself was moving on the outside. All the hands holding it up had to do was tilt and shift the angle around a bit and it would feel like gravity had shifted magically. But then Gray had felt the gravity increase. And then the witch had slammed the shutters closed for some reason. At first, Gray thought it just didn't want him to successfully escape. The door and windows were obvious weak points. If he leapt out of one of them, it would have to find a way to swallow him again. However, what if there was another reason? Maybe the witch didn't want him to see that the world wasn't shifting outside. Therein lay another question, though. Why would the witch care about either? When Gray got to that point in his thoughts, he instead asked another question instead of finding an answer to it. Where were the witch's arms? They had definitely come out of the windows to prop the cabin up earlier, but all Gray could see and hear was the furnace. There wasn't even any furniture, let alone a pair of arms sticking out windows. This only left Gray more confused until the witch spoke. Its voice had come right from the furnace. That was when Gray realized that the entire cabin came to an abrupt and sudden stop at the furnace. It almost looked like the cabin was half the size it should have been. One by one, everything linked together. The wicked forest, which wasn't just hiding somewhere manipulating things. The wicked forest, which was the cabin itself, and every one of her important bits was behind this furnace. And if Gray was lucky, every one of those important bits was tied to this sparkling ruby gem he had seen earlier. Please be a video game. Please be a video game, damn it. Gray roared as the pain seared through his nerves. There was a sudden bang that was quickly followed by the sound of shattering glass and a screech. Gray fell right through the furnace just as the flames went out. He collapsed onto a cold ground, his shoulder buzzing with pain as Ray's long sword clanged to the ground next to him. Smoke billowed from Gray's Nexus suit, or rather the one he had stolen from Fitz. It definitely looked like it had seen better days, and his skin beneath was probably a blistering red by now, but he had survived. Ha ha! Gray released a low chuckle. You dare! Fuck me! Gray replied almost too quickly, wanting to roll his eyes and shed tears at the same time, but he managed to roll over and pick up his sword to face whatever was coming. But when he finally did face the witch, the threat he was expecting wasn't there. He saw an old naked lady. Ew! The woman, if she could still be called that in her current state, had countless mechanical parts and tubes sticking out of her, especially from her jaw. What expressions or features she had once had were hardly distinguishable. The only real standout feature she had remaining were the blazing flames that made up her eyes, the only part of her that made Gray think that she might still be a danger. Some clothes, lady. They'd do you some good. The jaw of the wicked forest which unhinged until she could probably swallow her own head in a single bite. She screeched, and the mechanical gears on the wall behind her turned and reshaped themselves. They formed into mini soldiers who lunged forward, but Gray's lip twitched. Was this what gamers called the second phase of a battle? But these minions were half as strong as the Skrill, and that was several level UPS ago to Gray. Ignoring the pain in his legs, Gray took a step forward and swung. He didn't have time for this. Burns got worse the longer you let them fester without treatment. Two heads flew into the air and he instantly closed in on the wicked witch. Why? Gray thrust the long sword right through her open jaw, slicing up and through her head. He leapt backward as an extra measure of caution, then exhaled in relief when it seemed that no follow-up attack was coming. Victory! Gray tumult. Gray grinned ear to ear. I better get some rewards for this. After he finished clearing the Skrill instance, Gray thought he'd get a new loot box for every ruin he cleared. Unfortunately, that hadn't happened. He left them all with either trash common boxes that quite literally gave him garbage or nothing at all. What Gray didn't know was that this was due to Cauldron's manipulation in some part. While Cauldron couldn't influence things too heavily, he could delay or divert boxes to the wrong location. He couldn't veer them completely off course, but he could hide them in hard-to-find locations within the ruin so that Gray would just assume they didn't show up. And this time was no different. Gray stood waiting around for his rewards, but after a full half-minute, his expression went dark. He opened up his status screen and clicked through to his quests. Operation Second Wind of the Mechanical Jaw Lineage. Quest rank, Rare. Mission type, Retrieval. Objective, Reclaim. Oh, I see. I'm supposed to find the ancestral tome. So that means it's hidden somewhere. Gray began looking. Cauldron hadn't realized just yet that a single line in a quest's text box was about to screw him over big time. Gray wasn't exactly the sort of person one might claim to be patient, but by some miracle he found some today. Maybe it was because he was so tired of fighting that the monotony of checking every nook and cranny of the cabin was more cathartic than anything else. But whatever it was, he didn't give up. After not finding the tome in any of the obvious areas, he checked what was left of the witch's corpse, even opening up panels in the quasi-mech suit she was wearing. Gray didn't know what else you could possibly call it. Though it took the form of a cabin instead of one of those Gundam-style badass giants he had seen in anime before, it functionally worked in the same ways. He didn't find anything there either. There was nothing on the witch's corpse, nothing in the bookcases and armchairs of the cabin, no obvious hidden compartments anywhere. But Gray didn't even show any frustration. Somewhere deep inside, he seemed sure it had to be somewhere. So many times now, this new world he was thrust into had screwed him over. But he had learned if he just controlled what he could control, everything would fall into place just like it should. No, more like he would force it to, even if he had to bend iron with his own hands. That was when Gray started peeling off a piece of metal from the witch's encasement and began to use it as a crowbar. He pulled the trim off from around the walls of the cabin and then started to peel back the wooden flooring one by one. Gray had no idea that his actions had a certain octopus creature sweating bullets. But it was already too late. When Gray was about 20% of the way through peeling the flooring up from the floor joists, he found it. Gray blinked for a moment and then sank down to his knees. There, between a pair of floor joists and partially obscured by the remaining subfloor, there was a tome. It had a metal spine and corners that looked welded onto the worn black leather that formed the rest of it. At the center of the front cover of the tome was a metallic jaw, bearing its canines. For some reason, looking at it, Gray felt hints of danger, as though it might leap out and rip his throat out at any moment. Yet, that fear felt so very far away. For a moment, Gray just sat on his knees, his body depleted, his mind blank. Then he started to laugh. Gray could feel a lump forming in his throat. It was just a moment away, a brief hint of weakness from overwhelming him. The tears seemed right there, but he refused. Gray couldn't remember the last time he cried. Maybe he was too young to form memories back then. He liked to tell his grandpa that he wasn't even sentient when his parents died, so that grief was all the old man's own to deal with. He really didn't like being around grieving or crying people. So whenever the anniversary of his parents' death came around, he found whatever excuse he could to not be around his gramps. What Gray realized in that moment, though, was that he had only kept looking not because he was too tired, and not because he had suddenly become patient. It was because it was the only thing he had left. Everywhere he turned, there was a new obstacle, some new bullshit just waiting to knock him back down. As defiant as he was tired of it. He had never dealt with such frustration in his life, such lack of control. Seeing the tome just sitting there, just the fact it was really there, that it really existed, filled him with such an overwhelming sense of relief that he almost broke. He almost showed weakness. Bang! Gray slammed a fist into the flooring. The skin at his knuckles split and his blood flowed. After a deep breath, he slapped his face with both palms hard, his eyes radiating with a menacing bloody light. This was all he needed. He could succeed here. So long as there were some guardrails, some rules that were actually followed and not bent on a careless whim, he could do this. He didn't need it to be completely fair. Just give him a 10% chance. No, 5%. Just 1% is enough. Gray reached down and gripped the tome, pulling it up. Operation Second Wind of the Mechanical Jaw Lineage. Quest rank, Rare. Mission type, Retrieval. Objective, completed. Reward, Path of the Mechanical Jaw. Gray's hair blew back as he heard a roar echo through his ears. He wasn't sure if it was a trick of the eye or not, but the metallic jaw on the tome's cover unhinged, lunging at him. Gray only had the time to blink, but when he could finally see once more, the tome had gone back to normal and the light it was radiating earlier was likewise gone. The tome rested in his palms, heavy and feeling substantial. It was hard to describe it as anything else. It was like it had a presence and refused to be forgotten. Unable to contain himself, Gray opened the front cover. He wasn't 100% sure what he was going to find, but if he was correct, this was some sort of mech-related lineage. Logically, this tome might teach him exactly what he had been hoping to learn from the gnome technician in the first place. In that case, he wouldn't have to peg all his hopes on the city's rules cooperating with him. Gray felt a tingling sensation when he touched the first page, and he found the next pages stuck together, as though it refused to allow him to go any further. This sensation is... Gray understood immediately and shifted the Nexus suit on his forearm until it slid into just the right place. After squinting hard, Gray just barely made out the first words that popped onto his notification screen. Welcome, Descendant of the Mechanical Jaw. Downloading Path of the Mechanical Jaw. Gray's heart sank again. He could immediately feel just how slow the download process was. This was almost certainly because May's Nexus suit didn't have perfect compatibility with him. He had to squint to see the things it wanted to show him properly, and now this. However, just as Gray was about to resolve himself to sit in the same spot for as long as it took, the download began to speed up. It happened quickly before calming again. But then it suddenly sped up again. It felt like it was quickly hitting an acceleration curve and then slowing, only to hit a similar curve again. The looping necklace, Gray concluded, his eyes brightening. He had only just finished the thought when he got a new notification. It was still blurry, but Gray would take it. Download completed. Lesson 1. Vessel construction and preparation. Gray's heart lurched. Vessel construction? That sounded a lot like what he needed to do for Prometheus, no? Excitement bubbled up in his chest. He had been right. Slowly, Gray made his way through the material. A lot of it was blurred and difficult to sift through. It took a lot of guessing to decipher what was being said. Often, large segments of words would be cut out, so he had to make his best attempt to fill them in himself. That worked when it was obvious filler words like and or the, but the more complex, the more difficult it was, especially when it started to get into the nitty-gritty details. After a read-through that took Gray about 3 hours, though, he understood the gist of what the lineage wanted of him. Some of it was fine. Some of it, though, was unhinged. The general path to forming a vessel was, obviously, building a jaw. The unexpected part was that the vessel needed something to, well, make it a vessel. What was stored within the jaw was a spirit. Gray was immediately excited by the prospect. This was in line with the Titan frame. It said it had a Prometheus spirit that he needed to form a vessel for. The mechanical jaw lineage didn't come with a ready-made spirit, though. He had to go and find one. Or, he could just use the spirit he already had, that being the Prometheus spirit. The trouble was that there were a lot of details here about compatibility and such. Those details came with a list of rules and requirements, but the information was too complex for Gray to make out completely. From what he gathered, the best jaw spirits were usually animals, namely those that had powerful jaws, But Prometheus didn't sound like it fell into this category at all. But even if Prometheus isn't perfectly compatible, so long as it works, I can always make a new vessel at some other point later on. I hope. Unlike with everything else, Gray could see everything that came from the pinky ring with perfect clarity. Meaning, if he could just clear the mission, he could get an introduction he could actually understand completely out of it. Gray leapt up to his feet. Taking the tome with him, he raced to the other side of the cabin, leaping through the furnace and appearing in the cockpit of the dead witch. There has to be something here. I remember seeing it. There it is. Between the materials Gray had stolen from the gnome and the remnants of the witch, he felt that he should probably be able to cobble everything he needed together. But what Gray was missing was one very important thing. Energy. Gray held a core in his hand. Had he ripped it out of the back of the witch's corpse? Maybe. Details. He didn't care about respecting the dead body of an old hag anyway. This energy crystal, known as a cyber core, was the linkage one needed to take an idea from the cyber state into the real world. Otherwise, you'd just be burning mental energy on creating something that could never take true form. After making sure he had this, Gray stripped off a ton more material from the witch's mech and pulled out some more stuff from the pile he had snatched from the gnome just in case. Okay. Analyze. Gray sat across from the cyber mat and placed the first material down, holding the cyber core in his hands. He closed his eyes, and a projected image of a piece of scrap metal appeared. Information about its shape, volume, weight, and most importantly, its faces appeared in Gray's mind. Back on Earth, graphic designers used polygons as a count of how complex an image was. This was the same concept, but more complex. A single face was almost like the basic unit of an item. Different items would have different forms of a basic unit, and it was the job of a technician to understand the variations. Still, the rule of thumb was, the more faces, the more complex an item, and the more difficult it was to break down and reform into something else. This piece of scrap metal was quite straightforward. Object: tempered brass steel. Weight: 0.13 kilograms. Faces: 7. There was more information below that, but Gray couldn't quite grasp it. What he did know was that if he wanted to successfully form the lowest level mechanical jaw, he needed vessel tuned jaw 0BJ37. Weight: 2.7 kilograms. Faces: 207. Raw materials: tempered steel, Any kind 99 faces. Flex weave mesh, 99 faces. Aurum nullite, 9 faces. Gray didn't even seem to consciously grasp what he was doing. When he started, his mind went into autopilot. It all just made perfect sense. The blueprint was already made for him. All he needed to do was find the raw material in the scrap piles, gather them until he had enough faces, and when he had enough raw materials, form them into Toon Jaw 0 BJ37. Form, load, intent. The 3 steps of forging came so naturally to Gray, as though he had already done it for a lifetime. Form the raw material using the blueprint. Load it with its software, its function, its uses. Give it life through your intent and the spirit. Gray had been working on cars for as long as he could remember. Since the day he could pick up a wrench, he had been sneaking into his grandfather's garage, or the scrap pile as he liked to call it. School was never his thing, but he could tell everything wrong with a car just by driving it around the block once. On his 9th birthday, he celebrated by rebuilding the engine of his Gramps' prized possession, a '67 Impala that had been gathering dust and nesting rats for a good 2 decades before he got his hands on it. His visual and spatial acuity had always been his strongest strength. He could close his eyes and visualize every part of an engine, dismantling it and building it all in his mind before picking up a single tool. His grandfather had always told him to go off and become a mechanical engineer, and that had sounded fun until he realized how much school that would have taken. A single meeting with a guidance counselor had thrown those dreams out the window. Not to mention the fact they couldn't afford the education to begin with, he had no interest in sitting in boring lectures for that long. But tinkering, playing with cars, or that time he got obsessed with the idea of building a better security system for the barn so they didn't have to deal with another cowfucker, literally, had always been something he loved. Compared to those times, this was several times easier. Gray didn't even feel the strain. All he had to do was follow the blueprint given by the Mechanical Jaw Lineages tome. What was hard about that? Separate the materials into their raw form. Form them into the proper shape. The raw materials separated into ingots that had numbers hovering above them that represented faces. At the center of the growing pile was a projected image of the Toon Jaw blueprint. It was just the lower jaw. It looked simple and was drawn in a single piece. It almost looked like a steel cage a brace face might wear in middle school, except thicker. Gray wasn't thinking about how poor of a fashion choice it would be, though. He was already starting to form the raw materials into their proper shape. The tempered steel gave the jaw structure and form. The flex weave mesh was incorporated within it. It wasn't there to give the object flexibility, but instead gave form and rigidity to the channels opened within the tempered steel. These channels allowed passage for the necessary electrical conductivity while also acting as ventilation. Its final purpose was for the aurum nullite. The most valuable raw material was the aurum nullite. It was to the Toon Jaw what the cybercore was to the cybermat and the blueprints. It allowed the Toon Jaw to gain the ability to communicate with the neural signals it was receiving from its user. This aurum nullite would fill some of the channels within the tempered steel, acting as the foundation of the circuitry. It took Gray only a few minutes to replicate this, not even a single bead of sweat forming on his brow. He moved on to the load phase next. Here, he was meant to program the circuitry with the appropriate parameters. Toon Jaw 0 BJ37 had quite a simple function. It wasn't as advanced as the other jaw blueprints Gray didn't have access to just yet. Could only do 2 things. The first was impact resistance, and the other was impact nullification. These sounded similar, but Gray grasped the subtle difference instantly. Resistance referred to how many pounds of force per square inch an item could withstand, and nullification referred to how much it could nullify this by. Both used different means. The former used electrical pulses to forcefully strengthen the weak points and nodes of the Toon Jaw. The latter dispersed and redirected the damage outward to mitigate how much reached the user. The loading process was more complex. It didn't rely on spatial awareness and talent, but instead the same practices software engineers relied on. Essentially, a good loading phase was decided by how good the code was and how streamlined a technician could make said code. Unfortunately, Gray didn't have the time to learn how to code well in this world. The introduction was too blurry. But there was something he had understood well. if inputs. Essentially lines of code that basically said if this happened, then this would occur. It was some of the simplest forms you could use. Gray didn't overcomplicate it. Even if the code was overly verbose and redundant, he didn't care. He just wanted something that worked properly. Sigils and glyphs danced in his eyes. An alien coding language he couldn't understand in sight, but grasped well enough in function, flashing one after another. He realized that it was the cyber mat that was translating his thoughts into actions. But soon he had finished this as well. Coding logic is the same no matter what the language, even if it's alien. In fact, this is easier than Python. Gray's eyes glowed. There was only one thing remaining: intent. It was the one thing that he didn't quite understand. It was also the part of the process he felt was the most unhinged. It was just like he had said, some of it was fine, some of it was unhinged. An illusory jaw appeared around Gray's jaw and over the face of the Skrill mask. Gray took a breath. Poochie, he screamed. It felt like countless blades had punctured his lower jaw, shattering his bone to the point it was left in piles of nothing but ash and dust. His teeth rattled in his mouth, freed and loose from the rest of his skull. Gray had experienced a lot of pain since coming to this world. But this felt like the worst. And yet, it was just the beginning, because soon after, the pulsing wave of shocks of electricity began. Then came the feeling of burning in fire. The Prometheus flame stirred. Operation, spark flame. Quest rank, common. Mission type, technician. Loops remaining 0. Objective, complete. Bang, bang, bang. Cauldron's roars filled the back room. Papers and documents flew, hard drives and silver discs shattering into an endless rain. He hardly looked like the kind octopus he had been before. His head bulged, his eyes turning a demonic hue. His beak, hidden beneath his head and at the connecting point of his tentacles, became akin to a black hole. Energy and power the likes of which were unknown and impossible on Earth radiated out from him. It took several seconds before Cauldron managed to calm, the color of his skin fading back from a dense black to a shimmering violet once again. Slowly, his hurricane-like breath eased and the room settled into a chaotic mess. What do I do? What do I do? Gray's feat of engineering should have been front-page stuff, but Cauldron had buried it. He didn't want more attention going to Gray if he could help it. The subplot between Gray and Joaquin was fine. But if Gray showed too much use, Associate Producer Guard would want him to survive. The only way Cauldron would be able to change Guard's mind on something like that was to reveal the truth, that they should have killed Gray the moment he appeared. However, the more this went on, the more it seemed like this was exactly what Cauldron would have to do. He was running out of options, and the odds of Joaquin coming out on top had gone from 70/30ths in Cauldron's estimation to 60% in Gray's favor. And that was taking into account the fact Joaquin was currently improving his stats while Gray still didn't have access to the system. If Gray managed to find a spirit for the mechanical jaw lineage's vessel in time, Joaquin wouldn't even have a 20% chance. How is this possible? How is this possible? Successfully forging something as complicated as a vessel on a first attempt made no sense whatsoever. Gray didn't even hitch or pause. It was like he had been doing it his entire life. A talent like that, Cauldron shuddered from head to toe. Talents like that should only appear in the higher order races participating in the Genesis games, not from a cracked world added just to give the early game more spice than it would usually have. And such talents were often trained from youth. Gray had no such training. Was this why the council was insistent on the death of such individuals before they even had a chance? Cauldron suddenly felt like he was in over his head. No, there's no choice. I have to tell Associate Producer Guard. That's the only chance I have. If I let this continue, I'll just be postponing my death, and I might even drag my family into this. Resolve flashed in Cauldron's eyes. I can't just go like this, though. I need some dirt on Guard. Just something that'll make him stand on my side instead of trying to throw me under the bus. So long as we can kill this Gray Temolt before anyone notices, we should get off scot-free and still make a profit. The question was, where was he going to get dirt on Guard? Everyone has skeletons in their closet. You didn't move up in this world, especially not when you were from a poor race like Cauldron's, by playing by the rules. He was the second in command to an associate producer on the biggest intergalactic reality TV show there was precisely because he was resourceful. His species was seen as little more than rodents, but he had still made it here. He wasn't about to let an ant from a cracked world ruin everything he had worked for. After some thought, Cauldron brought out a device. It hovered before him in several panels like a floating folding phone. His tentacles rapidly tapped at them. Cauldron, make this quick. A cold voice echoed. Vrayon, I know you're busy, but I'm sure you know you owe me a debt. If not for me, you wouldn't be. Cut the bullshit, Cauldron. I've already repaid the debt. Or do you forget how you ended up as an assistant producer? Don't treat me like an idiot, Vrayon. You put me in charge of the cracked world. Not a single soul from this hodgepodge of stupid humans will survive beyond the third arc. By then I'll be out of a job. You'll also have the chance to put your work front and center. Or maybe nothing of interest will happen, and only the higher order races will be featured. Vrayon fell into silence for a long moment. What do you want, Cauldron? Guard. I know you have dirt on him, otherwise he wouldn't have let me join on so easily. What is it? You're playing a dangerous game, Cauldron. Why do you think I let you shortchange me on payment? Unless you want the council to know what you cooked up for these Genesis games, I advise you cooperate. A hollow, dangerous laugh came from the other end, but Cauldron didn't push, just waiting patiently. You'll receive a message in short order. Erase it after you're finished. My bottom line is that Guard may be allowed to know that you're aware of his dealings, but not that you have hard evidence on hand. That is mine and mine alone to have. I'm sure you know what will happen if you don't cooperate. We have a good working relationship, Vrayon. No need for me to ruin it. I will listen. Then we are even. We are even. Cauldron hung up, and quickly afterward, he received his message. He opened up the equivalent of an email chain and read through it with lightning speed. The more he read, the brighter his eyes became, and his skin began to shift back to black. When he was done, he deleted the entire chain as promised and put his device away, turning to leave. He walked out of the door and his voice boomed toward a group of nearby slime. Clean up this mess, he barked. Cauldron's head whipped to one side, looking down a long hallway. His eyes narrowed, but a beeping at his side caught his attention. Shit! He rushed away. What he didn't know was that around a corner, a familiar spider-legged lady was heaving for breath, sweat coating her from head to waist. What the fuck? What the fuck? What the fuck? Gray writhed on the ground, his neurons firing wildly. It was like he was being continuously shocked. None of his muscles were listening to him at all. He had no idea how long he spent like this, but there was no sunlight coming from the windows of the cabin at all by the time it finally stopped. Shit. How long have I spent out here? What about the fog of chaos? Gray had initially had a lot of time when he first left the city. He was the first to arrive, and he knew that it would take about a day before everyone else trickled through. Was there supposed to be night between now and then? Or had he overshot it completely? Gray had no idea. It was hard to focus on how much time was passing when he was literally fighting for his life. Gasping for breath, Gray took a deep gasp only to find that his throat was as dry as sandpaper. It felt like the air he was inhaling was scraping his insides. I need water, damn it. It wasn't the first time Gray had had the thought, but regardless of which loop he was on, he had never managed to find a solid source of water. When you couldn't enter a safe room, it wasn't exactly easy to get necessities. He had a feeling that the Nexus suit on his feet was helping him maintain some form of consciousness, but there was only so far he could go before his body gave up on him. I need to make it back to the city. Gray tried to gulp to wet his throat a bit, but the oddity of the action caught him off guard. Don't tell me. Gray reached up to his face and touched it. There, a cold metallic feeling came back from the tips of his fingers. Fuck me. There goes my handsome face. After moving his new jaw around a bit, Gray slowly started to get used to it. He had been purposely forcing himself not to think about things ending up like this, hoping it would be something he could equip and unequip, but it seemed he had no such luck. This is what I get for calling Abby Braceface for all those years. If she's alive and seeing me, she's probably laughing her ass off right now. Gray moved his jaw around a bit more. Talking feels like a fucking chore. Holy hell. Wait, I'm wearing the mask, aren't I? How's this work? Chomp. A resonant echo of metal echoed, and a flash of something gold and crimson flashed by Gray's gaze with a bit of heat. What was that? He had just been trying to test out his new biting power when that happened. Wait, I didn't imagine it? Gray immediately scrambled as fast as he could to his status screen. And by that, he meant that he thought really hard about it, hoping it would pop up even faster. Name: Gray Temult. Frame: Prometheus. Pending quests 0. Stamina: 3 out of 10. Sync rate: 0.01%. Energy reserve: 2.7/3. STR 11 SPD 11. Dex: 11 int 11. End: 11 per 11. Harmonic stats: not applicable. Free stat points 0. Abilities: body. Resistances: not applicable. Combat: not applicable. Enhancements: not applicable. Mind. Resistances: not applicable. Combat: not applicable. Enhancements: LV5 Goblin Warlord Spirit. Pending quests are 0. I did it. I have a sync rate and an energy reserve now. What the hell are those? Honestly, Gray didn't expect it to happen so easily. Maybe he was just so desensitized to the nonsense he had forgotten just how long it took to get to this point. That meant he got the introduction, right? How did he access it? Took some fiddling around, but Gray finally found it. He grinned from ear to ear. Welcome, Prometheus. All he had to do was think about accessing the pinky ring and it immediately gave him feedback. Creak. Gray's head suddenly snapped up. He was immediately on high alert. There was no one in this cabin but him, and he certainly hadn't triggered that noise. Reacting quickly, he put the cybermat and the mechanical jaw tome into his tool space. Then he pulled out his long sword from his weapon space. He found the simple action made his head spin a bit, but he bit down on his tongue to focus himself. Then he rushed to the pit that once was the fireplace. Calming his breathing, Gray slowly peeked. The separation in the cabin was quite odd. From the outside, the cabin looked like any other. But when you stepped inside, it looked to be half the size one might have expected. On the wall that divided the cabin in half was the fireplace Gray had fallen through, but it was a whole step down. The room beyond the fireplace was basically the basement of the cabin, but much like the upper floor, it was also half the size it should have been. Gray didn't know if the exterior of the cabin was an optical illusion, or maybe he was too busy failing to dodge giant arms to notice a cement block of basement hanging off its ass. But whatever it was, there was no direct line of sight to him with the angle here. In fact, he had to stand to the tips of his toes just to get a line of sight into what was happening. Still, he had to be careful. The fire wasn't raging in the fireplace anymore. So if he made it too obvious, anyone on the other side could spot him. Shit. Gray had just had the thought when he met someone's gaze. A young woman looked right back at him and then shrieked in terror. She immediately held up what looked like a staff and blasted a concentrated beam of something at his face. Fuck! Gray dodged back and tripped. Maybe he was just too tired, but whatever the case, it helped more than it hurt. Just as his back hit the ground, the projectile went flying over his head. The room shook as the silver projectile of energy rebounded against an opposite wall. A deep crater was dug out of the concrete, chipped pieces and clouds of dust kicking up. Gray pushed down the waves of nausea, disorientation, and fatigue he was suffering, jumping right up to his feet with a flip. This time he didn't stumble. The shock of adrenaline from nearly losing his head shook his entire body awake. Familiar waves of a feedback loop coming from the looping necklace. Clenching his sword hard, he faced forward. He had faced one creature with ranged attacks like this on the way here. An ape beast with a tail like a monkey, well, 3 tails. It had not only been fast and agile, but it could spit acid like bullets. Gray had to use the terrain to his advantage. But those creatures couldn't leave the invisible dome of the battlefield. being restricted the same way he had been. But the witch was dead, so the domed effect of this battlefield was gone. However, this cabin was still an enclosed area, and the fireplace was a very narrow entrance. So, there are only so many angles they can attack me from. As expected, another attack didn't seem to be coming anytime soon. Given the vantage point, Gray could see the woman's legs, and she could probably see his. But there was no easy way for them to successfully attack the other. Her projectiles weren't fast enough. You're human? A small voice caught Gray off guard. Gray was about to curse up a storm, but then he remembered the state of his face. That woman probably saw the mask, the wiggling worms, and the metallic jaw and rightfully lost her cool. He relaxed a bit. I am. The mask I'm wearing is an item I picked up. I don't want to take it off for reasons. Gray said slowly. It was a good thing he had a quick mouth. If he didn't curse like that, she wouldn't have known he was a human. Oh, the woman didn't seem convinced, probably because his explanation wasn't all that convincing. What was he going to tell her? He didn't want to take off his mask so he wasn't accused of getting off on killing women and stealing the clothes off their corpses? Hey, I don't really have time for this back and forth. So if you don't trust me, can you just scram please so I can leave this place? I'd rather not just stand around if I don't have to. Gray was irritated. He hadn't eaten, he was thirsty, and he had just been on the verge of finally learning what he wanted to about this frame he was given and the ring on his finger when this chick came out of nowhere and attacked him. She fidgeted a bit. Gray made a weird face. What was wrong with this woman? Shouldn't the registration be going on now? You're pretty far from the city. Registration? Gray frowned. Had the registration not started yet? Then that probably meant that there really was a sunset between when the tutorial started and all of them had ended. He thought he had been late, but it seemed he was still ahead of schedule. That meant if he hurried along the route he came from, he could make it back to the city before everyone set out. Was that a good thing? He still wasn't sure. He had taken May's Nexus suit again this time, so what if that floating head bastard came again to sit on its ugly high horse? But if he didn't return to the city, was he going to sleep out here where he could be attacked? From what I know, those who successfully registered should be given free accommodations for the first day in the city. I haven't used mine yet. Thinking of sleep, Gray almost swooned. Wait! He snapped back to reality. If the registration wasn't going on yet, why the hell was this woman out so far? That face! Gray's heart skipped a beat. He would have made the connection earlier if his brain wasn't in such a fog. He recognized the face of that woman. Wasn't she right next to that uppity, failed politician bastard who cut his head off back when the Great Udon appeared? Gray's gaze became frighteningly dangerous. Why had they followed him all the way out here? Joaquin couldn't have known Gray was in a time loop. As far as he knew, Gray didn't even know who he was. Unfortunately for him, he was wrong. Gray's adrenaline began pumping through his veins again. You haven't heard of the registration? I guess that makes sense. I got to the city pretty early. You got to the city early? Gray could hear a trembling in the girl's voice, but it wasn't out of nervousness. What was it? Suppressed anger. Gray could guess why that was. If she was with the politician cunt, then it meant that she should have been in the first group to arrive. Meaning, she would have been the first to see May's corpse and the state of it. Especially that it was stripped naked. Well, there goes my good guy act. But she's restraining her rage for a reason. Probably the same reason she's here alone. They're trying to lure me into something. But why? Was it just vigilante justice? Maybe. But the effort of making it all the way out here without the map he had would have been an insane amount of effort. Yeah, Gray laughed. I was the first to make it to the city, so I had some time to explore and learn some things others don't know about. Oh, that's pretty impressive, she said softly. Gray smiled, but given the vantage point, she couldn't see his face at all, nor how dangerous his smile was. If you're here alone, I can protect you on the way back if you'd like, but I really need some water and food in exchange. Oh yes, I do have some water here. I don't have food though. That's fine, I'll take water. I'm coming out. Gray made his way to the fireplace, letting his sword vanish into his weapon space. Gray pulled himself up and through the fireplace, patting himself down from the soot and smiling, though his smile was probably quite creepy right about now. Sorry about all of this. Like I said, I can't take this off. I promise I'm usually a lot more handsome than this. Gray's words very clearly made her several levels more uncomfortable, but he didn't seem to care at all as he strolled toward her. She fidgeted. Gray could practically see her toes curling through the shoes she wore as though she was forcefully rooting herself in place. She was trying very hard not to turn tail right this moment. So, water. Oh, right. The girl remembered the reason Gray had agreed to approach. She pulled at her hip, taking out a small vial. Gray raised an eyebrow and wondered whether he should just kill her now if she was going to play games. But then the vial suddenly expanded into a liter-sized metal bottle. Here. Gray didn't hesitate, barely sniffing it at all. His metal jaw unhinged and he swallowed in large gulps. He didn't consider poison in the slightest. The idea to drink water was his own. If this girl had prepared to poison him ahead of time in some 5D chess move, then he'd just have to hand it to her. What he was really paying attention to was whether or not she would attack him. To his surprise, though, not only did the waterfall of water not end as quickly as he expected it to, but she wasn't making an attempt to attack him at all. Gray was quite subtle in how he watched her. There was nothing about his posture that suggested he even thought she might attack. But other than clenching her fists around her staff, the girl made no such attempt. Interesting. Gray gasped for air, sighing with relief. He checked his stamina and just from that session alone he gained another 3 bars. He felt alive. That can't be normal water. Maybe there are some advanced electrolytes in there. At least there were some benefits to this shithole of a place. The advancements were next level. Usually it would take some time before Gray felt some benefits outside of acute relief from that water. But he felt revitalized almost instantly. In the time he was thinking about it, his stamina actually ticked up again from 6 to 7. The looping necklace feels like it's helping again. I'm sorry, May, but it looks like you were better off dead. At least for me. Wait. A random thought popped into Gray's head as he looked toward the moon shining down through the windows. If there was a night span between the tutorial and the start of the registration, that means I didn't just last a half day like I thought. And that means when I died, I went more than a day back. It was hard to assess the value of time while you were stuck in a cave. But that wasn't what was important. What was important was the fact that the time loop that he had been in wasn't based on a day. It was based on something else. What was that something else? All right, thank you. Gray handed the water bottle back. That water was really helpful to me. I can help escort you back now if you'd like. Ah, right, yes please. Gray nodded. Let's go. After I finish dealing with this, I'll have to come back. There are a lot of good materials in the mech of the witch I don't want to leave behind. Gray knew he didn't have enough space in his tool space for those materials, which was why he wasn't too broken up about it. He had also already used the most valuable of the materials, the Aurum Nullite and the Cyber Core, so what was left behind was much less so. The cool breeze of the night air hit Gray and he sighed as his stamina ticked up to 8. Honestly, he didn't expect such a turn. That water was definitely not normal. He wished she would hurry up and attack him already so that he could take it off her body. If it wasn't for those fucking bastards, I would have already attacked her myself. Unfortunately, if he could help it, he would rather not fall into another scandal so easily. Sure, they could edit and manipulate things as they pleased, but he'd rather not make it easy for them. If he attacked this girl first, especially after she just gave him water, he would be handing them their narrative on a silver platter. So, what's your name? Gray asked, making small talk. The young woman trailed him a step or two from behind, but he walked ahead as though it didn't matter much. My name is Sabrina. Oh, that's an interesting name. I'm Gray. What's interesting? Sabrina's voice trailed off as though she realized she really didn't want to make conversation with Gray. But Gray didn't seem to notice as they left the ruins of the Wicked Forest Witch. I know a Sabrina, well, I have no idea if she's alive by now or not. Kind of sucks what happened to our world. No? Where did you live before? Spain. Really? Gray blinked. So you're not speaking English? No. Gray frowned a bit. That didn't make any sense. He didn't understand Spanish, and even if he did, he would know it when he heard it. If there was automatic translation, that would make sense. But he didn't have a Nexus suit that functioned properly. So how was he understanding? That's cool. Gray chuckled. I've heard great things about Spain, though I've never been. I'm from North America. I can tell. Gray burst into a fit of laughter. You know, there are 2 other countries in North America, right? You really are the stereotypical European. Sabrina seemed flushed for a second. It was like Gray had baited her into saying that on purpose. What did he mean by it? I'm Canadian, actually. From a place they call Saskatchewan. They say Canadians are very nice. Sabrina replied. Maybe. But we're also responsible for 90% of what's in the Geneva Convention. Gray's grin rattled his metal jaw. Still nothing. Gray took the exact route he had before. As such, there were no monsters to fight. There were nothing but ruins he had already cleared. However, he could feel Sabrina getting antsy behind him. It seemed like she wanted to attack him, but he wasn't sure. No, she's nervous about something else. She hasn't made any attempt to reach for her weapon. Gray looked back at random times under the guise of making conversation, and he hadn't caught her trying to reach for something dangerous even a single time. It was odd. Unless timing. Gray was taking the route he knew. Was she maybe not expecting it to be this quick? If she was trying to lure him into a trap, she was doing a very bad job of it. After all, she was letting him lead the way. If there was a trap she wanted him to reach, shouldn't it be her trying to lead him? But she hadn't done that either. The only explanation was the city. The goal is to reach the city, so she doesn't care whether I'm leading or if she's leading. The end destination is the same. If there was an ambush planned, it would have already come, I think. Can we stop for the night? Sabrina's voice came in a small whisper. Gray looked back. I'm sorry, I'm pretty tired. Took me all day to make it to the point I did, and I actually ended up getting pretty lost. If we run into more monsters, I don't know if I'm in any condition to fight. Her words tumbled out after she started to speak, as though she was speed-running an explanation before Gray could get anything in. Delay tactic. If we come across any monsters, you don't have to fight. I'm pretty strong. Gray said calmly. Are you sure? You said you didn't have any food, so I assume you haven't eaten in a while. Gray chuckled. That's true, but sleeping and resting will only make me hungrier unless you have a way to magically make food. Sabrina nibbled at her lip. Everything Gray said made perfect sense. She really didn't have a way of making him change his mind. She balled up her fists and closed her eyes, stomping a foot. Can't you tell when a girl is coming onto you? Gray's eyes went wide and then he started laughing. He couldn't control it at all. His gut was practically splitting. Sabrina went as red as a tomato, her body trembling from head to toe. Forget it. Forget it. Just stay a virgin. Whoa. Who said I was a virgin? He pressed a hand to his chest as though he was well and truly offended. Sabrina snorted, looking away. She was truly irritated. If he was a pervert, shouldn't he be jumping at the chance to spend a night with her? Or did he only like corpses? What were all of these excuses? Gray turned to face her, crossing his arms over his chest. What? She asked, not bothering to hide her annoyance. As though he hadn't heard her, Gray didn't respond immediately, looking her up and down. She really did look like a girl from Spain. She had dirty blonde hair, eyes colored in hazel and pale green, and that skin. It was just a touch away from caramel and was tanned to perfection. Her hips were as full as her lips, and the pinch of her eyebrows somehow made her feel sexier than before. It wasn't that Gray hadn't noticed how attractive she was before. It was just that was that, and this was this. He was still looking for the right chance to drive a sword through her chest. You want to hook up with me? Is that right? Gray asked with a raised eyebrow. Sabrina ignored him. Gray chuckled. Remember when I said I've met a Sabrina before? She was much more reserved than you were. Took a lot more effort. But I have heard that Europeans are more open with that sort of stuff. I guess some stereotypes are real. The only response he received was a roll of the eyes. It almost made Gray wonder if she was still looking for a chance to kill him or not. Well, they had been talking for an hour or two. It would be hard for her not to humanize him. But at this point, she was riding a tiger she couldn't easily hop off of. It's no wonder you're a virgin. Comparing women isn't going to get you laid. Gray smiled. You know, this is a dangerous place. And when we met, you almost took my head off. Now you're saying you want to hook up with me while I'm wearing a mask of worms and after my jaw was replaced by a hunk of metal. Do you think I'm an idiot? Sabrina's heart skipped a beat, but she kept her arms crossed as she looked off into the distance toward the side. Do I have to explain myself to you? You've already lost your chance anyway. Did I? Gray stepped forward until half a foot separated them. He towered over her, and he smelled something foul. He hadn't taken a shower in over a day, and all he had done the entire time was sweat, and then sweat some more. Unlike everyone else, he didn't have a Nexus suit with an automatic cleaning function. Sabrina's nose wrinkled, but she quickly hid it. Maybe, she said through gritted teeth, half trying to sound seductive and another half trying not to lop Gray's head off. Gray took a sudden step back, and she could finally breathe. Is that so? Prove it. Sabrina frowned. Prove what? Well, I think you're talking a bunch of nonsense. If I waited around here, losing stamina due to hunger just for a hookup that's not happening, then wouldn't I be the idiot? Prove it how? Gray shrugged. Strip. Sabrina's eyes flashed with rage. Unable to restrain herself any longer, she shrieked. A ball of energy blasted right at Gray's head. He sighed inwardly. I gave them too much ammo. It really is too difficult to be a good guy in this world. I wonder if she'll still be cute with her head chopped off. Gray suddenly moved. The moment he did, there was a huge shift in the forest. Gray was already leaning back. What Sabrina didn't know was that while he wasn't good at school, he was pretty good at something other than working on cars. Reading people. In the group with Joaquin, Gray had noticed that Sabrina was with him despite the two not having directly interacted. But there was someone whom Joaquin had directly interacted with back then. The very same small young man who tried to convince Joaquin not to use his edict on Gray because he felt it was a waste. A young man who, Gray recalled, happened to be wearing a cloak he recognized. Gray had died in his first life due to a knife to the gut. But outside of the goblins and the Skrill, he hadn't come across any other creatures that wielded weapons. It was a human who killed him on his very first loop. A human who came out of absolutely nowhere and thrust a dagger right through him. A human who had been wearing the exact same cloak. Fuck every single one of you, Gray growled. Rather than facing Sabrina's bullet of energy head-on, he rolled to the side, something prickling at the back of his head that made his hair stand on end. A knife whizzed through the location he had just stood in, a bullet of energy passing through it just a moment later. The timing of both should have given him no chance to escape at all. Unfortunately for them, Gray was very much tired of dying. With a swift, fluid movement, Gray hopped back up to his feet, and his eyes landed on a young man whose body was flickering beneath the moonlight. He could only just barely catch the faint edges of the silhouette, but it was enough. Gray exploded forward, his long sword appearing in his hand as he slashed down. He found that his communication with the weapon space had increased manifold. The first few times it was awkward to fit things in and pull them out, but now he was manifesting weapons mid-swing with all the confidence in the world. Eli could have never imagined that it was Gray's very first attempt at doing something like this. In fact, he couldn't imagine anything right now other than blocking with every fiber of his being. Clang. Sword met knife, and Eli's body was forced back into being as though the effects of his cloak were cancelled. The look of surprise on his face was evident, but he wasn't surprised by Gray's power. He was actually surprised by... so weak. With Gray's quick reaction, Eli had expected a mountain to fall on him. But despite Gray's skill, his strength was only 11. While for Eli, after all the effort it took to get to Gray in the first place, his strength was already over 20. And it wasn't even his best stat. Realizing the issue, Eli called out, "Cover me. Keep a distance. Don't let him escape." Eli was speaking to both Joaquin and Sabrina, but the former hadn't appeared yet, and he assumed that Gray wasn't expecting him. There was no harm in keeping a few extra cards up their sleeves, even if Gray turned out to be weak. With a twist of his wrist, Eli grunted slightly and sent Gray a step back. "Oh boy," Gray muttered to himself, but Eli had already closed the distance. Without the cloak, his speed was even more obvious, the dagger he was wielding becoming akin to a shadow in the night as it flashed forward. Eli's blade arched from above, but it was little more than a feint, his hips twisting as he unleashed a kick at Gray's knee. The combination was perfect. The speed of their group wasn't just because of Joaquin alone. Instead, they had quite some luck in attracting 3 strong candidates into one group. Eli had been special forces in Russia before the Genesis games began. His tactics in battle weren't flashy, but they were effective. That was what made it all the more ridiculous when Gray seemed to ignore his feint as though he knew it wasn't a threat from the start and swung his blade right at Eli's oncoming leg. It was too late to back out. Shin and blade met in unison, and pain spiked through Eli's body. "Son of a bitch," Gray complained. Eli was wearing shin guards, and after so many battles, Gray's sword had dulled considerably. He couldn't cut through them. Fear and pain spiked through Eli's body as he was forced into an awkward retreat. But Gray was relentless, taking a step forward and kicking right at Eli's chest. Too occupied with regaining his balance to wield his blade effectively, Eli suffered the blow head-on, falling heavily to the ground. Gray swiftly followed up. If there was going to be a chance to take out one of the 3 right at the start, he'd take it. Unfortunately, Sabrina was more than a pretty face. A bullet of gold fired right at Gray's head, and he weaved backward. Where the fuck are the effects of the Skrill mask? Don't tell me this damn jaw broke it. He didn't understand how either of the 2 were aiming for him so effectively when the other monsters had had a terrible time. This was the only answer he could come up with. Fuck, I have to kill her first. Gray's dodge leaned him so far back that he palmed the ground and flipped heels overhead. By the time he regained his balance, another attack was coming from Sabrina, and Eli was scrambling to his feet. The effects of Eli's cloak flickered and activated once more, leaving dim lines in the darkness of the night. Gray couldn't go after him, using the spine of his sword to swat at the bullet of energy instead. These 2 are going to be so annoying to deal with. If the asshat appears on top of that, it'll be a problem. I might die. Gray had been confident, and he had a right to be. Each level of a resistance, combat method, or enhancement was basically widely agreed to be worth 10 stat points. His level 5 Goblin Warlord Spirit was worth 50. But good teamwork could trump all of that. The bullet of energy shattered against Gray's sword but still sent him taking 3 steps back. His eyes flashed with menace. Motes of gold shattered out in every direction, lighting up Gray's face. Or rather, the coverings on it. The dark mask, the wiggling mass of worms, the iron jaw. It all came together to send a chill down Sabrina's spine. But none more than the eyes behind the mask. Gray seemed to be looking right through her. And hidden in there seemed to be an unextinguishable crimson. A color so subtle and yet so persistent she somehow got the feeling that even if she killed him, he would just come right back. And then he suddenly launched himself forward. Sabrina felt her heart constrict, but she panicked for little reason. Gray had only closed in half the distance when his body was forced to twist to the side, barely avoiding the blade that cut at his hip. But rather than engaging again, Eli accelerated back until he disappeared into the tree line once more, his speed much greater than Gray's. In fact, it was his highest stat at nearly 30. Gray shifted to continue his sprint toward Sabrina, but this time she cast something new, a shield that appeared between them. Without hesitation, Gray swung down on it. Clang. His blade rebounded, his wrists shaking under the pressure. Faint cracks spread through the shield, and Gray didn't hesitate to react, stomping a foot and accelerating to the side to run around it instead of attacking again. But Sabrina reacted just as swiftly, a movement of her staff moving the shield along with it. But just when she thought she had Gray in a bind, he ducked and rolled right under the floating shield of gold. Bang! Eli crashed into the shield with his blade, missing Gray by a hair's breadth, while Gray himself was already on the other side, flipping up to his feet after his roll and rushing the rest of the distance. Panic lit Sabrina's eyes, and she hurried to cast another bullet of gold. But Gray's eyes were too focused, his pupils too dilated as though to allow every hint of light and detail there was in. Sabrina was sure. He started to dodge before her casting was even finished. In fact, his footwork, the grip of his toes to the ground, the shift of his hips and weight, they all said one thing. He had already decided where to dodge the moment he was back up on his feet, before she even made the choice to fire. Gray had already seen it. Sabrina could cast the bullets near instantly, half a second delay at most. That shield, however, had taken over 2 seconds. She didn't have the time to make it again. Maybe she had a third method. He was gambling she didn't. And he gambled right. Gray's side lateral only took him a single step, the toes of his plant foot and the bulge of his calves already changing his direction forward the moment it was completed. His reactions were so fast, so precise, so perfect that the golden bullet Sabrina formed only whizzed by his side after he had already taken yet another step forward. It was like she had just missed completely. From an untrained third party's perspective, that was exactly what it would look like. But they both knew the truth, especially in those last moments when Gray's sword thrust through what remained of the distance between them. There was no pause. It was like he hadn't been flirting with her just moments ago at all. His blade ripped right through her gut, and he twisted it for extra measure. He pulled the sword out half a second later with a slight upward arc, tearing a path out through her side, then kicking what remained of her away. Gray didn't even look back at her, already spinning around to face Eli. The Special Forces man had already run around Sabrina's shield, rushing to close the distance to support her. But the irony was that if he had waited a split second, he wouldn't have had to. Then maybe, just maybe, he could have lived for a little longer. The shield disappeared with Sabrina's death. "Fuck you," Gray said coldly. Eli's eyes went wide. For some reason, he felt like he was prey to Gray's predator. "Sabrina!" A voice roared out from the distance. Clearly not Eli's. But Gray didn't even bother to waste his time with an eye roll. His eyes didn't even see Eli in front of him. He saw lines to cut, weaknesses to exploit, a predictable chain of events that boiled his blood, and he saw a target for his fury. Not for one moment did he expect to meet the man who forced him to suffer his first death here of all places, but maybe that was the point. There was no grand conspiracy waiting for him. This bastard probably hadn't even needed to kill him. Eli had been among the first group to finish. They were so strong they were probably among the first to register as well. But Gray, he had to scratch and claw to make it as far as he had. He had been so close to finally registering, finally getting a semblance of a chance. And for what? To die to this midget? And for what? Because of a lie those producers had come up with? Probably. It was probably the same reason these vigilante assholes had come after him this time too. They thought he was evil. But Gray was too furious to explain, too tired of the bullshit to bother. Anyone who stood in his way he would cut down. Whether it was Sabrina or Eli or Joaquin or the producers or the Great Udon, or even the assholes who made this damned game in the first place. He would kill them all. Sparks of fire arched like bolts from Gray's jaw, and he seemed to flash forward. He met Eli's blade and twisted his wrist to parry it upward with his sword. The dagger flew into the air as though Eli had magically lost all of his strength. What happened after wasn't a death. It wasn't a murder. It was a dissection. Gray targeted the joints of Eli's armor with the precision of a surgeon, slashes and cuts filling the night air with light colder than even the cool breeze. When his final sweep cut half of Eli's throat, the latter couldn't even raise his arms to stop the spurt of blood. He had already lost them. Gray punted Eli's head away like it was a soccer ball. "Fuck you." He flexed his foot and looked out toward the distance, but despite what he had been expecting, nothing came. Did I scare him? Gray frowned. He had definitely heard Joaquin scream out Sabrina's name, so where was he now? Before, Eli had been speaking out as though he was telling Sabrina something, but Gray was pretty sure that he was secretly also sending out a message to Joaquin. It was clear enough to Gray that Joaquin was meant to take part in the battle at some point. The only questionable part was whether or not Joaquin was late to react because Gray killed them too quickly, or if Joaquin didn't appear on purpose. Something was telling Gray that it was the latter. Maybe it was because he really didn't like that snake and was thinking the worst of him. But he had seen people like Joaquin in the past. That handsome face, that perfectly set dirty blonde hair, as though he were still worried about such a thing in the middle of fighting for his life. And most importantly, that fake, concerned troll set of eyes and smile. Everything about him made Gray's skin crawl. Gray flicked his wrist and the blood from Sabrina and Eli splashed away. He was about to leave when his steps stopped. Shaking his head, he chuckled to himself. Clearly, he had way too much PTSD about stripping people. But he had probably already walked right into a trap. At this point, who gave a damn? Gray moved toward Eli's corpse and pulled the cloak off of him. Name, faded cloak. Rarity, uncommon. Accepted type, branching. Restricted type, linear. Description, a cloak of the silent and undetectable. The less light there is, the more effective this item is. Bend shadows and light around you until the edges of your being fade from reality. Abilities, immune to common detection skills. Reduce effectiveness of uncommon detection skills by 50%. Interesting. The accepted and restricted combination was the exact same as the Skrill mask, so he should be able to use it. But honestly, he still didn't understand what any of that meant. Still, he tossed it into his weapon space for the time being. Then he took up Eli's dagger and froze. What? Gray stood frozen for a while before he started to laugh. Then he raised the back of his hand to what remained of his lips and gave it the best kiss he could. He was so distracted he almost hadn't noticed. But usually the words would be blurry and hard to read. He'd also have to adjust May's Nexus suit several times. But this time the words just popped up nice and easy. He didn't even consciously realize it until Eli's dagger came back with nothing. Eli's dagger was a weapon the Russian had chosen at the selection. It wasn't a treasure and was just made of normal steel, or whatever constituted as normal steel in this world. It had no description. Sabrina had interrupted him before he could really accept the rewards for Operation Spark Flame, but it seemed the greatest benefit had gone right over his head. Did he not need a Nexus suit anymore? Gray quickly checked his status page, but sighed when he saw his stats were still the same. Maybe not. Then again, how was he supposed to improve his stats? He actually didn't know. He hadn't paid attention to that in the tutorial because he was more worried about his immediate problems and finishing the tutorial zone as quickly as possible. Now he was in the dark, unfortunately. One problem at a time. We'll keep knocking them down. Gray was energized. Reaching down, he pulled the shin guards Eli had been wearing off his legs. Name, guarded shins. Rarity, uncommon. Accepted type, branching. Restricted type, linear. Description, a sweep of the legs can mean two things. This helps you either protect from them or execute the deadliest of them, whatever suits your fancy. Abilities, plus 10% STR when kicking. Plus 10% END when suffering an attack to the shins. Gray nodded and threw them into his weapon space once again. Eli didn't seem to have anything else of value on his body. Gray had gotten a dagger, a cloak, and the shin guards out of him, so he could only look toward Sabrina. Well, might as well. Name, a beauty's guard. Rarity, rare, blessed. Limited. Accepted type, resonant. Rejected type, linear. Branching, recursive. Description, blessed by the goddess of unity. The beauty's guard is a bound item designed for the chosen of her holiness. Graced by the goddess goodwill, it grants the user two mind combat methods. Abilities, beauty's bullet, beauty's shield. Gray raised an eyebrow looking at the staff. Could he use this thing or not? On the one hand, a resonant accepted type was one thing he hadn't seen before. But then again, he wasn't supposed to be able to use the Skrill mask either. But hadn't he? He was really tempted to use it, but he restrained himself. There was a reason he hadn't tested out any of the other methods. He really wasn't sure if Joaquin was watching or not. In fact, all the while, Gray was still waiting for someone to try to surprise attack him. But nothing came. Either way, he would find out soon. Does this mean this thing can be upgraded? But how will this goddess of unity feel about that? Or is she already pissed at me for killing Sabrina? Gray shook his head. One problem at a time. It was really becoming his motto. The staff was quite simple, just carved of white wood with a bulbous head. It was barely about 3/4 of a meter long, so it also easily fit in the weapon space. Though the cubic meter in there was really starting to reach its limits. Gray checked Sabrina's body for more, but this seemed like the only item she had. The rest of her clothes were purely cosmetic. Let's go. Let's see what that asshole has waiting in the city. Gray picked up the pace. He and Sabrina had already been nearing the city before, so this time it felt like it wasn't more than a few moments before he could already see the walls. I have to enter the city soon. Looking up at the skies, Gray could already see that the sun was beginning to rise. That probably meant that it wouldn't be too long from now before the round for registration began. Gray had no idea what Joaquin wanted to do, or if he was trying to do anything at all. The first time, it made sense for Joaquin and his group to target him. There had been an announcement about his supposed crimes, and killing him came with a lot of clout. Gray hadn't really understood when it happened, but a brief flip through the tutorial and his experience had told him that how you were viewed by the audience and your popularity were highly important in this game. But Gray hadn't been exposed yet unless he had missed something after leaving to go kill the witch. Sabrina didn't know anything about the registration, so there hasn't been a moment to announce my crimes yet. Why would they target me, then? Gray racked his brain but couldn't figure it out. He subconsciously looked at the corner of his eye, trying to see the blurred image of a map he had gotten used to using. But the map was no longer there. It had disappeared after he cleared the quest. Quest! Gray's heart skipped a beat. He had gotten a random quest while he was trying to learn from the gnome. So clearly, the tutorial didn't need to end first. It couldn't be that those sadistic bastards had given Joaquin, Sabrina, and Eli a quest specifically to hunt him down, right? Gray had no way of confirming it. But from his talk with Sabrina, it was clear that she wasn't sure that he was May's killer until he confirmed that he was the first to arrive. If she wasn't even sure, then why would she go through so much trouble to find him? Sure, there was the opportunity to kill creatures and gather resources. But why travel so far from the city if you didn't have to? There were plenty of ruins that were a brisk walk away from the city. The more Gray thought about it, the more plausible he thought it was. His jaw set as he looked at the open city gates in the not-too-far-off distance. There was a vague light without an obvious source keeping it bright enough to see. But other than the usual guards that had always been there was nothing else. Could he really just walk right in? What was he missing? It was still dark. It was hardly on the cusp of dawn. There was no one to shout to the rooftops to even if Joaquin wanted to. If Joaquin was waiting to fight, Gray didn't even remotely fear him. He was confident in any one-on-one battle. But it was also possible that he's not even here. Gray had no way of confirming that Joaquin had gone back to the city in the first place. Standing around here isn't going to get me anywhere. Gray wasn't usually the indecisive type, but it was hard not to be when you were thrown to the wolves without any sort of support. Now there was a cast of Big Brother wannabes overlooking his every move and trying to figure the best angle to take to completely screw him over. He considered himself smart, but he wasn't omniscient. If he wanted to understand what was going on, he was just going to have to take some risks. Risks are fine, but they need to be calculated. Gray looked up at the sun again. There was still some time. Half an hour. Half an hour should be enough to get a really good feel and understanding of what's in Prometheus Introduction and what the hell I've been strapped with here. Rather than approaching the city, Gray entered the tree line and climbed up. Finding a decent branch, he stabilized himself and then communicated with his pinky ring. It was time to find out what he was dealing with. The reading was impossibly fruitful. For a moment, Gray almost forgot about his own time limit. He had always hated textbooks, but he could spend hours analyzing engine diagrams. This wasn't like that. It really was one wall of text after another, but it was practically like reading a fantasy book. Everything was almost so magical. There wasn't a single thing in there that told him what Prometheus was, but he did learn several important things. For one, he learned what types were. They referred to one's neural frame. This decided how your neurons and nervous system fired and communicated. This was apparently super important in this world because everything communicated based on this system. Certain types of treasures, or rather, certain abilities of certain treasures, could only be used properly when the neural frame was a match. Eli's shin guards, for example, only worked so well because the branching type was quite good at taking one signal and dividing it. Colloquially speaking, this was pretty good for defense. Though it wasn't that simple. This was just the peripheral stuff, though. What Gray realized when he ended up reading all the way to the end of the introduction was probably the most important tidbit of information. The time loop. There was only one way to keep using it, and that was by keeping Prometheus happy. And right now, Prometheus was far from happy. It was matched with a highly incompatible vessel, and the minimum amount of energy reserve it needed to trigger once with Gray's current strength was 10. It only had 2.7 right now. Simply put, Gray had no loops to use right now. Reading to the end of it all, Gray exhaled a breath and looked up to find that dawn was finally here. Time to face the music. Gray leapt down from the tree in a single go, rushing right into the city. But nothing happened. He walked right through the gates and into the streets. Something kept telling him that it didn't smell right, but he didn't have another choice. Logically, staying outside the city seemed like the best choice. But there were several problems with that. First was the fog of chaos. Second was the lack of obvious resources. Gray had been out there for a long time. He hadn't run into a single monster he could actually eat, plus those he killed in the ruins just disappeared after the fact. And even if he was desperate enough to eat a skrill or one of those scythe octopi, and they didn't just up and vanish, he hadn't run into a single water source. Third, how would he sleep? With one eye open. How could he safely sleep anywhere out there? With what gear? The city might very well be a lion's den, but it still had rules and regulations, and the only edict that could break them was already used by Gray. For now. All he could do was keep outperforming everyone else to make sure he didn't have to suffer at the hands of broken rules. He had only just had the thought when he rounded the corner to Glob's shop, only to find it completely surrounded by 4 knights in golden armor. There he is, esteemed holy knights. Joaquin immediately pointed toward Gray. Fuck me. It felt like he was facing off against 4 golden mountains.